another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane. Cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room. It's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break.
Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk silver. Let's do this.
What a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my God!
यहाँ पर क्लोज करके शॉट लेके बच गए
Great high level test और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा Elimination!
Hello and welcome. This is day number 3 right here in week 3, of course, where the final penultimate week is where we're looking at through the SPS lens of BGMI, where these teams, 32 teams, have all joined in together for quite a lot of action. I'm going to be your caster host, Blora, joined on along with Necro to get us through the day and talking about all of this. We'll get started, but before, we need to give a huge shout out and thanks to none other than our sponsors, which are going to be none other than, well, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, an incredible beast that is in your hands. Along with that, you cannot forget the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most, and Monster Energy, unleashing that beast, which, as Necro was just mentioning in the green room, is going to be unleashed today from the teams that are on the final page of that overall standing, mate.
Exactly. Today's the day. It's all about the teams on the last page of the overall standings, because we had a brief discussion about this yesterday as well. We had a pretty long discussion about what teams need to do in order to make a comeback as well. There are a couple of teams where we know pretty much the comeback is going to be next to impossible, especially the teams that are currently in the bottom four. But you never know. Anything can happen. One solid game, they can instantly propel themselves somewhere in the 25th or 26th spot, but still it's not going to be done. Consistency has to be the key, and considering you've only got 3 more games left in your hands, I'm not exactly sure what these teams can do, because they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure.
Absolutely, and again, talking about the pressure itself, it is going to get surmounted and tenfolds itself, because like you mentioned, only 3 games is what they're going to be allowed to play. All of these teams, 32 teams, have been divided in 4 groups, but they only get to play 3 games throughout the entirety of the day. And within those 3 games, again, talking about, once again, the teams that are sitting at the latter half of the leaderboard, they've got a huge undertaking to be a part of. But with all of that, what are they working towards? Let's have a look at the format first and get that all described and cleared up, because we joined on with 8 teams from the open qualifiers that qualified, and we already had 24 invited teams. Thus combined are 32 total teams, from which only 16, only 16 teams will move into the LAN final.
Exactly. And a lot of teams that join alongside from the open qualifiers itself are struggling. You can clearly see it in the overall standings as well. It's understandable. The teams that moved on from the open qualifiers, they did not really have a lot of experience to back themselves up. Now, speaking about yesterday, though, a lot of teams showcased some immense amount of improvement, including Genix FM and Hydra officials. Before now, I'm going to talk about the point system, because point system is something that's really important. First place inside of the game will get you 15 points. Second will get you 12 points. Third will get you 10 points. And of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see that one finish point. That means you will get 1 point per finish that you earn inside of the game. And a lot of teams have been focusing on the finish points card a lot. Yesterday, Blind Esports, they managed to get 52 points in just 3 games. And that was astonishing to me.
Absolutely bonkers of a performance coming in from the side of Blind Esports, as they propelled themselves all the way to the 9th position yesterday. They jumped into the top 16, and today their grind is going to be all about sticking in the top 16. They have made it sure shot, but how close can they get to the top 5, to the top 3 itself as well? Because sitting on the 9th spot, they've got 202 points, which is only 46 points shy of the team on the leaderboard's pole position. That's going to be Chemin Esports and Entity Gaming as well. 248 points, both them. But as we've spoken about it throughout the past 2 days as well, these 32 teams divided in these 4 groups, well, the question today is going to be, how are these groups going to be playing the 6 games?
Exactly. And one more thing we sort of overlooked yesterday was that Middle Esports got 29 points in 3 games. I would say that's not exactly bad. Almost 10 points per game, but still, considering the position they currently are in the overall standings, those 30 points are not going to help you a lot. They need a nuclear performance in order to save themselves inside of the grand final, especially a slot. If they're not really able to get the nuclear performance, then once again, you got a bit of deals with the final slot itself. And considering it's going to be a LAN finale, it's going to sting even more. And especially if you're a team like Metal Esports, it's going to sting a little bit even more, considering you're one of the OG teams that's out there. And the lineup that you've got, it's of course quite experienced. Even yesterday, we saw inside one of the interviews, the players clearly mentioned that they're quite disappointed in Metal Esports' performance. And it's understandable. You cannot just doubt that.
Absolutely, you cannot doubt that for sure. When it comes to the way the Middle Esports had played previously and was expected to play when it comes to the challenge season itself, it has kind of fallen short of the expectation. But you perfectly mentioned, I mean, yesterday's day, with 3 games that they had on their hands, they got 29 points, which is definitely a Herculean task for them, which sadly, though, did not propel them much, because they were part of the first 3 games, if I'm not wrong. They moved all the way on to the 28th position from the 32nd, but then as other teams jumped into the fray, they were pushed on to the 31st position as well. So 121 points, 31st position where Middle Esports find themselves as of now. That is going to be a big tough luck for them, because they, even if they get, or actually, you know what, let me not digress it, because yesterday we saw Blind Esports walk away with 52 points. We saw Middle Esports with 29. If they can bring in a Middle Esports kind of a, Blind Esports, my apologies, kind of a performance, then Middle Esports can be looking forward to being in a good position, perhaps.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got the overall standings in front of us. We've been talking about the placements a lot, and this is why we were speaking about the placements. Of course, first page is something that every single team on the first page has got a massive cushion, so it's completely fine. Even if you're Carnival Gaming, Alibaba Raiders, you guys are still going to be chilling inside of the top 16. No issues in that regard. Second page is where the real concern starts. If you're anywhere between 12th to the 16th spot, your spot can be easily compromised by the upcoming team, and we saw how fragile the second page and the third page is.
Absolutely. I mean, 10 points shy is the difference between the 16th position holder, that's Hydra Officials, with 182 points. And then following them is going to be Big Brothers on the 17th position. Same is the case for OR Esports as well, where both Big Brothers as well as OR Officials sitting on 172 points. So 10 points shy is their position down south of the 16th position now. Being in the top 16, we keep on mentioning again and again. Why is that the case? Well, only 16 teams, the top 16 in the overall ranking, are going to qualify for the LAN finale. But before we talk about the LAN finale, right now we're part of week 3. We still have week 4 for all of these teams to compete within. But as we've seen, again, if today the jump is not made, then the week 4 situation is not going to get any better for any of them.
Exactly. I mean, especially look at this. Team X Spark all the way on the 24th spot. Chemin Esports yesterday, they had a decent day. That's why they've propelled themselves all the way to the 23rd. But still, that's not going to be enough at all. You've still got some of the big teams like Team 8-Bit, Team Prince. You've got Gen X FM, Big Brother Esports, and OR Esports on the verge of making that comeback. And then teams like Team Godlike, they're currently in a really vulnerable spot, including Team Forever. So anything can happen on the third and the second page. Nothing can be speculated for now, especially Team Prince. They've been out of form for a while, but I'm pretty sure all they need is that one single kickstart game, and as soon as they get the momentum rolling, everything's going to be down south for all the other teams in the lobby. You've got the last page in front of us, and today's day is going to be all about these teams in front of you.
Absolutely. This is their day to shine and, of course, showcase the best possible result that they possibly can, because sitting on the 25th all the way down to the 32nd position, these teams, they have a big opportunity up their sleeve today. But again, I mean, we've got some big names. Vince God Esport, TWM Gaming, Skulls Esports. These are teams that have played really well in the past. It's just, can they do so today? And that too, consistently. That is going to be key from them. I mean, Team Zero, talking about a team like Team Zero that have gotten 2 chicken dinners for themselves. Outobots Esports, another team that has gotten 2 chicken dinners for themselves, sitting on 25th and 26th position. There's still a lot of expectation from the side of both of these teams. In fact, Team Zero yesterday got 26 points off the 3 games that they played, compared to Autobots Esports walking away with only 9 points. So there's still a huge undertaking that if they played their cards right, they can very well propel themselves. But as you mentioned, right, all of these teams on the final page, FS Esports, Skulls, TWM, Vingod, Middle, they all need to do something out of the extraordinary. That is how they can get into a comfortable position by the end of the day.
Exactly, but you still got teams like Gen X FM and OR Esports in contention, and you know what they're capable of as well. And OR Esports is one of those teams that's not going to fall short that way. There's no way. OR Esports will definitely try to go for that 16th or at least the 12th spot. That's how good of that's how good of a team OR Esports is, and I'm just waiting for that team to sort of make a comeback in the overall standings. So far, OR Esports, it just feels like they're having a little bit of troubles here and there, making the communication right, the team synergy right. But once they do get all those things in the way, I'm pretty sure every other team's going to have massive struggle. The same thing can be said for Big Brother Esports. It's a pack a new player, but the amount of time they've played inside of the pro circuit, they've gained a lot of experience, I'm not going to lie. Inside of the official tournaments, Big Brother Esports made a massive remark, and now even inside over here, they're definitely showcasing some signs of success. Yeah, sometimes the consistency is dwindling down a little bit, but I'm pretty sure if you give them a little bit more time as well, they're probably going to make something happen. Today's the last day of the week 3. Week 4 is going to be the last week of the challenge season. The pressure is definitely surmounting on a lot of these teams, but only the best of them can actually make sure that the pressure is not going to be on them. Resetting your mindset has to be the main key thing, especially the teams on the last page. They need to do that as well.
Oh, most definitely. And again, I mean, as you were mentioning, Big Brother is another team that I do want to bring up into the crosshairs, as well as one that has been doing really good. TTE, we saw yesterday. I mean, they're sitting in the top 16, top 12 positions. Same is the case for Gujarat Tigers as well. Now, both of those teams, the way that they've been able to rack up those numbers for themselves and get their place secured in the top 12, top 16 position is a really commendable approach. And today, I really would love to see how big of a jump, how high are they going to be able to propel themselves from that 10th and 11th position that they're on right now? Because high hopes from their side is going to be out there. And in all of this, Carnival Gaming, the consistency being key for them. Getting a chicken dinner from them yesterday was just a cherry on top with all of that abysmal play that they've showcased till now.
Carnival Gaming, I've mentioned this over and over again. Omega himself, the ideal of that team, he believes that best defense is best offense, and that's how Carnival Gaming likes to play. They like to play really defensive. They do not really go that offensive against any other team, unless if someone else is not leaving them any other choice, and that's the only time you would see that team aggress on to someone else. You rarely see a team like Carnival Gaming going for the fights inside of the game. Usually they just try to contest a good centric spot. They would just sit down over there, wait for the circle to close in onto them, and once that happens, Carnival Gaming will just start dominating the final circle, because they're just playing so defensive. They have all the 4 players alive in the late game scenario, and that's the big advantage Carnival Gaming can live with. But as we've got the schedule in front of us, we're going to kick things off with Group C and D. And of course, as usual, it's going to be the classic map of Erangel, Group C and D. That means we've got some of the big names inside of this. We've got teams like Revenue Esports, Reckoning Esports, Team Forever, Alibaba Raiders, and even Team Soul. And it's not a Group B. You've got OR Esports, Team Together Esports, Entity Gaming, 8-Bit, and we've also got Team Print. Let's see what type of a comeback we're going to be able to see some of the teams that are not able to play that well.
Absolutely, as you perfectly mentioned, mate. I mean, starting off from Group C and D today. This is going to be quite an uphill battle right here for Group C and D, as we've got some big names in here, and one of those that you already mentioned that is going to be able to showcase a really good performance. I mean, Team Together, we already spoke about. Team Zero, we already spoke about. OR Esports, a team that is sitting on the 17th position, 10 points shy of the 16th position, are going to be playing the first 3 games. OR Esports, that would mean that they need to really up their game in all the 3 games if they want to be able to propel first things first in the top 16. In fact, I would say the top 12 itself, because once they're done with those 3 games, the other groups are going to jump in along. And that means if OR does not qualify in the top 10, top 12 position, they can very well be propelled down. Being in the top 16 for the first 3 games, being at the bottom of the top 16 in the latter 3 is not something that OR would want. But with that,
exactly.
The game starting off, Nikram.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The first game of the day, as the Plain Flat Path starts all the way from Primorsk towards the opposite side, which is going to be Multipower. Now, this Plain Flat Path is completely dedicated to the southern side. We're probably going to be seeing a couple of drop collisions in the pit stops, and I'm super excited to see where the drop collisions are going to be. I want to see some of the big teams just go for the battle off the bat.
Absolutely. That is what I would love to see as well. Right now, it is going to be a slowpoke affair, perhaps. In fact, I mean, we were talking about this before the game started off as well. That when it comes to today, I mean, we are expecting quite a quick, swift day from these teams, because today is the last day of the week. A few of them who have qualified, who are looking real good in the top 16, are going to be just trying to jump into each and every opportunity to get some finish points for themselves, or bring in some absolutely crazy plays, perhaps. But at the same point in time, there are those names like we spoke about OR Esports, like we spoke about Gen X FM, that are going to try their level best to get decent number of points, but also, I mean, they're going to have to play it a little safe. They cannot be guns blazing through the entirety of the lobby, because their position as of now is not looking too good. Now, talking about a few names that I do want to pick out right here. Well, first things first, as I mentioned, Gen X FM, they are sitting on the 19th position with 170 points. They've got a tough situation up their sleeve. Team Zero sitting on that 25th position are going to have to start racking up those numbers right here, right now itself. But also, with that, they're going to have to be real safe as to what fights do they choose to be a part of.
Exactly. I mean, especially you've got Entity Gaming towards Pachinki. That's where they like to go. Then you've also got 8-Bit towards the side of Primorse. We've also got Team Zero towards the side of Corey, as usual. Team Together Esports dropping in a little bit of an isolated spot. Look at Genix FM towards Kamishkin Stalber side. It's not a spot that you see these guys drop onto that often. But once again, because the plane flat path, they just had no other option than to go over there. And considering I thought the plane flat path started all the way from Primorse to Milta Power, that was not actually the case. The plane flat path was also tilted a little bit towards the northern side. So I guess we're not going to be seeing a lot of these drop collisions.
As of now, that does not seem to be the case. Another thing I would love to be able to see is the map itself, as this is just the first few minutes of the game. Apart from Revenant and FS, what other team that find themselves in close contestation against each other? Talking about Revenant from yesterday, Sensei got dropped to real quick and swift in the map of Erangel right there, as he made that drop in, was trying to get into his vehicle. Sadly, did not work out. In fact, even at the end of the day, the interview that we were part of, Sensei's name was brought up. And how there's expectation from the other team's members as well for a really good performance coming in from the side of Sensei. Though that was not the case. Hopefully today is going to be that overwhelming day that we anticipate coming in from the side of Revenant and their squad. Team sitting on the 6th position as the day starts off with 213 points. Yesterday walking away with 29 points was definitely a GG day for Revenant Esports. But in all of this, along with Revenant, Reckoning is another name that we should bring up actually, because they are not yet part of the top 16. In fact, they're not even close to the top 16. Yesterday, they walked away with 37 points, but they're sitting on the 23rd position. That is a team that is going to be jumping into this entire play as well.
I mean, Revenant Esports is one of those teams that is known for the consistency. And that's what they're keeping up. This lineup of Revenant Esports, it's got a good balance of firepower and also tactical nature. Sensei being the IGL brings in that tactical aura. Then you've got a man like Fierce and Equinox. These two men, they pack a lot of punch. And then you've got one of the best supports inside Indian region, which is Blaze. So it's got a good mixture of tactical and also the firepower. It's up to the IGL, which is Sensei, when he wants to utilize what. And recently, we've not been seeing Revenant Esports utilizing that firepower that much. They're not just going straight up head-on into a fight. Instead, even they're trying to showcase a good mixture of both. A defensive and an aggressive playstyle, which I'm respecting, of course. It's pretty nice to see both of them being mixed up. And Revenant Esports, they realize what their strength is, and they're just trying to play around that.
Absolutely. Now for the likes of Revenant, slow and steady shall win the race has been their approach through and through. Apart from day number 5, Revenant Esports have had real good days through and through. The lowest that they were able to score was on day 5 itself, which was only amounting to 3 points the entirety of the day in the challenge season. Apart from that, they have had a really good run thus far. As I mentioned yesterday, walking away with 29 points was a commendable approach coming in from the side of this team. So they are looking pretty secure when it comes to the LAN finale and their position in the LAN finale itself.
Exactly.
I
mean, we've got the map feed in front of us, and look at Team Prince. As usual, they like to drop towards farm. And once again, Wind God is quite inside of the shelter area. There's no one really around these teams, so at least for now, they're going to be super safe. No issues in that regard. They're going to be really safe. But then you've got teams like IQ Seoul. Once again, as we mentioned yesterday as well, at this point, those teams have got nothing to lose. And they're probably going to try to just straight up press up on you. And that's what Seoul was doing as well. We saw those players take an individual fight. And I love to see that. I love to see an aggressive approach, especially Seoul knows that now it's time to have fun because you've already got a slot inside of the finals. You don't need to try hard that much. And Seoul is just here to get a lot of points and warm their hands up.
Yeah, they've secured that position for themselves. There's no worries at all for them. If at all anything, what they need to be worried about, what all different strats are they going to be able to try and apply right here? Because they can very well play it like a skirmish right now between all of these teams and individual games that they've been allotted. Of course, today they're going to be part of the first 3 games. Team IQ Soul. With a 2-man split once again. In fact, never mind the 2-man split, because yesterday we saw the way IQ Soul played yesterday's games. I mean, they did not want to back down from any fight whatsoever. In fact, they took on multiple fronts and multiple teams at a single fight itself. That clearly showcases the kind of mindset that Team Soul's players are wanting to head into the lobby with. Like you had mentioned yesterday as well, there are quite a lot of these kind of mindset teams that are just trying to bait the other players to make the mistakes, and at the same point in time, all they are doing is warming up for week 4 and more so for the LAN finale. But again,
you also see the airdrop on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's right in between the 2 islands. Once again, no one's probably going to be going for it, of course. Looks a little bit too risky, I'm not going to lie. Team Forever, even they're moving in towards the farm side. Luckily enough for Team Prince, they've got the smack center hold down. So once again, no issues are going to be over there. Revenue Esports, they do not even need to leave that Milta area. So they're going to be stacked up to the brim when it comes to the loot. Talk about Entity Gaming, though. They need to be a little bit more quick on the feet, considering they like to play passive. Then you can also say the same thing for a team like IQ Soul. IQ Soul, that team will try to play around the edges, considering they like to play a little bit aggressive. So they're probably going to be a hunting squad inside of the game. I want to see what an approach we're going to see from a team like Genix FM, because that team's not doing too hot in the overall standings. They need a lot of points, but at the same time, they can't easily make it inside of the top 15 as well. The consistency and passive play style has to be the way to go. Survival instincts, they need to kick in.
Oh, that's quintessential, absolutely. There's no two ways about it. And with that, we've got some sprays taking place right here from the side of none other than Team Zero itself. A long-fledged spray coming in from Daksh right here with the 4X. He was able to take on some lead against the vehicle. But that was all that was possible right there. It was quite an extensive spray, and if I'm not wrong, it was on the players of 8-bit. Nevertheless, for now, as we move ahead from Team Zero towards another team that's keeping their crosshairs is going to be Team Prince, as they have somehow gotten their crosshairs and figured out the information against Revenant, I believe it was. So an interesting play being made right here where teams have gotten information, but they're not retaining the information. I mean, the trigger discipline has kind of just fallen back out of this lobby altogether, because the teams, they spot out the opponents and they want to mow them down. They want to bring down their opponents compared to how they were playing yesterday and the day before, where it was a lot of trigger discipline comparatively that we were part of when it came to those individual fights.
OR Esports and Genix FM right next to each other. Next circle shift's going to be on the way too. Wingard Esports still in quite a solid spot towards shelter. They do not need to move a muscle. Genix FM, even they've got a decent amount of spot towards the off-centric side, a little bit tilted on the northern side. Prison is going to be a hot spot at this point, especially the little hills that surround Prison. That's definitely going to be a hot spot. This entire playing area is going to be really awkward for a lot of these teams. The adjustment has to be quick on the fly. While you see a team like Team Soul, they just do not really care about anything. They're here to get the fights. They're catching a lot of teams making that rotation. Alibaba Raiders could have been the one to get caught as well. Roman OG making that rotation, might get knocked out, and that's what exactly happens. What a beautiful spray that was from Ronnie as well in the back, but Knuckle catches him on the bridge lines. And Alibaba Raiders, they lose out on one of their key players inside of the game. Even Alibaba Raiders is one of those teams that is looking really comfortable in the overall standing. So even if they do lose out on that one single player, it's really not going to matter a lot. It's not going to be that big of a sting for the players of Alibaba Raiders. But still, it was a big, crucial man that should not have been taken down in the first place.
Absolutely. Should not have been taken down, that's for sure. But again, that's what the players of IQ Seoul are known for. They're able to spot out, scope out the players, their opponents, and they don't wait for nobody. That's exactly what we see coming in from the side of IQ Seoul, as they were stuck on towards the Rozhok area. Now as the zone has moved away, they're going to be jumping in and making their presence felt at Yasnaya. And interestingly enough, as they make their entry onto Yasnaya from up north, we've got another team that's going to be in their close proximity and vicinity, and I believe that's going to be the players of Alibaba. Oh, never mind Alibaba, because Team Zero have caught on to the players of RGE, and those shots from the DBS are just hitting onto their targets one by one. AR's players are going down. Alibaba, along with, of course, RGE
God.
right now in trouble.
Oh, and what? Side OP with only a sliver of HP, he still managed to clutch it all. Takes down 2 players of Reckoning Esports all by himself. And that's DBS at its finest for you, ladies and gentlemen. One single shot from DBS is going to seal the deal. And Side OP, he placed that to perfection around the rock. It jiggles around the rock perfectly. Nicely done. Good mechanics being used from the side of Side OP. That's what we like to see. Team Zero. Finally, some signs of improvement inside of the performance as well. This team's definitely got a lot of firepower. But the only issue Team Zero has had so far is the team play and the positioning they get inside of the circle. Sometimes it's quite shaky. Maybe they just need to improve on that. And I guess the firepower is going to be on the point as well. No issues in that regard. But then still taking down a big name like Reckoning Esports is quite a big meltdown inside of the lobby.
Absolutely, and that's a good meltdown as well, is what I'm going to say, because Team Zero sitting on the 25th position as the day started off, whereas Reckoning were on 23rd. Now, not allowing Reckoning Esports with even a single point and getting them eliminated will definitely propel Team Zero to a closer position in towards the top 16, but again, that is a big climb for now, as Team Zero have 4 finish points accumulated from the fight that they were part of. 4 finish points with all the 4 players still retained in the lobby is definitely a good outing for the side of this team.
Yeah. I mean, you can pretty much say it was a flawless squad wipe.
It was. But the interesting play in all of that was that Reckoning Esports, they were absolutely unaware of what exactly went down against them.
I mean, Side OP was able to catch one man. I would say that was just overextension at its finest. Or maybe you can say over-aggression at its finest. Reckoning Esports, they were just really desperate to get that elimination point secured. They knew Side can be a big thorn in the way for this squad wipe. But they still just pushed onto him one after one. And that's why they had to face the brunt. And they got eliminated just like that. Look at Alibaba Raiders. They were being chased down by the players of Team Seoul. And now Team Seoul's on a move too. They do realize Alibaba Raiders not going to be that easy piece of a cake. So it's better to just leave them in the back and maybe focus on the game in the future. But still, Team Seoul, they're not doing so. Instead, they're just going to be stopping at the warehouse, waiting for the players of Alibaba Raiders to take an exit from the city, which I completely respect. On the hit list are the players of Alibaba Raiders, but Team Seoul, at this point in time, their hands are quite tingly. They just want to take a lot of fights. So at least for now, they're going to leave the players of Alibaba Raiders in the back, and they're probably going to try to focus on some of their team because FS Esports is right in the front.
And the way the zone itself has taken a curveball shift right here is absolutely incredible. You were talking about Alibaba Raiders as well as IQ Seoul. Both of these teams made that rotation from the northern side of Yasnaya, came down south towards Lipoka itself on the western flanks. And that's exactly where the zone itself has constricted itself. Thus allowing Alibaba Raiders to be pretty much in the center of that area. But again, we are left with 15 teams. I mean, 57 players in total. Apart from Reckoning, all the other teams are still here. With decent number of players from their side. So this is going to get tricky. And right here, talking about tricky, it is going to be Entity getting in close knit affair. But before that fight starts brewing, we've got Alibaba Raiders, the two-man army, against the four-man squad of Vinscott. They've been able to create an opening, and another nade to perfection being played right here from Duke. It is going to be annihilation for the numbers of Vingod, as Vingod are down to just a sliver of man.
I mean, already the situation's boiled down to a 2v2. And even OR Esports, now they want a little bit of piece of this pie. A third party on the way, OR Esports. They're looking high on adrenaline. Let's see what they can do. Their veins are probably pumping through. They want to get their hands bloody as well inside of the battlegrounds. They're tossing in quite a lot of utilities. But eventually, they do realize overextension inside any type of a circumstance is not a good way to go. And they're instantly going to try to back away from that one. WindGod Esports, at least for now, it's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief, but still, they've taken a lot of damage. It's only 2 players up in life. OR Esports instantly shifting their focus on the players of Alibaba Raiders, but even they've moved back a little bit. OR Esports, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but they're trying to take fights against 2 teams at the same time, which can be quite detrimental later on. So you might as well try to just keep yourself a little bit more anonymous and just stay quiet, stay put. WindGod Esports' position's compromised. With only these 2 players, it's going to be next to impossible to hold down an entire squad of OR Esports, but you might as well try.
And try, they definitely will, because again, we spoke about this in the pre-game segment. For OR Esports, they need to jump up from that 17th position, and that's exactly what they're trying their level best for. All the utility that they've been able to bring up against the players of Vingod has resulted in absolutely nothing as of yet. They've still got 0 finish points, OR Esports. And the utilities numbers, they are slowly but surely trickling down. In all of this, commendable approach coming in from AR as well, because they just fell back and whoa, perfect nade right there from Pro. It seems that all the nade parades have finally helped him out a tad bit, as he's been able to bring down the number of Vingod to just 1-man squad.
A good clearance with the utility, slowly and steadily trying to clear all the angles. They've tossed out so many Molotovs, now they should exactly know where the last man is too. And OR Esports somewhere down line, they know the last man is in that room as well. Just trying to bob and weave, jiggle around the corner, pushing in straight up. It's not going to be the way to go. One after one, because the doorway's not going to allow you to push up twice a single time, but it's still not going to matter. Admino, he goes in all by himself like a one-man army and shuts down the last man and eats him alive. OR Esports, they shut down the entirety of WindGod Esports because they had the man advantage in that fight too. But as I mentioned, pushing in one after one was not a good idea anyways. But still, Admino was like, I don't really care. Gujarat Tigers too. Yeah, I mean, even Team Prince now is starting to take a lot of damage. 8-bit against the players of Team Prince. Even Prince is catching a lot of damage.
Team Prince and 8-bit, both of them, they need to get into the zone right now. And at the edge of the zone as they find themselves towards the southeastern side, this is going to be tricky because as of now, the players of 8-bit, they've been able to spot down the players of GT. As Prince go down, now Gamla Boy is going to be in the crosshairs of Ronak with a Scarlet and a 4x in his hand. He has been able to spot him. But again, trigger discipline being showcased right here from 8-bit Ronak. A really good decision right there. Does not want to overextend unnecessarily because he knows that he's at the edge of the zone. And as he moves up front with the zone that will walk away from him in another 45 seconds. This is not going to be the opening that Ronak was expecting, because all the players of Entity, right as soon as he starts spraying down, have moved into the perfect angles as well. So the cover for Comrade is going to be there.
Even the last man from Team Prince gets caught on the investigation. And now you've got Team Forever taking a fight against Team Zero. Damage is being dealt equally in both the sides. But Team Zero, they've just got a better advantage. They've got a better angle. Yeah, it's understandable that they're also the center of attraction inside of this situation. Considering they've utilized so many smoke, everyone just wants to spam inside of that smoke and hope that they can find at least one single knockout. But Team Zero, they've got no other option than to just stay put over there. Genix FM, they take a fight against the players of IQ Small Soul, and they also deal a lot of damage against him. All the 4 players from Genix FM are still up and alive, and everything's looking quite good in the hood. Skillful spots out the last man of Soul. Knuckles behind the tree. Confirmations going away on both the sides, and Knuckle now, he definitely does have the intel to work around with, but can he make this clutch happen? And the answer is going to be no. He gets surrounded from both the angles.
Well, the trouble brewing for Gen XFM is still not yet done because they've been able to bring down the players of Seoul, but right behind them is going to be the players of TTE as well. In the team in yellow is going to be TTE, but never mind that. A third party and annihilation coming in from the side of Team Zero as they spray them down, and TTE, they have taken a very hard exit right here from this lobby. Down left we have with 37 players, but Dark Lord along with his teammates, they're going to be stuck in the shack as of now. Now, when it comes to the zone itself, it's about 180, 200 meters away from Team Zero, and so many of the teams in the vicinity.
Oh my god. Slaughter, this is incredible. Insidious is actually utilizing an AMR, and he can shoot people through walls with that weapon. That is crazy. AMR has the wall penetration ability, and considering there's a lot of shack inside of this final circle, he can just go for the spam on the walls. And he can probably try to find some tags as well. Let's see. I mean, Team iFlix definitely coming up with some different strategies on the board. And that one can definitely work out as well. Even Revenue Esports, they find themselves in a bit of a fight against the players of OR. One more man knocked out. Robin can be the second one to go as Ball is out in the open. Hands are busy, but Equinox misses the opportunity. Utilities being traded from both the sides, and even Admino now starting to close in, but this nade's going to catch a lot of damage. And it actually deals a lot of damage as well. Pro's got his hands on the nade too. Utilities exchange from both the sides, but Equinox is going to be completely fine. Instead, the nade finds the opening, but Dark Lord instantly catches the man slip by. Revenue Esports, this can be a really bad jump taken by Equinox. And this is what happens. Over-aggression and overextension at its finest. Equinox should not have went for the fight all by himself, but instead he did so. The overextension cost him his life.
It absolutely did, but it's not yet done. As we move on ahead from one fight to the next, it's going to be Team iFlix, who with just one slip... Well, never mind. It was looking like a really good cooked nade, but Atanki had some other plans in his eye. It's just a sliver of HP. He's going to be mowing down the players of iFlix, and iFlix, they're not going to be standing up tall for long. Sadly for Atanki as well. He gets third-partied from the players of Revenant Fierce. Now, FS, they are in a bit of a hard luck right here on the western flank of the zone. But they've moved in towards the edge, but the numbers, it's not doing justice to them.
FS Esports, they wanted to save that one single man, Atanki, but while they try to do so, they also lost out another man. That's what happens. You try to save one, you lose on the second one. The only time you should actually go for the resurrection is when you know the man's completely safe. And over there, the smoke was the only one blocking the vision, but it cannot block the bullets. Team 8-Bit still going for a spam inside of the smoke, hoping to find at least some connections. Revenue Esports, they've lost out on 2 players, and both of them are still just crawling for help. Fierce is the only man who's a little bit far away. At this point, Resurrection's going to be next to impossible. Blaze is going to be spotted out, so that's an easy collection. And 8-Bit, they're able to rack up some elimination points here and there. FS Esports, even they're on the verge of getting eliminated. For Entity Gaming, these are going to be some free points. And even they've got their arms open. They're welcoming any type of free points that they can lay their hands on. FS Esports on the verge of getting eliminated. But also, they can't stop this elimination happening too. If there is a successful resurrection, well, Entity Gaming, they've got a solid cover to play with inside the containers. And they're the only one who's controlling the majority of the circle too.
Absolutely. They're the only ones who are in the zone itself. Behind them, onto the ridges, onto the edge of that, what is going to be 8-Bits players. And 8-Bits, their players, they've been held on to that ridge for a long, long time. But again, as you perfectly mentioned, when it comes to the zone, that is an entity's favor. Though at the same time, it seems like Team Forever are going to be making a flank. They're going to be making a move to get into the zone. But before they're going to be allowed to do so, they're going to be sprayed on down and left with just one single player. It all boils down to how Entity and Team 8-Bit are going to be playing this fight. OR's Admino, one final player remaining. A perfect nade cooked from Madman. Is this going to do justice? Is This is going to bring down, well, never mind. It's Entity who get the better half of that fight, as Troy is going to be eliminating the name of OR from this lobby. 4 teams remain, and now Entity swing along to get their attention focused on towards the players of 8-Bit. But from behind, FS have been able to revive their players. They're only a 2-man squad. They're going to be away from the zone, but now they've got no cover whatsoever. It's all in right there. Troy, he overextended, but thankfully he's been able to get into cover right behind the vehicle right now. Now Entity is going to be sandwiched. From one side it's FS, from the other it's going to be 8-Bit.
Yeah, there's not that good of a position. Entity wiped out as well. A team that was controlling the majority of the circle too. A team that was dictating the pace of the game. They've been eliminated. Meanwhile, even Team iFlix, they're trying to move inside of the circle slowly and steadily. You can see them creeping and crawling their way in. 8-Bit's going to be the only bigger threat over here for teams like FS Esports and iFlix. Maverick, the only man surviving from the side of iFlix. I want to see what the game plan's going to be looking like over here. Insidious as well as in the back lines. Maverick, though, he needs to be like the future insurance. He needs to make it inside of the circle. FS Esports slowly and steadily just crawling in. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on between 8-Bit and iFlix. And I like the fact that FS Esports is taking advantage of this distraction that's being caused by the players of iFlix. 8-Bit, even they need to make it inside the circle, but crossing the open road's going to be even more tougher. And Madman's already done so. Now it's time for Ronan to cross on over. Maybe FS Esports can find that clean opening on the Mighty, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, iFlix, they've decided to take a couple of more shots. Now the wall of death is going to start to close in. FS Esports, they're catching a lot of hurt. Secrets gets knocked out, and even Aru is about to get taken down by the blue, but instead he still somehow managed to squeeze inside of the safe zone.
Oh, this is looking absolutely incredible for the players of 8-Bit, because Madman and Mighty, they've got the control of the zone as well as the position that they're in. With that, one final Molotov is all that remains in favor of Mighty from 8-Bit. And like that, it's the end. What a perfect play right there for 8-Bit and their entire lineup, because this team, they were eyeing out for that incredible chicken dinner, and that's exactly what they've been able to accumulate. 11, 12 finishes, I believe, or maybe even 13 coming in for 8-Bit along with the chicken dinner is going to definitely propel them into the top 16. They were sitting on the 21st position. But with this game turning into a chicken dinner, this is going to be a huge win for 8-Bit right now. But again, they've still got 2 more games remaining. They need to solidify themselves in the top 16. But this is a 100% good start from them. As soon as they got on to that ridge, they got on to real quick, but then they held on to that ridge for a long time. They saw Entity. I mean, we had that clear chance where Madmen along with Mighty, they had a clear opening on Entity's players, but 8-Bit, they held on strong, and when it mattered the most, they jumped into the area and just completely annihilated Entity and got an incredible conversion with, of course, a beautiful chicken dinner.
Exactly. It was a magnificent game from the side of 8-Bit. And once again, unfortunately for the players of Entity, though, they were quite sandwiched. So they were just not really able to come out on top. Those containers that they were holding, it had 2 holes, even in the front, even in the back lines. And that's where they sort of got pressure down from both the sides. And it was a big sandwich situation for the side of Entity Gaming. That's why nothing really could be done in that scenario. But still, I would say it's a consistent finish from the side of Entity Gaming. And they're still somewhere in the top 3. So no matter what type of performance they get, they're pretty much going to be qualifying inside of the finals, so it's all okay for them. Team Soul, they were trying to take a lot of fights too. Unfortunately, they got eliminated by the team Genix FM, if I'm not wrong, and even Team Soul getting taken down like that. It was a big threat from the lobby, just eliminated. As soon as you see a team like Soul get eliminated from the lobby, it has to be a big sigh of relief for all the other team, because if that team's going to be staying alive till the end, they're probably going to go for some maverick fights, which is understandable, because Team Soul, at this point, they're just trying to warm up for the finals, I guess.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's what we're looking at again and again, time and time again from the side of IQ Soul, and the way that they're utilizing those fights and jumping into the opportunities where all they care about is creating mayhem and converting it into finish points for themselves. If it gets some good placement points, well and good. If not, that's okay for them as well, as what we've seen as of now, which is working wonders for the side of IQ Soul. But at the same time, where it mattered the most, it is none other than, of course, 8-Bit, as we clearly saw them jump into the action and get a perfect chicken dinner. Now the biggest trouble is how big of a leap are they going to be able to make from the 21st position, where the 166 points is what they started the day off with. But we'll come back to that, because right now it's the highlights on our stream, and this is where you have IQ Soul and that perfect spray coming in from Ronnie, and I late the team.
Now, once again, you asked how big of a leap it's going to be in the overall standings by 8-Bit, right? And I think so. They've probably made it inside of the top 16. It has to be, because they had 166 points, and they also had 12 or 13 eliminations in that previous game. So 8-Bit, they've got a lot of points to back themselves up, and with that entire massive game that they got in the previous one, without a doubt. But these highlights, even these are quite weird. A lot of fights were happening in the open grounds, and this is how Team Soul as well got eliminated. Last man was left over in the name of Knuckle, but Gen X FM, they played that perfectly. They had a 2-2 split, while Knuckle was distracted on the rest two players. The two players in the back lines got taken down easily. So once again, Team Soul, not that good of a performance in the previous one, but once again, they just do not really care. FS Esports, you got to give it to them. FS Esports, they do realize the depth of the situation, and they wanted to play consistently as well, and they've managed to squeeze themselves in the top 2, and I would say that's quite a good start.
In fact, another team to bring up is going to be Team iFlick. I mean, the way that they were able to hold on strong the final 2 players and get themselves in the top 3 is definitely going to be skyrocketing and propelling them from that 20th position as well, and closer to the top 16. So definitely a good game, good start to the day right here for quite a lot of these teams that were not in the top 16 arena, so to say. So it all boils down to now, where are they going to be sitting at? How close have they gotten? How many points have been racked up by these teams? What team I do feel bad for is going to be Reckoning Esports, as they tried, but again, the position that they were in, it just did not favor them.
I mean, for Reckoning Esports, it's a whole nother story. Once again, the inconsistency continues. They started the day off with 23rd position in the overall standings, and the issue has been that Reckoning Esports, they come up with one solid game, and then after that, the performance just comes crashing down, and that's what's happening once again. They had the momentum yesterday as well, but then yesterday we did not really see that consistency carry on forward. So that's a big issue for Reckoning Esports, and they need to find a solution to that issue. But as we do see the MVP from the previous game, it's going to be Madman with 6 elimination points and 50% finish contribution. As I mentioned, 8-Bit, they had 12 elimination points and had 15 points chicken dinner. They had a solid game in their hands.
They most certainly did, and that means that when it comes to Madman and his finish contribution, being at 50%, the teammates have been able to accumulate and rack up quite a big number as well. That's amounting to about 12 finishes in total along with the chicken dinner. So definitely a kudos play being showcased right here from the side of 8-Bit, with 15 points coming in from the chicken dinner and 13 points with the finish point. This has been a good start to the day for them. Now, all they need to do is rack up the exact same number all over again in the second game that they're going to be playing. But moving away from that towards the stars of the match, well, we've got Team Zero's Shadow right here being the best companion, and rightfully so, because he has 3 rescues along with an assist right there for his team.
I mean, especially Madman, right? He had a Madman performance, but then you see one man from Team Zero, Shadow 7, a team that's not doing too good in the overall standings, and then you see a man like Shadow 7 just coming up with best companion. I guess Team Zero, as I mentioned, they're definitely showcasing some signs of improvement. We've seen Team Zero pull off some incredible performances in the past, but the problem has been consistency for a majority of these teams. Every single team inside of the competition, they're some of the best teams that the Indian region has to offer, but it's all about performing when it matters the most, and some teams are just not able to perform when it matters the most, and that's why they're currently at the bottom page in the overall standings. You've got the match rankings though. Team 8-Bit with 27 points, FS Esports with quite a good performance as well with 16 points, Entity Gaming, once again the consistency continues, but then you see Team Zero. They only managed to get 1 placement point, but 11 finish points, and that's going to give them 12 points in total. That's incredible.
Absolutely, and then coming in close to their position on the 5th is going to be iFlex right there with 10 placement points and only a single finish point. Though it doesn't matter how you get those points, what matters is you're able to rack up those numbers, and that's where iFlex walk away with 11 points. And then is OR Esports with 4 finishes and 6 placement points. A decent outing for them. Definitely could have been better. Nothing taken away from that, but that consistency being showcased from their side, I just hope it does not leave OR Esports in the dust, because the kind of consistency that they bring it in is only 10-12 numbers. per game, which is easily being overburdened by the other teams that are really racking up those points, like Team Zero that we just saw. 11 finishes. Had they gotten a few more placement points, had they made that rotation a bit quicker and earlier, again, a really good climb is what we could have anticipated from them as well.
Exactly. I mean, talk about climb, as I mentioned, 8-Bit, they've got a massive climb now for this game. And it's going to be a big red zone for all the other teams that were in the top 16, because they've got another challenger approaching them. OR Esports, Big Brother Esports, yes, they were already there, but now you've also got 8-Bit inside of the run. It's going to be even more tougher. And that's why I always keep on mentioning this. Week 3 was going to be really important, and it still is. You've still got 2 more games to make something happen, especially if you're inside of Group C and D. And if you're not able to make a lot happen, especially teams like Team Zero who are not having that good of a performance, well, then you might as well bid adieu to the finals. For now, we've got the overall standings. We'll be able to find that out if 8-Bit has made it inside of the top 16 or not. The first page is still the same. Nothing really changed.
Absolutely. We're still looking at the same numbers. I mean, Alibaba Raiders right there on the 8th position without a chicken dinner with 211 points are looking A-OK as of now. They have been on that 8th position previously as well. So that's going to be a GG play for them. As far as the others are concerned, of course, we had Chemin Esports not playing this game. Thus, they've been jumped back down, and Entity have taken on that lead, sitting on a really good part of the zone when it comes to this previous Erangel game. But as we move on ahead towards the second page, now that is where a lot of heads are probably going to be turning, second and the third page, because a big climb and jump ups has been expected, and that is what these teams have delivered as well. So let's quickly move on ahead and find out where are the teams on the second page are going to be.
Oh my god, 12th spot.
Beautiful turn of events for 8-Bit right there. And what a jump. I mean, talk about that. 21st is what they were at, and 12th is what they've been able to rack up on just one single game's performance.
I mean, he just reversed the numbers. He just put the 1 in front of 2. And now 8-Bit, they're on the 12th spot in the overall standings. That's a leap that I'm speaking of.
Damn.
And that was a magnificent game that the players of 8-Bit pulled off in the previous one. And as I mentioned, that's why it's so fragile on the second and the third page. The overall standings are something you just can never trust on. And now just imagine this. Godlike, they've been pushed all the way down to the 16th spot. Even Team Forever, they're on the verge of being eliminated from the top 16. Hell, why are we speaking about Team Forever? Even Global Esports, they're currently inside of that danger zone. Now we'll take a look at the third page of the overall standings and find out how exactly things are looking like. Even Big Brother Esports, they've been pushed down in the 21st spot. Genix FM, slow and steady moves on the board. iFlakes as well doing the same thing. Hydra officially has been kicked out of the top 16.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, the kind of performance that we saw right here from Team Zero with 1 placement point in 11 finishes or 10 finishes is definitely the reason why they've propelled themselves on the 24th position. They need to keep racking up those kind of numbers in the next 2 remaining games that are set up in store for them, if they are to get closer and closer towards the top 16. But at the same point of time, I mean, Reckoning Esports, a tough luck affair right there for the first game of the day has not gone in their favor, and a team that is sitting right underneath them right now is high on them. That's going to be Team Zero. But as we move on towards the final page, now as we move on with this final page, and especially the teams that have the number 25 matches played in front of them, we can clearly start to paint a picture where teams like WinGod, they're not looking good. They're not going to be able to climb up from that position that they're on. FS Esports is another one where it seems that with the 25 games that they played and only 2 more left in their hand for the day, it's looking like a very arduous climb and expectation from them to jump in. Even if they're able to get into the third page, well and good. But the top 16, yeah, that's far out.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, now top 16 is a little bit too far away for teams that are currently almost at the bottom 4. And that's clearly mentioned as well. Team Zero, because of that good previous game, they sort of still do have a chance in the upcoming 2 games. But I would say they need at least 1 chicken dinner in order to make that comeback in the top 16.
Absolutely.
Which sounds a little bit too much. Might just be too much. But as we've got the schedule, and the upcoming game is going to be the game in Miramar. Once again, Group C and D is going to be the one to play this game. As we know, inside Miramar, you need to be a little bit more tactical. And I'm pretty sure these teams are probably going to make that happen. My eyes are going to be sticked up. My eyes are going to be just stacked up on the side of Reckoning Esports. I want to see them do something even better in the overall standings, because as I mentioned, they always do get this one solid game, and then later on the consistency just flows away.
True that. That is definitely true, and that is something that hopefully they should be able to keep a very good close keen eye towards. That does not happen for them. But right now, with Group C and D, the expectation is going to be on the map of Miramar. Again, a slow poked affair because of the size of the map, but at the same time, the hunger for these boys, it's not dwindling down, that's for sure. But is the opportunity going to be there? Is the tough break that they need? And when it comes to Miramar, well, all I can say is let the best team get themselves ahead. We've still got the likes of Team IQ Seoul that are going to be part of this. OR Esports, they've been able to rack up those numbers, but will that be enough? 8-bit jumping on the 12th position. I hope they get a lot many more as they get in the top 8 position as well. But Miramar, where is this flight path going to be taking us? Starting off all the way from Ruins, we get this thing started from the northwestern side of this flight of this map, and actually it is going to be majorly focusing itself towards the western side of the map altogether itself. So
exactly,
a tough luck for quite a lot of these teams that we have seen love to go towards Torre Muda or even Camp Militar for that matter.
I mean, the plain flat path is stacked up on one side, and it's going to be a bit of an issue for a lot of these teams. Los Leones is a massive city, and I keep on mentioning this. 3 teams can loot inside of Los Leones without even needing to fight against each other. So Los Leones can definitely be a good spot to grab onto. But if you want to move on forward towards Puerto Paraíso, Impala, even El Azahar, it's going to be a long stretch. We might see a couple of battles or might see a couple of collisions happen inside of the pit stop, and I'm super down to see those. But I highly doubt, once again, Group C and D, they've fought against each other for a really long time. So I'm pretty sure they've patched out all the holes that were there in the initial pit stops. So now let's see how the upcoming game is going to be looking like. Revenue Esports moving in towards Los Leones. That's where they like to go. 8-bit, they've got the momentum rolling underneath their sleeves. I want to see how the conversion is going to be looking like in the game of Miramar. They're on the 12th spot in the overall standings, doing okay, but they still do not have the cushion.
They still do not have the cushion. And when you talk about the cushiony play, well, that definitely cannot be anticipated right here in SPS, because the teams are hungry, the teams are grinding, and they're bringing in some dominatory plays. And that is something that we're absolutely loving right here with the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And with that, quite a turn of events based on the zone itself, as the first zone for this stage is going to be keeping water treatment has ended the patrol towards the center, and not a lot of teams actually are going to be finding themselves into the zone. But Los Leones, it is a hard-hitting topic right here, where we've got the players of Revenant trying to take on some initial shots with Equinox and Micro in his hand. Along with Revenant, we've got 8-bit around the vicinity. We've got the players of TTE around in the vicinity of Los Leones. So a very big urban start right here on the map of Miramar for these teams.
Oh, Kyoya taking a lot of shots. The burst fire with the M16A4 is not going to be that good of a friend for you. And it's Reckoning Esports off the bat, engaging inside a fight. I'm not exactly sure how good of a fight this is going to be panning out for any of them. But Revenue Esports, on the opposite side, Revenue Esports, they've got nothing to lose. If they do lose out in this fight, it's really not going to be affecting them quite a lot in the overall standings. Everything's still going to be quite good. On the opposite side, for Reckoning Esports, everything's on the line. Even a slot for the top 16's on the line. Exactly. So Reckoning Esports, they're probably going to be the one to be under a lot of pressure inside this one. Blaze is the only man up close and personal. Utilities are dealing a lot of damage. Blaze is quite softened up as well. And now finally the push is going to be made as well. Hunter should be able to grab onto this elimination point. But Blaze managed to squeeze himself to the safer side instantly. But he instantly gets knocked out as well from the back lines. Nicely done. One man from the side of Revenue Esports falls prey. But there's also a massive push happening on top of Kyoya, and he needs to push himself on the safer grounds. But Equinox instantly catches him on the opposite side. Kyoya as well has been taken down. Look at the positioning inside of the fight as well. Reckoning Esports and even the players of Revenue Esports, they've got some good stances.
They've got some really good stances right there set up when it comes to this fight itself. And again, we talk about this. I mean, you got to be really aware of your surroundings. And that's what both of these teams have been really careful of. And looking at the positioning itself, I mean, coming in from Reckoning as well as Revenant. We've got Revenant's Equinox up on top with the UMP in his hand. And then on the other side, we've got Tommy in the players of Revenant Equinox. So a good cover being showcased by both of these teams, players being up on top of that mountain. Whereas down south, in the Valley of Hurt, both these teams, they're out for blood.
And this early inside of the game, you're going to be running low on the supplies as well.
True.
And that's why you see both of them being in such a bad position for now. Reckoning Esports looking forward to back away from this fight, while Revenant Esports, they're quite adamant in taking this one. Because as I mentioned, for Reckoning, they've got a lot to lose. They were almost on the verge of losing out on one more man, but Kyoya's going to be back up on his feet. Nicely done. Kyoya will be able to get the revive through. So he's going to be back up on his feet for now. But Revenant Esports, they're going to be quite jealous of this resurrection. And Reckoning, they've got a storm proven up in front of them. At least they've got their hands on the DBS, so that can be a lifesaver. Revenant Esports, they need to be a little bit more cautious inside of this approach. The opponents have DBS in their hands, and Reckoning Esports indeed can be a destructive force with that gun. And this is the fight that Reckoning Esports really needs in order to boost their confidence. And as soon as this happens, this opening's being found. Everything's going to be in the hands of Reckoning Esports. They get the man advantage, and now Revenant Esports, they're definitely going to be feeling the pressure.
Oh, the pressure surely going to be felt coming in from the side of Revenant and Reckoning Esports. They're the ones who are dominating the charge right now. From one after the other, they've got 3 finish points right here. And as they do, all the commotion has been heard from the third-party team of FS Esports being up on top of the mountain. Now, Reckoning Esports, I mean, yes, this was a really good start from their side. But how exactly are they planning on getting out of this tricky position that they find themselves in? Because look at the flank angle being created from FS Esports. Though, from FS, I'm only looking at 2 players. Where are the other 2, I wonder? It seems like a 2-man split coming in when it comes to the players of FS. So they do not want to overextend in this fight, or would they, Nekra?
Yeah. I mean, especially for FS Esports, they've got the supplies. They're not running low on loot. The ammunition is looking quite good. Yeah, meds on the side of Secret is not there exactly, but still, it's completely fine. The ammunition's going to be compensating for that. And he's also got a Mini 14, so that means they're not looking forward to push up close and personal. They're probably going to be taking the fights far away. Secret in the back lines, just waiting for someone to overstep. Reckoning Esports, they've got no clue that there's still a third party waiting around the horizon. And as soon as Reckoning Esports or even Revenant Esports, they step out of that cover, that's going to be it.
For Revenant, though, this is a sign of relief right there for Fierce and his teammates, of course. He's the last man surviving for Revenant, but now with the advent of FS jumping into this entire play, Reckoning are going to have to kind of slow down their pace. Thus, for Revenant Fierce, he still has a few more minutes, or maybe even a lot more. Who's to say how this is going to turn out? For FS, the 2-man split that has worked out for them. Hopefully, their teammates are going to be getting in close proximity to be a part of this fight. Because the 2-man split coming in from Reckoning is definitely going to be helping out, if at all, overextension is showcased from the side of FS Secret or Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Because one of those lads falls down, FS is not going to be able to provide a very quick revival.
And Blotter, once again, I've mentioned this over and over again. I'm not a big fan of stalemates.
Yeah, that's so true.
So much time.
True.
1,300 meters is so much time, though. And especially, you can utilize this time to loot up even better, position yourself inside of the circle even better. But you're wasting this time, and considering the circle's not on top of you, that's even a big sign of concern. Reckoning Esports now starting to get a little bit desperate inside of the fight. They want to make a push happen against the players that are left over, Revenant Esports. But Reckoning Esports, I guess they do realize the fact that this stalemate's not going to pan out that well. Fierce finds the opening, though, and that's really good news for Revenant. At least maybe Fierce can be the man to put a full stop to this fight. Maybe he can pull off an insane clutch, but that also sounds a little bit too much. DBS in the hands of Punk, and he's looking forward to just connect that one single shot. That can be the decider.
He's moving slow and steady. Reckoning Esports' players, they know what's at stake. But interesting trigger has been showcased from FS's players right there, as they allowed Punk to go out in the open and jump into this entire compound and building, and now Kyoya, along with Punk, they're going to slowly push on ahead to be able to bring down the final player right here from the side of Revenant. As Fierce, he is counting his stars right now. But in all of that, from outside, from far away, FS's Dinosaurs along with Secret have opened up the fray against the players of Reckoning Esports, where one of them has gone down. And Fierce, again, he's just holding on to this thought. He is just holding on to his dear life for as long as he possibly can. And that third party that has opened up in the name of FS Esports has definitely provided a sigh of relief. But in all of this, I mean, you have to give commend where it's a commendable approach coming in from Fierce. By all his lonesome, he's held on strong against all of these players, but not for long, because it seems like Punk's DBS is going to be doing the trick.
Oh my
But
God!
before he does, Fierce, he still has something to prove, but not before the Blues catch up to the hold of these teams, and that in turn is going to be the end and demise of Revenant Esports. So very good play from Fierce, being the final man surviving for Revenant. Though sadly, no finish points or placement points right there as they get eliminated on the 16th position. But now this is the hard-hitting fact. For FS, they are here. For Reckoning, eesh, tough trouble brewing right around their compound.
FS Esports, all the 4 players surrounding the players of Reckoning Esports. This fight was not worth it for the players of Reckoning Esports at all. They should have disengaged when they had the time. Even though they got 4 elimination points stacked up, but it's really not going to matter. This is going to be costing them the game. Even the blue zone stealing a lot of damage. Reckoning Esports, they do not have enough supplies to patch themselves up. And the blue zone's just going to keep on dealing a lot of damage on top of them. What can Reckoning Esports do other than being suffocated to death? They just can't do anything. They can't fight back at this scenario. They do not have the designated scopes. They do not have the required loot. Neither of the meds. Reckoning Esports is screwed massively. And you can see the map feed as well. The circle just shifted up north once again. The only team that's got a solid position inside of the circle, I would say, is Team Prince. But even Team Prince, they're having quite a tough time inside of the game so far. They're just not really having the momentum locked up for them.
Yeah, it's all about the momentum, right? I mean, for momentum, Team Prince is definitely in a bit of shackles. At the same point, right next to them is going to be the side of Team Soul, like you Soul, and up from north is going to be Gen XFM making that rotation from La Cabrera. So still a lot that can very well go down in this game. But when it comes to the teams that are stuck in this stalemate, Reckoning against FS, both of these teams, I mean, they need those points to get closer to the 16th position. FS, the day they started, they were sitting on the 27th position. Reckoning, they were sitting on the 23rd. Yeah, this is... both of those teams, they don't need that kind of a plan right here.
Without a doubt. Insidious falls prey. Wind God. Good start inside of the fight. Good nade as well. Rex. Been able to catch that elimination instantly. Good conversion. FS Esports, still this fight continues. And the players of Reckoning Esports almost about to fall prey. All the players in the front lines, and once again, keep this thing in mind. They do not have enough meds to patch themselves up. The players are quite vulnerable. Nate tossed out. It's going to at least find a couple of more knockouts on the fray, and it exactly does so. FS Esports, even they're losing out on one of their players. A lot of damage is being dealt on both the sides, but Reckoning Esports, they're a little bit more on the receiving end of things. Hunters gets caught out as well, and Reckoning Esports, what? They somehow come out on top inside of the fight. What just happened? FS Esports, what a big blunder that was. But even Reckoning Esports gets eliminated in return.
They do walk out with 8 finish points though, so definitely a sigh of relief right there for Reckoning Esports. Even though they get eliminated quite early on, they get to eliminate 2 squad wipes before they themselves get jumped out of this lobby. So decent outing right there for Reckoning, nothing taken away from them. FS Esports, tough luck. Revenant, they were just none the wiser, as they got 0 points in all of that. But there we have it in the feed that we can clearly see Team Prince against the players of IQ Soul. Now, Team Prince, we were mentioning how they have not really jumped into those aggressive stances. This time around, it seems like it's them who are taking on those shots against Team Soul itself. But the opening in that fight was created by Team Prince itself. But let's see if they are going to overextend to get more finish points converted over there.
A while ago, you saw the banner. A beautiful day. And I'm not sure how beautiful of a day it's going to be for Reckoning, FS, and Revenant. 3 teams getting wiped out in that same building. especially FS Esports, a team that had the most advantage. Even they get screwed up. And you want to hear the funny part? Reckoning and FS Esports, both of them are quite desperate to get the points. And both of them got wiped out. I feel even bad for FS Esports because they got next to none points. I think so they only got 2 elimination points secured up. So, yeah, I mean, votes continuing for both the sides. I'm not exactly sure what to say over here. FS Esports, they've got the firepower, but for some reason, they overextended in that fight. They should have known one fact, that these two teams were fighting from the start. So one thing is for sure, they're not going to have enough resources. And FS Esports should have just counted on top of that. And once again, that's what happens when you try to take advantage of 2 people fighting. Karma will always hit you, my friend.
Ouch. An ouch play right there for FS. What seemed like an easy point conversion. Actually, you know what? In the end, eventually, Reckoning Esports were able to get 8 finish points. So, even though no placement points, it's still a decent outing for Reckoning. They needed those points. They've been able to accumulate 8. It's still an okay play. For FS, like you perfectly mentioned, a sad turn of events. Because they were the third party. They were supposed to be the third party. Ended up providing more points to the teams.
GG though. I'm not gonna lie though, this DBS meta has sort of made things a lot much more easier for teams to clutch out in. All you need is one single shot, and you can instantly just turn the situation in your favor. So
I agree.
Once again,
I agree.
I do understand why so many players and people do want this DBS to be nerfed. It's understandable as well. And I mean, if it does, then I really want to see how, once again, the meta is going to be shifted up. Because in the past, you would have M4 and 6X, and then you would have an SMG in your hands. And I would love to see that once again. UMP will be back in action, that's for sure.
Oh, it's still a secondary pick. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
It is, yeah.
Quite a lot, many times. We see that DBS and UMP being in the hands. But that's a really good shout. I mean, if we do end up seeing a nerf coming in towards DBS, then where exactly? Once. Yep, it has. I mean, where is the meta going to be shifting to, I wonder? Oh, bolt action, mate.
No, it's not going to be happening. Bolt action in BGMI, it's a little bit too hard to use.
It's
we
gone.
need too much
I
precision.
don't think.
Maybe we can't see a little bit of more DMRs. Yes, without a doubt, we can. Just like right now, Robin, though. I mean, he wanted to go for a couple of shots with that Mini 14, but once again, you need to understand, even if you can't put on a 6X on the M4, why would you even need a Mini 14? You can just use automatic gun and control the recoil. You saw that fight right there. The man had a Mini 14 in his hands, and he took more damage than he actually did damage on the opponent.
Absolutely. And these are the kind of mechanical things that you talk about when it comes to the lull in the game at times, and that's exactly what the map of Miramar is for. In fact, I remember long back in the day, you used to call it the podcast hours of Miramar.
Yeah. I mean, I had pitched an idea, right? Once in the past when I'm casting with, when I was casting with Shadow. To make the airdrops a little bit more viable, maybe you guys can add a resurrection kit, a revival kit. That can revive players in just seconds.
Oh, wow.
It's not too overpowered in my opinion.
The God of Hand.
It's not too overpowered in my opinion, considering going for an airdrop comes with a lot of risks. But at the same time, that revival kit can be so important that you can get a knockdown teammate instantly back up in 3 seconds. So it's also worth forgoing. And we might as well see a lot of fights as well over airdrops, which it should be in that way.
That is definitely a good point to be made. Though many times we notice when it comes to these airdrops itself, teams don't always actually tend to focus on those airdrops. Not always actually, because it's such an open bait for whoever goes out there. Oh, the shutter. Oh, this could be a Kraken shot right there from Robin OR. GT was damaged a tad bit. I'm sure his helmet's lost. But again, Team Prince. Now, when the day started off, where exactly did we notice Team Prince at? They were sitting on the 22nd position. And as far as the jump up is concerned, Team Prince, they've got a tough break that they need right now. Because right above them was 8-bit, and 8-bit from 21st position has moved all the way to the 12th. So Team Prince sitting on the 22nd position, they need a game plan and a gameplay that is going to give them at least 22-25 pointer minimum from a single game. Which is definitely not an easy conversion. Then look at Entity over here in the map. The way that they've spread themselves out. They are counting, and they're definitely, counting on the plan that maybe, just maybe, the zone might shift towards them. Oh, it won't though.
Even iFlix on the southern side. They're looking quite okay. Maverick and Crypto next to each other. Then you've also got Entity Gaming. Look at the split the players of Entity Gaming have on the left side.
Yeah.
You see Gamla Boy, Troy, quite far away from each other. And then there's two players all the way on the northern side from Entity Gaming. I'm not exactly sure what type of a gameplay they're trying to bring on the board, but whatever they're trying to do, just make sure that you don't get picked off. Getting the res back up on the fallen player is going to be next to impossible because the amount of distance you've got amongst each other. They still need a breach inside of the safe zone, and that's when the real problems are going to start to knock their doors, considering Gujarat Esports as well is looking for the breach in from the same side. And we might just see a big fight happening in front of us soon enough. Big Brother Esports against the players of Alibaba Raiders now. And both the players, or both the teams, they've got themselves a bit of a rich to play around with. Soul can be the big third party. But once again, for Team Soul, inside of this game, Soul's playing this one quite passively. They're playing this one quite defensively. Maybe Team Soul, they want to get their first spot in the overall standings back. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but still, how can you shut down those instincts, those voices in your head that keeps on telling you to go for the fights?
And I believe that will happen from IQ Soul, because the position that they've held towards the northern side of the zone, they've got a lot of information coming in towards their side, but Big Brothers right now, they're the ones in control of the spray, Seth, against the rotating team of AR. Where Alibaba Raiders, they've been able to get away from that spray as of now, but what is happening over here? Team Zero's two players against an entire lineup of OR, a two-man split in OR, and they are not going to be able to stand. Zap goes down, Pro has already been knocked. It is a 2v3 affair right now in favor of Team Zero. Oh, never mind. Dark Lord, as soon as he entered, has been dropped down to absolutely nothingness, and from far away, IQ Soul, you were mentioning, Necro, they have jumped in as a third party in this fight as well and taken down the numbers against Team Zero.
Oh, look at Soul just surrounding the compound from the outskirts. They're just rotating around. Even Team Together Esports, they're on a move inside of the game. OR Esports, the numbers are definitely dwindling down slowly and steadily, but Pro's going to be back up on his feet. So OR Esports, they're going to be back up with a three-man squad. Team Soul, they've got their own troubles brewing up. They need to deal with the upcoming circumstance against Team Forever. But this fight keeps him going up. Shadow 7 gets knocked out and finished. Duck still in the back line. So you can see the shift in the pace as well from the side of Team Zero. And Duck gets spotted out. He's right around the corner. The push is happening as well. Good jiggles. And it's not gonna matter. Admino shuts down the last man too. Duck shot of the game. And OR Esports, nicely done, especially Admino. What a good jiggle around the corner that was. Team Soul, even they engage in a fight against the players of Team Forever. And things are not looking that great for Team Forever too. They're in quite a dicey spot. For Team Soul, they've got all the players up and alive. The man advantage in the favor of Team Soul, and Nate's being exchanged as well from both the sides. Mafia's quite low. He's getting pushed up close and personal. Mafia catches the first man, his power knocked out. Still one more to go on the back lines, and Mafia now has got the entirety of Team Soul crashing down upon him. But Mafia gets taken down as well. Team Soul, nicely done. Good backup, and the timing on that backup was incredible as well. But then you've still got one more man alive from the side of Team Forever in the name of Omega. And Omega's right around the corner as well, and the A-Kim's going to catch him slacking.
Omega's not going to be able to do much. In fact, anything whatsoever at all. And Soul is going to get the better laugh. And last laugh in that fight. The 5 finish points converted from their side. So definitely a decent outing for Team Soul as they get racking up with those numbers. Gen XFM, the team that we saw rotating from the northern side, have found themselves pretty much in the smack center of the zone as of now. They take on those shots against the team, a TTE. A perfect nade played to perfection coming in from Gen X is going to be annihilating the positioning of TTE. wonderful conversion for Gen X FM as far as the rotation was concerned, but now they need to hold on strong to this compound, and right close in their vicinity, there are quite a lot of teams, and the noise that Gen X FM have already made, the crosshairs are going to be set up against them.
Gen X FM, all the players inside water treatment, they spot out Soul. They can see those little skulls as well, just moving around. They're still waiting for a static player, and that's going to be next to impossible to find. Team Prince as well, now tossing out a couple of utilities against 8-Bit. They can hear all the sounds around them as well. 8-Bit going for a desperate rotation inside of the safe zone, and they're going to find that rotation too. But finding a good placement inside of the zone is going to be tough. They instantly ram their vehicles on the water treatment side, but Team Prince is going to be around the corner, just looking down on them. And Team Prince too now, they're going to be on the move as well. Wall of Death is starting to deal a lot of damage. Admino's in the sidelines too, from the side of OR Esports. And I guess Team Prince, they do have a little bit of an idea what exactly is going on right next to him as well. Entity Gaming, they get in a fight against the players of Wind God as they've managed to find the opening.
Well, Entity Gaming not able to stand true and tall against the players of Wind God for long, as two of their players, Gamla Boy and Troy, do go down thanks to the nades. A revival is going to be there from Pakar towards Gamla Boy. Troy is going to be waiting for his turn, and as he does, a one good cooked nade from Wind God. Well, never mind, Wind God themselves are going to be utilizing this opportunity. But that nade, if cooked to perfection and thrown to cause, can bring down the numbers of Entity. But that's not going to be the case. On the counter, Entity's Pakar is going to be drawing the first blood right here against Wind God as their numbers dwindle down. All the three players revived. Now it is a push coming in from Pakar, where Entity with the DBS in his hand is going to be annihilating Wind God. It is just a 1v1 situation between these two lads. Not for long as Pakar takes him down. Max annihilated. Wind God is no more to be seen.
Entity Gaming, they cut off the windpipe of Wind Gods. And now IQ Soul, even they're on the verge of collapsing against the players of OR Esports. And as soon as IQ Soul, they collapse on top of the players of OR Esports. OR Esports, they're not going to have any answer to give to them. Team iFlix, even they've got their own problems brewing up. Good utility utilization from the side of 8-Bit. Crypto instantly knocked out. The amount of utilities that are being poured up against the players of iFlix, it's now really starting to be a big sign of concern. Even the Wall of Death is now starting to move up close and personal. Madrek needs to make it inside of the zone. He's got a band in front of him. But what can he exactly do? Maybe try and go for a med strat for a while and slowly and steadily squeeze himself in inside of the circle? That can be the only option that I see that's available. And that's what probably Madrek's going to try to do. 8-Bit, they've got no clue that there's one more man in the back lines, and Madrek can have a really good shot at just backstabbing the players in the front. While Team Soul at the top, they're just looking down and raining down hellfires on the team. They've got so much intel to work with. The only team that's going to be a big thorn in their way has to be Big Brother Esports. That's in the sidelines.
Absolutely. The question is going to be for Soul, if they're going to be the ones who are going to be dropping down from this position that they're in, or is it going to be Brick Brothers they're going to be able to join hands with? Before now, the two-man split coming in from the side of Gen X FM is definitely doing wonders for them, because they've got the compound in control, and contestation against Gen X FM can only be drawn in against iFlex, but iFlex, they do not have the numbers going for them. For 8-Bit, they are a bit lackluster right now. With Gen X FM, the game's going to be in their hands, but overextension is where Soul is going to be waiting to capitalize upon. Gen X FM do open up the fray against Big Brothers. A perfect nade cooked to perfection, where Sarvit has been dropped down. Saif has already been lost to the cause. Big Brothers now, if this is the moment that Soul pounces upon BB, then that is going to be the key element that Gen X FM could capitalize upon, and that is exactly what they do as they bring down Ronnie.
Gen X FM, a really good spot against the players of Soul. But Soul as well looking for to beam down anyone that stands against him. Even Big Brother Esports can be a big thorn in the way, but still Team Soul, they've got their own line of sight against the players of Gen X FM. 8-Bit as well can now try to be a big stopper. They can be a big speed breaker as well. But at 8-Bit, they've got their own problems brewing up against the players of Gen X FM. And 8-Bit, they make sure that Gen X FM are going to pay for everything they try to bring up. And 8-Bit, they've managed to almost shut down the entirety of Gen X FM. Ronick gets caught out in the open. He gets caught slacking. One more man to go in the name of Mighty. Can he make something happen? Team Soul on the verge of winning this game too. They've got the man advantage. They've got all the 4 players up and alive. Team Soul, look at the way they've played so far. They know exactly when to aggress. They've got the perfect timing inside of the final zone. And Team Soul, they've got the man advantage too. 8-bit, one more man to go in the name of Mighty, and they can't do anything. Soul, they've lost out on 1 player inside of the fight, but it's really not going to matter. 3 players against 1. What can you do? And even 8-bit, they get taken down from the game. But keep one thing in mind. 8-bit are being really consistent. First game a chicken dinner, second game a second place.
A perfect game right there for 8-bit, but nothing taken away from the side of IQ Soul, as they are the ones walking away, reigning in supreme with an incredible chicken dinner in their hands all over again. They are going to be jumping on perhaps even to the first position itself, or getting closer to it, because this is what Team Soul and their fans were waiting for. An elated play being showcased right there, with discipline where it needed and mattered the most, and that in turn has given them a sigh of relief for sure, with the second game of the day for IQ Soul doing wonders for them. This is what the fans were waiting for, but at the same point in time, nothing taken away from Gen X FM. I mean, they played their cards right for as long as they possibly could. They opened up the play against Big Brothers with that perfect nade. JD Gaming, he held on strong all by his lonesome against the progressing players of 8-bit as well. But again, I mean, Soul and their experience, they just held on to that king of the hill situation for the longest time. And there was nothing that could bring them down from there. The chicken was theirs.
I mean, once again, in this last game, you clearly saw with how much of a team play Team Soul was playing. Before this game, Team Soul was just not really caring about a lot of stuff. But then I guess Team Soul was like, it's time to make a comeback, guys. It's time to show the lobby what we're capable of. And I just love that good mixture of having patience before showcasing that aggression too. Team Soul had a really good mixture of defensive and passive nature in that previous game. And that's something that really worked out with them. Over here, off the bat, we saw some weird fights happening between the players of Chemin Esports, where Fierce was really doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, in the end, he could not really get a lot done. He got taken down, but still, Reckoning Esports for them, and even FS Esports with the third party, for both of them, the game got spoiled.
Absolutely, and as we moved on ahead from those 3 teams taking off heads against each other, then we moved on towards critical clinical finish being showcased right here from OR Esports, as that may know. But then this is the moment where we saw IQ Soul come into action, and of course kicking into 5th gear, they started getting those points for themselves. Entity, they were stuck in this small little area for a long time against the players of Vingod, where both of them traded against each other. It was eventually in the end Pukar from the side of Entity who got the better half of this fight, where he jumped on along with his DBS and annihilated the competition in the name of Avi. But this is where JD Gaming, again, he held on for as long as he possibly could, but he was the only player surviving. And against the players of IQ Soul, who had a wonderful positioning in that final zone, there was no way anybody could deny Soul for that chicken dinner.
I mean, as I mentioned, Team Soul, they had the high ground to play with in the end. They had a lot of intel as well, and they were just raining down hellfire from the top. You just could not do anything. The only thing that was keeping the teams at the bottom safe were the smokes. And of course, they were trying to shroud themselves inside of the smoke, but we know smoke have a limited time of usage. After that, they just fade away easily. And that's why whenever the smoke started to fade away, Team Soul were getting some clear line of sight against the players of Gen X FM. Even Big Brother Esports was in the fray too. And Big Brother Esports too from the top was doing a lot of damage against Gen X FM, and even 8-bit. You saw Rana too from the side of 8-bit just get caught out in the open like that. Unfortunately, he couldn't really do much, and in the end, it was all down to Mighty. So Mighty, of course, could not really deal against 3 men of Team Soul who were doing quite phenomenal. They were also looking quite in a massive firepower. And of course, you can't really do much when you're the only man surviving. But you still got to give it up to Gen X FM, though. They've showcased a massive improvement. I want to see the same momentum carried on forward.
Oh, 100%. There's nothing taken away from Gen X FM as well, as they, like you perfectly mentioned, I mean, they held on strong to that position for as long as they possibly could. I mean, we saw them being in the really weird, at the same point of time, precarious situation in that compound towards that water treatment area, and they held it on for as long as they possibly could. When they were forced to get out because of the zone, that is when they took on a very critical hit, as well as gave a hit against Big Brothers. And as soon as that nade against Big Brothers was dropped in from Gen X FM, that was a clear sign and indication for Soul to just jump in and take on those perfect opportunities into finishes. And with that, let's move ahead. Let's find out first, where is the
Has to be someone from
MVP
Seoul.
going to be coming in from? It is Knuckle from IQ Seoul with 5 finishes and still only 45% contribution done.
Okay, so Team Seoul's lineup was supposed to be Manya as the IGL, Knuckle as a really good support, and then you've got S-Power and Ronnie as the assaulters. But now Knuckle being sort of that support role as well, he's doing a really good job in the fragging department. It's not the first time we've seen Knuckle play this well. Instead, Knuckle has done the same thing once or twice in the past as well. And look at the stars of the match. Knuckle was the only star in that entire previous match. He was doing a good job as the best companion as well. Of course, that's his job as a supporter. But then he was also doing a good job in the elimination aspect of the game. And he was also over there with 5 finishes. This is incredible stats from Knuckle.
This is bonkers coming in from Knuckle right here for the side of Seoul, of course, and the fans as well. As we do know, the fans are going to be super duper happy with this performance coming in from Seoul's Knuckle. And being the MVP as well as the stars of the match clearly indicates that you were reigning in supreme on the map of Miramar, and that's what Knuckle did this time around. And as we progress on ahead towards the final game of these two groups, where Seoul is going to be seen all over again one last time for the day, I wonder how big of a hitter is this team going to be, because you mentioned it on the map of Miramar itself. We were part of, I believe, stage 3 and 4 in transition, where you mentioned that Team IQ Seoul, they've been part of that northern side of the zone for a long time, but they haven't made a lot of noise. And that's exactly when they jumped into action.
I mean, look at the match rankings as well. 26 points accumulated from Team Seoul. That should propel them in the first spot in the overall standings.
It
ought
to.
Then you've also got Genix FM with 18 points. Nicely done. 8-Bit with the consistency with 16 points. Big Brother Esports with 14 points. Not really doing that bad in the previous game. Now, even Big Brother Esports is back inside of the race for the top 16. They've probably made it inside of the top 16 if I'm not wrong. Then you've also got OR Esports with 8 points, slowly and steadily marching in. Reckoning Esports with 8. Reckoning Esports need a little bit more points in order to bring themselves back inside of the race. Team iFlix with 7. Entity Gaming with 7. WindGod Esports with 5 points. FS Esports, another team that was desperate, but they only managed to get 3 points.
Absolutely, and as we progress on ahead, this is where we would love to be able to see how the overall ranking has played out for all of these teams, because after all, that is what matters the most. Where is the overall ranking? Who are the teams? Which ones are the ones who are going to be jumping and keeping their place secure in the top 16? We saw 8-Bit bring in a very consistent play for themselves, which is going to be working perfectly for them. And with second game also on that consistent radar, it is just perfect play that 8-Bit could have anticipated from this final day of week 3. But now, those kind of questions can be brought on towards the other teams, like you mentioned, Big Brothers. OR, how big of a leap are these teams making? Have they even made a leap into the top 16? If so, where at?
Big Brother started off on the 17th spot at today's day. And these points that they got in the previous game, it's either going to bring them in the 16th spot in the overall standings or really close in the 16th spot, somewhere around that. So I'm not exactly sure how Big Brother Esports is going to be trying to play the upcoming games exactly. But one thing is for sure, if they want to have the cushion, they need to have a solid upcoming game, which of course they're trying their best to do so. Now, as I mentioned at the start of the day as well, today's day is going to be all about the teams that are on the last page. For example, WindGod Esports, FS Esports, who are still not able to perform, including Team Zero. Team Zero, they're definitely showcasing some more signs of aggression, but the aggression in the first game is sort of worked out. In the second game, it just fizzled out. So I'm not exactly sure what they can do as well. Maybe Team Zero, they need to bring in a little bit of more passive approach. They need to know when to push on, when not to push on, especially that fight they try to take inside of the compound. It just completely did not work out. They got annihilated by that team.
Absolutely bamboozled, they definitely were. But when it comes to the overall ranking itself right now, that is where the crosshairs are going to be drawn, because IQ Seoul have found themselves once again on the lead, on the pole position with 271 points. And at the same point in time, they've got 5 chicken dinners. This is absolutely annihilating kind of a play being showcased on the side of IQ Seoul. But hey, nothing taken away from them, as this final game, they're just going to be probably solidifying that.
And then you've also got Alibaba Raiders moving up a spot on the 7th spot in the overall standings, which is completely okay. Then you look at the latter half of the board and look at Team 8-Bit on the 9th spot in the overall standings. Team Together Esports moves down a little bit in the overall standings, which is completely okay. To the 10th spot, Blind Esports, they've moved down a spot themselves on the 11th. Then you've still got Genix FM on the 12th spot. Genix FM as well making a big leap in the overall standings. And look at this, Big Brother Esports on the 15th spot. Even this team's in the contention. Now keep this in mind, Blotter. The upcoming game is going to be really important for teams like Genix FM, Big Brother Esports to achieve that cushion. Now as you do move on forward to the 3rd page, this is where you see a little bit of more upsets, but still it's quite fragile. Any team can make a big leap in the first half of the board.
Absolutely. 1 point shy is OR Esports right here on the 17th position from that 16th position, 191 points. And as we move on ahead from their position towards the 18th and 19th, we've got Team Forever and Team iFlex. Now, both of these teams, they still have one final game remaining, which is going to be the upcoming game, where they need to just get as many points, of course, that they possibly can rack up. But will that be enough for them to get themselves in the top 16? Maybe, maybe not. We shall see that later. But right now, it all focuses once again on this final page. FS Esports, they were part of that fight. Was it required? Was it necessary? You can probably go back to the drawing board with that sort of a question there. Same perhaps can be the question for Vingod as well. Is it enough for what they're doing right now on this final day of week 3? Perhaps it isn't. I mean, all they can do is have a fight against themselves when it comes to the games that they're a part of, which is going to be the final one for them, and question it to themselves, what can they change?
Last game for Group C and D is going to be Erangel. Once again, you're going to be back on the classic grounds, and every single team inside of the game is going to be comfortable. And Erangel, as I mentioned, being the comfort zone of all the teams, everyone's going to be performing in a really good way. Team Seoul, now they've achieved the position they wanted to have. They're probably going to try to go once again aggressive inside of the game, which is going to be a bit of a menace and a bit of an annoying thing for all the other teams who are trying to squeeze themselves inside of the top 16. But hey, you got to deal with that nuclear performance because you guys have not been able to perform that well. I want to see what type of a switch we're going to see in the play style of Team Zero, because they're definitely tuning things a little bit here and there. Sometimes they're going really aggressive. Sometimes they're playing really passive. I want to see a good mixture in both. I want to see that notch right in the center.
Absolutely. And like you perfectly mentioned, for the side of Team Zero, the one thing they need is a really good fragging game along with a chicken dinner. That is what they need, because, I mean, no matter how hard they try, the points that they are still in deficit of is exactly that chicken dinner that they need. I mean, they're sitting on the 24th position with 153 points till now on this day 3 of week 3. They've had good games the past 2 games, but in this final game, they need to get a chicken dinner because they're sitting on the 24th position with 153 points, and the team sitting above them, Team Prince, on the 23rd position is at 167 points. So that's a big margin that this team is going to have to, cover up. 14 points is what we're looking at, and that for Team Zero can be covered with good frags and a chicken dinner. Is it possible? Definitely. Is it required? Oh, they need to be hell-bent on it. But in the same lobby, you're playing against teams like IQ Seoul, OR, who are not going to let it go that easy.
I mean, at this point, let's be honest, the teams on the bottom half of the board, they just need to be desperate. Not just desperate, they need to be obsessed with the chicken dinner.
Exactly.
That's the only thing that's going to save them. If they're not obsessed enough, well, they're going to fall out from the grand finals. They're going to fall out from the LAN finale. There's going to be thousands of people watching them in the arena duke it out on the chairs they're sitting and on the massive stage that's waiting for them. So I'm pretty sure that should be an enough motivating factor for all these teams. Team Zero, yeah, that's another conversation. We also need to speak about Team Forever and FS Esports. For now, let's speak about FS Esports. FS Esports, for them, no matter what fight they try to take, they always get out of that fight with a lot of damage dealt upon themselves. They need to find a way to take fights and flawlessly come out on top, or at least get 1 or 2 elimination points stolen away and instantly back away. Overextension is sort of being a big problem for the players of FS Esports, and they need to find a full stop onto that overextension, and they need to find a middle ground.
I wonder if this Erangel is going to provide them with that, because I believe it is a little too late for FS Esports. Whatever genie they had to call out of the bag should have happened tomorrow, should have happened 2 games prior, because right now this is going to be their final game. And also, that means that this will be their final game for week 3. That will give them a total pool of 3 games remaining in week number 4, which is just not enough. You want to be able to climb from that 4th page all the way into the top 16. So, a dire situation that FS Esports find themselves in. Just like they were in the map of Miramar, they overextended. They thought that they were going to be able to pick out real good, easy finish points, rather ended up giving away points to their opponent team. So a lot of things that perhaps will need to be thought about in terms of how FS approaches a fight, how they decide to take on a fight, and how they wish to close it in terms of the finish points itself. But anyways, enough said right there against the team, because right now it is all back to the plain, clear drawing board, where it is match number 3 on our screen, starting off with Erangel all over again.
The final game for Group C and D is over here as the plane flat path starts all the way from Quarry towards Stalber. Now, if teams do want to move on forward towards Rodorpnoy and Milta, it's going to be a long stretch, especially for teams like Chemin Esports that like to go towards Milta. It's going to be a tough one. Even going towards Farms is going to be a little bit more of a stretch, so let's see how the adjustments are going to be looking like on the fly. Now, we had a lot of conversations about teams that were not able to do good, and one more team that has to be a part of the conversation has to be Team Prince. It's been 2 games so far, and Team Prince, they've only managed to get 3 points per plotter, and it's a big sign of concern now.
It is a big, big sign of concern. That is for sure, because this week number 3's final game for Group C and D is a make and break game in terms of the momentum they want to be able to start off with when it comes to week 4. This is something that on day 1 of week 3, Scared actually brought out and said, the way you finish your week, the momentum with which you finish your week is probably how you're going to be starting off your next week. And for that, a few of these teams, I mean, they are slacking quite a lot. A team that's not is 8-bit. So what is the expectation coming in for 8-bit this time around? I mean, the first 2 games, they've done wonders till now.
8-bit is the only team that has managed to secure the most amount of points today. 43 points accumulated in just 2 games, Blotter. And that is incredible.
My, oh my.
Yesterday we saw Blind Esports get around more than 50 points, but over here you've got 8-bit in just 2 games, 43 points. If they manage to get more points inside of this game as well, they might just surpass Blind Esports. So let's see how the gameplay is going to be looking like for 8-bit. And looking at the circle too, the circle's quite interesting. There's still military base involved as well. Reckoning Esports moving in towards the military base. They're probably going to be buying a little bit more time from the initial phase of the looting one. But let's see, considering they're still going to be inside of the first circle, Reckoning Esports can't definitely afford to use that time.
Well. For now, as we look at Revenant Esports slowly trying to make a break right here, right next to them, we've got Wind God Esports, who found a decent compound to start things off with. In close proximity, once again, Wind God will find themselves against the players of IQ Soul. Again, no fight can be expected as of just yet between these two. And also, as you mentioned, when it comes to the zone itself, having the military base being part of the zone, I wonder if the BGMI gods are going to take us down south when it comes to this Erangel. Take us all the way down towards the military base, because we've yet to see that in week 3 on the map of Erangel. Because if that would be the case, RGE is the only team. Reckoning is the only team that find themselves on the military base. No other team has even come close to that area just yet. And Reckoning Esports, if they get that military base zone, well, they should be able to rack up those points, because they need them. Based on how the previous game went against them, with 8 points that they accumulated, it was a decent GG play for Reckoning, but it's still not enough. They find themselves on the 22nd position based on the previous game's finish points that they got. So being on that 3rd page with 171 points, they need a chicken dinner as well if they are to get close to the top 16. And this being the final game, It's tough.
Once again, though, Blotter, Reckoning Esports have only managed to get 8 points so far. In the first game, they got none.
They
So
got
in
none,
2
exactly.
games, 8 points. It's not that good of a score, I'm not going to lie. Reckoning Esports, they need to do even better. They need to get at least 1 chicken dinner today. And this is the last game. Time's running out. And time is of the essence. You cannot afford to waste it. And considering inside of this game, Reckoning Esports, they're going to have a good start to themselves as well, considering they've got the entirety of military base just to themselves. They can sit down, loot quite nicely. They're also inside of the circle, so they can't take a lot of time if they do want. But Reckoning Esports, they need to do anything and whatever it takes in order to win this game. Same thing can be said for the likes of Team Prince. Revenue Esports is quite okay, but then you look at the opposite side and you see FS Esports too towards Milta Power, and even FS Esports is quite desperate. So many teams for them, the contention for the top 16 is on the line, and they're not able to make it. But this game is all they have. All the hopes and dreams are going to be on this game. If nothing happens inside of this game too, you might as well just give up on it.
You absolutely should bid adieu to the dream of being a part of that LAN. And a few of these teams, I'm sure, have already understood that, especially the ones that are sitting on the final page of the leaderboard. No matter how hard they try, things are just not looking like they are going to work out for those teams. Though, yet again, every single game is a learning. And that is what the teams that are on the final page could perhaps progress on with. Though right now, on the map of Erangel, every single time we've noticed the entire lobby of these 32 teams, they take it real slow. Because everybody is well aware of their surrounding areas. Everybody is well aware of where they should anticipate their opponent teams to be. And that in turn provides us with a bit of a slow start to every single Erangel. Though that's A-okay. Because what matters the most is when it comes to those fights, they should be won fair and square. And for now, when it comes to the positioning of all of these teams, they are scattered across the entirety of the board of Erangel.
I mean, so far, it is quite a slow start. I thought that because the planned flight path, we might just see some initial collisions happen, but that was not the case. Teams are quite okay. They're quite cozy in their own drop locations. Nothing really happening out of the ordinary, out of the box. Everyone just chilling in their own drop locations. 8-bit as well towards the Fair Pier area. Considering there's no OG in the group, 8-bit can afford to go for that Fair Pier. If there's OG playing, then they instantly drop towards Primorx, which is quite a quick adjustment, but still. And looking at the circle as well, you just never know what's going to happen. What if the circle shifts down south completely? It's a hard shift. It's going to be even more better. More spicier games for us. If the circle's up north, well, it's going to be a standard one. Nothing out of the box. And a lot of teams are expecting it to be up north.
I wonder what's going on through TTE, Team Together Esports' minds right now. The circle went down south. Oh, well, I mean, it's still half on the military base, half on the entirety of the main island. But TTA, they just were clear in their minds that no matter what the zone does, we're going to be going all the way up north towards Zarki. They want to play it as safe and as secure as they possibly can as they find themselves in the blues right now. Though again, when they do start rotating, the teams that they can very well come in contestation against, there are quite a few. As of now, everybody's in a safe spot. Revenant on our screens, scattered across the entirety of the Milta region, very close to their proximity. The noise that they're making, I'm sure, is going to be heard from the side of Team Prince as well. And we can clearly see that shots are being fired from Team Prince's side as well. Though the distance is quite a lot.
Oh, 8-bit.
Not a lot to worry about.
Juicy was knocked out in the action, and Team Zero is a team that's not going to back away. They find another run over elimination. This is not looking too good. Look at Team Zero, that calibration that I was talking about. I wanted to see the knot somewhere in between. But Team Zero, they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. They're here to get the elimination points, and they're going to try to chase down the opponents. It's an absolute grand theft. Team Zero, like a thief in the night, just stealing away those 2 elimination points from the pocket of 8-bit. We were speaking about the consistency that 8-bit has showcased so far, but Team Zero is looking forward to stop him in the tracks. And for now, 8-bit, they've got no other option away than to just run from this fight.
I was just about to mention, for Team Zero, they've extended. They've gotten 2 finishes. They should be happy with that. Overextension right now, running out in the open behind the final 2 players of 8-bit. Third variable backfire, and exactly the moment I thought that thought, they have decided to stop. And they're going to be falling back, which is definitely a good decision coming in from the side of Team Zero. But Team Prince, the noise that they made has been heard from their opponents, and that's going to be Revenant in the crosshairs of Savitar. Though again, when it comes to Revenant, a really good split is what we're looking at against the positioning of Team Prince right now. And they've held on to this bridge area. So Revenant, they are counting on to the zone going down south. But again, this is a slow poke.
One thing I've noticed about Team Prince and their performance from week 1 to week 2 and week 3, you've seen that confidence just lower down slowly and steadily. In week 1, Team Prince was not shying away from any of the fights. In week 2, you saw Team Prince take a passive approach slowly and steadily. In week 3, you're not seeing that aggressive Team Prince at all. But talk about aggression, Team Soul, they were just waiting for one more team to aggress on forward. In the name of OR Esports, first man's caught and instantly knocked down as well. Look at S power, even he catches Admino in the tracks. Nicely done, Team Soul, they working together. And look at Knuckle just making that off angle. Robin spots out the player, but Team Soul, they've still got the man advantage inside of the fight. And OR, it's a systematic dismantling. They've been taken down and dusted. Eaten alive, OR Esports was not even a competition for Team Soul.
It all boils down to how Ronnie and S Power, they just come together in that fight. And as you perfectly mentioned, just a perfect mechanical approach being showcased from the side of these 2 teams, and the synergy being on point has resulted in OR being the first team to get annihilated from this lobby. Though now the rotation that IQ Soul have made, we saw that there was another team in the crosshairs right close to them, but never mind that close team, because it's going to be iFlix on our screens against the rotating team of TTE. A late rotation that we showcased from the side of TTE all the way from north has now resulted in them being in the crosshairs of none other than iFlix. Where TTE, they've got 2 of their players dropping down already.
I mean, TTE, they've been having their own struggles inside of the game. And now they face up against Team iFlix, a team that's been quite desperate to get some blood on their hands. And TTE, they cannot get out of this situation harms-free. AKM in the hands of Mox, looking forward to at least get a jump shot in. But Stagger 2 is playing quite safe this time. Is catching a lot of hurt, that's for sure. Even Crypto and Maverick. Maverick on top of the house. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to be like for Maverick, but he can definitely convey a lot of calls for his teammates. He can hear all the footsteps, but Insidious finds the initial knockout. Beautiful utility utilization from the side of Team iFlix. Good clearance of the runes as well. And now iFlix is probably going to be looking forward to push up close and personal against the players of TTE. iFlix have already found the man advantage inside of the fight. It's a 3v4 scenario. For Team Together Esports, Invader and Stagger are the only 2 players in the upper floor. And even Stagger gets knocked out of the Molotov. Nicely done. Look at the utilities utilized from the side of Team iFlix. Insidious has been found. It's all down to Invader. It's a 1v3. Can he make something happen? Mox is in the front lines. Utilities tossed in from both the sides. But nothing's going to be found. Invader's quite low. He needs to patch himself up. He's got 3 first aids in the back. And he utilizes 1, but it's not going to matter. Crypto's utility is going to be even more precise.
That was some real good utilization of those utilities coming in from iFlex right there as TTE get eliminated without a single knock-off finish on their board.
And not just that, Blotter. One more thing I'd like to mention over here is that iFlix, they took down all the players of TTE with utilities. They did not use a single gun in that fight.
As he move away from that eliminated team. The players of Big Brothers find themselves in the blues as they try and make an entry from the northwestern side of the zone. In close proximity to them were the players of Genix FM. But again, for now, Big Brothers, they have troubles of their own brewing. And on the other side, we've got Entities Nades calling out the names of none other than Team Forever. With the DBS in Pukar's hand and Gamla Boy helping him out. Who's going to get that last laugh in this entire play because the Molotov has done its trick and that will be the end of Always right there with Team Forever. Losing out on one of their players, Team Forever. The way that they had created the split has not really worked wonders for them.
Genix FM, even they're on the rotation. Skillful, JD Gaming, Spider Jawed, and even Karun. This side of Genix FM, they're looking okay in the overall standings. So I guess that has to be a big sigh of relief for them. But do they have the cushion? Absolutely not. This is the last game for this group, and Genix FM are not going to be playing the upcoming 3 games, so they need to make everything happen in these upcoming 1 game, which is currently going on. And so far, they've got all the 4 players alive, and they're not that far away from the circle as well. Interesting rotation, though, going all the way outside of the blue. And looking forward to rotate in from the Pachinki side. I want to see how this one's going to work. Because once again, they're not going to be having any type of information from where they're going to be breaching in. They're going to be stepping inside unknown territory.
Again, I'm absolutely going to keep pinned the position of Entity right now. And the way that they've gotten themselves pretty much in the smack center of the zone. We'll come back to if that plays out fair for the players of Entity or not. Because on our screens, we've got the players of Team Prince in close proximity to the players of Team Zero as well. 3 teams around in this area, but for Team Prince, this is a do-or-die opportunity as they've got the compound, they've got their targets. And Team Zero, how exactly are they going to be able to create this opening right here?
A few bops here and there. Team Zero, they've managed to get 3 points so far inside of the game. It's a really solid start. And Team Zero is only one of the few teams that have actually managed to get any type of elimination points in their hands. Team iFlix with 4, Soul with 4, and then you see Entity Gaming with only 1, and Genix FM with 1 too. So not a lot of points have been scattered so far. But a lot of teams have taken individual damage, and that's going to be stinging in the upcoming stages of the game.
Team Zero just eliminated the player Manya from the side of IQ. Though again, they haven't really pushed against the team that I anticipated them to, which was Team Prince. They're still... we can see them in the minimap right there. The team in purple, that's going to be Team Prince. So laid back play being showcased right here from Team Prince, from Team Zero, my apologies. As they want to play it safe first. But as they play it safe, Big Brothers on the other side of the map altogether towards Pachinki. The hills behind Pachinki, that is where Big Brothers find themselves in. A 3-man army being showcased on the side of Team Big Brothers against the players of AR. Now, Alibaba Raiders, they have a compound to play and work around with. Though for Big Brothers, They're in a tough luck call. Because they're in a good position in the center of the zone, but they're out in the open. They don't have a lot of cover to work with, and there we have it. As soon as I bring it up, they have the map. Big Brothers 4 now, they're looking A-OK, but behind them we can see are going to be the players of Regicide. We've also got the players of 8-Bit as well. Now, Reckoning and 8-Bit coming together right there can be trouble brewing for the players of BB. Though the zone has definitely moved away.
Revenue Esports. Look at Sensei. He's the only man just moving in forward. He's scouting out so many grounds for his teammates. While Big Brother Esports, they've got a solid dip to play with, but they need to leave this spot as well and make it inside of the circle. And considering Big Brother Esports is another passive team, they need all the information they can get. Before now, I'm going to hold on to that thought because you've got another fight brewing up. GenX FM in a brawl against the opponents. And WindGod, they're doing a great job keeping the players of GenX FM off at bay. WindGod Esports, you do not really see this team take a lot of fights that often, but once they do, sometimes things do not really pan out that well for them. But inside of this fight, they've definitely managed to give the players of GenX FM a good teaching.
WindGod, I mean, they find themselves on the 28th position, whereas for GenX FM, they're on the 12th. So, nothing taken away from GenX FM and their play. Because they still have one final player remain and to be able to get some placement points from this game. This is going to be the final game from GenX FM as well as WindGod. So, WindGod sitting on that final page. They needed those points and decent amount of points accumulated for them. It is A-OK for now, but just not enough. Nevertheless, they are trying. They are slowly but surely utilizing the opportunity. And right now, the opportunity's onus is going to be in the players of Team Forever against the players of Revenant. Now, Revenant, they are in the top 8 position. They are looking absolutely secure when it comes to that LAN. But nobody wants to take it that easy. Being at the edge, at the western edge of this zone, Revenant are only gonna move away once they've cleared out the entirety of the compound of Team Forever. They've got 0 finish points as of yet, so Revenant, they are gonna be hungry for those points. And best part right here for them is that there's no team around in the vicinity to trouble them. They've got the lay of the land, unless, of course, we've got the players of IQ Soul from up above, who could bring in a third party.
Oh, are we? Knocked out, WindGod Esports. Players looking forward to move inside of the house. Even the wall of death now starting to close in. WindGod Esports, this desperation, this crash that they showcased against Reckoning Esports. It's not that solid, but Reckoning Esports, they easily managed to wipe out the entirety of WindGod Esports, and that's what they exactly do. An easy squad wipe for the entirety of Reckoning Esports, and they managed to get 4 points. And that's going to be a solid start for the late game for the side of Reckoning Esports, but still their backs are against the wall. They need to make it inside of the circle, and the only team with a solid spot in the circle are the players of FS Esports, but that too, they're out in the open.
For Revenant and Team Forever, this extension of this fight is trouble brewing for sure, because the zone is slowly going to be moving away from them. As Necro just mentioned, when it comes to the center of the zone, it is none other than FS. We can see Team 12 in sky blue color, who are looking absolutely comfortable. But I wonder for how long, because far out above, we've got the team in yellow, and that's going to be IQ Soul. Who've had a good day, but what a perfect spray right there coming in from Blaze as he brings down one of the players from IQ Soul. So again, the distance is quite a lot. Decent amount of damage being done right there, but not enough to be able to bring down a finish point for themselves. Now IQ Soul, they're going to have to move out as well. They are going to be out in the open, outside the zone. Right next to them are going to be the players of AR as well. Alibaba Raiders, they might have the last laugh in this, because it is going to be none other than Soul who are going to be making the first move out in the open. And this is where they're going to be losing out on their players as Ronnie goes down. As Power, Knuckle, along with Manya, they're going to be getting closer and closer to the shack. And as they do, AR are going to jump into the play as well with the DBS in his hand already. It is Alibaba Raiders against the entire squad of IQ Soul, with IQ Soul and none the wiser. And Knuckle, the final player surviving, is not going to be able to do much, missing out on that frag. He gets eliminated. The entirety of IQ Soul are done and dusted with the 12th position, 5 finishes.
Revenue Esports, even they're looking quite solid inside of the situation. Looking unshakable and doing some unthinkable things. Revenue Esports, I like the fact that they're asserting some dominance inside of the game. I flicks Insidious, so you're out in the open. Tuck yourself back in the cover, and that's what he does. Still just going for the tap continuously. Revenue Esports looking to find something, and speak about looking to find something. Even Maverick is doing the same thing. Just mowing the lawns in the front, just spamming through the smokes. Just wants to find that one single hit marker, and as he does, he will just keep on spraying down the same spot. I flick slowly and steadily, looking to move up close and personal against the foes. Nate's cooking up in his hand, and what just happened? What are you doing, Maverick? Are you crazy? Just blows himself up. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was for Team iFlix over there, but Maverick, the Nate just cooked in his hands and he got blown to smithereens, and that's just going to give even more time for the players of Reckoning Esports to squeeze themselves inside of the circle. And look at this. It's an absolute bombardment, an artificial red zone being created on top of the players of Big Brothers. And now Reckoning Esports, they get a little bit of more breathing space.
Well, this is chaos for sure right here, because the open zone is definitely inviting a lot of these teams to take on those points. Those finish points is what iFlick have been able to accumulate. 7 finish points for iFlix, and now they're going to try and push on their luck against the players of RGE as well. As one by one RGE come out in the open, iFlix is ready and drawing on the blood of the players of their opponents. As Turbo goes down, one final player, Kyoya, remains. Where Reckoning Esports, they are not going to be able to survive for long when it comes to this fight. For iFlex, they have been able to get the revivals on their teammates. Insidious does go down. Crypto is still waiting on that revival, which is going to be provided, no troubles at all. 9 finish points for iFlex is definitely a really good game, but what they need is the zone. And when it comes to the zone from the other side, Entity has gotten that much more closer. With the 3 teams that remain, Entity with all 4 players still surviving, it seems like a chicken dinner. The second chicken dinner in 3rd week. The entirety of Entity has come together right here with 7 finishes. And this is what Entity is known for. To be able to play the game to perfection.
Yeah. Entity Gaming, they're probably going to be the dictators of this final circle. They've got a nice 2-2 split going on for themselves, but Team iFlix looking for the breach inside of the safe zone. They need to traverse through open crowds, and that's where Entity, they're going to have the advantage. Because at least this 2-2 split's working out quite nicely. For Team iFlix, they need to take care of the sidelines as well, because FS Esports can be a big threat in the way. For Entity Gaming, they've got a lot of intel to play with. And for them to mow down the launch, that's not going to be that tough at all. iFlix, all the 3 players stacked on one side. For Team FS Esports, 2 players stacked on one side. There's a bit of a distance between those 2 players of FS. But I want to see how that's going to be utilized for succession. iFlix now finally looking forward to make some moves on the board. They've used a couple of smokes, but soon enough, those smokes as well are going to start to fade away. So iFlix, they need to make something happen as quick as possible on the board. Time's of the essence, and it's taken away quite quickly. A beautiful nade from Secret is going to find the opening. Crypto goes down. Team iFlix now on the verge of crumbling down as well. Too many utilities being tossed on over from FS, but even FS, they have their own casualty. Aru gets taken down by the players of Entity Gaming, and Entity Gaming, they're here to third party this entire fray. Entity Gaming with the most amount of man advantage. They're looking forward to stop the players of Team iFlix in their own tracks, and Entity, they've of course got everything they need in these final few moments. Maverick inside of the smoke, just waiting for someone to overstep the boundaries. Even Secret nades find Spukar, and Maverick's going to take the advantage. He instantly shuts down one more man from Entity, but the vehicle gets blown up, and with the vehicle explosion, even the last man of iFlix falls down.
And that is all that Entity is going to be able to draw against the players of iFlix as they get eliminated. FS, they're stuck behind this tree. and the smoke that they've created with the cover slowly fading away. But what a perfect play right there from the side of Secret, as he's been able to bring down Somraj from Entity. Now it's a 2v2 affair, but the flank angle that Entity's Troy has got for himself, will he be able to do much? A perfect Molotov being thrown against him. Secret out in the open. From one side it's going to be Troy, from the other side it's going to be his teammate, who is going to be able to get the players of FS down. Secret goes down, but no! FS are going to have the last laugh as they, I believe, walk away with an incredible chicken dinner. This was stolen away from the players of Entity. I'm not entirely certain how could this have gone down this way. Entity, they had a really good control, but did not get the chicken dinner, or did they? It seemed like FS. They were the ones who was, as soon as that revival was brought in, they jumped outside that smoke and that tray. From one side it was Secret, from the other side it was teammate against Troy. They brought on a spray. Secret spray played to perfection, and on the other side FS's Secret's teammate did the deed and put the nail in the coffin, and the final player for Entity Gaming. They got so close yet so far. In the entirety of the tournament, I mean, they've only got one single chicken dinner. This would have been their second. But that has not been their luck. Nevertheless, for the players of FS, this has been a really, really good conversion right there, and they needed it as well, as we found themselves sitting on the 4th page of the leaderboard.
FS Esports, I mean, for them, this was a much-needed chicken dinner. I'm not exactly sure how many elimination points the players of FS Esports had, but definitely these 15 placement points is going to be helping them quite a lot in the overall standings. And as I mentioned, FS Esports was one of those teams that we all were counting on. They were also on the last page of the overall standings, so they needed all the points they could get. In the final few moments, I'm not exactly sure what exactly happened, but one thing is for sure, FS Esports, they showcased and they played with the patience quite nicely. They were not really taking a lot of part in that fight. Instead, they were just using the utilities. You saw Secret tossing out a couple of nades over here and there. That gave the advantage to the players of FS Esports in a really good way.
But again, I'm so questioned and baffled with the way it played out right there, Necro, because, you know, in the final moments, Entity had already cleared out the third team. They knew exactly where FS's players were, right behind that smoke and that tree. And for the players of Entity, they were in a split as well. So it was a perfect flank that was created. From one side it was Troy, from the other side was teammate, and yet the conversion was in favor of FS. So was it, again, you know what, let's recap it through the highlights right now and give our brains a little bit of relaxation, because this is the final game that Group C and D had to play.
As I mentioned to you a while ago, this was the final game for Group C and D, and you mentioned this as well. So considering a lot of teams realize the fact that the depth of the situation is quite bad, so Team Zero as well off the bat, we saw them take some aggressive approach. FS Esports, them getting the chicken dinner, of course, to put them in a decent spot. Gen X FM as well, they were trying their best to do something, make something happen on the board. But even, of course, they were not really able to do a lot. TTE, even they themselves are now starting to get demolished inside of the lobby. The consistency is starting to fade away from Team Together Esports. Reckoning Esports as well, they made sure that the players of Wingod Esports aren't going to crumble down in front of them. Even that fight was quite an incredible one. Team Soul, as usual, you do not really expect a lot from them, considering they're already on the first half of the board, and they're pretty much going to be qualifying, so I do not really have to expect a lot from them.
Absolutely. Nothing taken away from the players of IQ Soul and the play that they are actually making as well. But now with these two groups done, it is time for Group A and B. But before we talk about Group A and B itself, of course, there's the MVP and the stars of the match to bring up from this game. And this time around, the final three teams that remain in that final moment, the final tri-circle that was created between these three teams, they were all looking pretty good. I mean, Entity sitting at, what, 9 elimination points. We had FS, I'm not entirely sure. Entity had 9. FS, I believe, had 7, if I'm not wrong. But we'll, of course, confirm that. But who will be the MVP is where the question is going to be drawn. Could it be an Entity's player? Could it be IQ Soul's player? Could it be FS's player? Well, we're going to soon find out.
Has to be someone from the side of Entity Gaming, I'm not gonna lie. Entity Gaming, they had a decent game as well. And they were not just proning down. They were not just playing completely safe. Instead, they were also playing to take the fights, which is completely understandable. Entity Gaming, Revenue Esports, all these teams are still in the safer grounds, and it's completely understandable, too, that they want to play for the fight. So I'm not going to be shocked if it is going to be at least someone from the side of Entity Gaming. But once again, I'm going to keep on elaborating on this fact. FS Esports, at the last game, they clutched up. If they wouldn't have made this chicken dinner happen, I'm pretty sure for them to make it inside of the top 16, it would have just been a massive dream. But now that FS Esports, they got the chicken dinner, it's going to be a big leap in the overall standings, and it's going to help them at least stay somewhere close to that top 16 spot. And now the teams inside of the top 16, they've got another challenger approaching, so they need to be a little bit more careful. The teams that were barely on the edge were Big Brother Esports and a couple of more teams, so I'm not exactly sure how that's going to be panning out. But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game, because it's going to be an important one. It's going to be Aru from the side of FS Esports with 60% finish contribution.
Well, that's definitely a commendable approach coming in from Aru from FS Esports with 6 finishes, 60% contribution being accumulated from his side to the entirety of the lineup of FS Esports.
Points.
As you mentioned, is going to be a big jump and lead from FS Esports itself. At the same time, let's have a look at the stars of the match, and that is where Aru, he just brings himself up in the name for finisher as well as going all out, but it is Knuckle being the best companion with 3 assists and 2 rescues done by him.
It's going to be 25 points in total, Blotter. So that's a lot of points accumulated from the side of FS Esports. Yeah, exactly. And then you look at best companion being Knuckle once again from the side of IQ Soul. Aru as well being the finisher once again for that previous game. I'm not going to lie, Entity Gaming, they should have had that last game, but Entity Gaming at this point in time, I highly doubt they even care a lot, because they have got themselves in the top 3. They've got nothing to lose as well. Everything's really looking good for them. But as we move on forward and take a look at the match rankings, FS Esports with 25 points, Entity Gaming still consistent with those 20 points. Team iFlix as well as trying to stay consistent inside of the run. Then you see Reckoning Esports 2 with 15 points accumulated. Team Forever with 8. Team Zero with 8 points, Revenue Esports with 7, and Soul with 7. Alibaba Raiders with 4 as well. Windgod Esports, a team that desperately needed a performance out of the last game, but everything went south, especially when they took a fight against Reckoning Esports.
Well, at the same point of time, I mean, looking at OR Esports right there, Genex FM, they are looking comfortable in the top 12, top 10 position with where they found themselves. They're going to be dropping down into the top 12, top 16 still is where I expect them to remain at the end of this game at least. But OR Esports, a tough luck being drawn against them. They were sitting on the 17th position previous to this game with 190 points. This time around, they got nil. They got zilch, which in turn is not going to propel them, rather push them down further, because the other groups are going to be now jumping in. So the 17th, 18th position that OR Esports were in, that is going to be trickling down south for them, sadly. But talking about the overall, let's of course smash all the speculation coming in from me and just confirm what the numbers are for all of these teams. Overall ranking on our screens after 51 games having been played in the 3 weeks. We're looking at Entity leading the charge all over again, once again, with just a single chicken dinner. 288 points is what they've got. 70 points shy is the 8th position holder, Carnival Gaming.
You know what the crazy part is for Entity Gaming, especially when Somraj and his team was not able to perform. A lot of people started to raise a lot of fingers on Somraj, and now that he's finally able to play this well, I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans are going to be super nice about the fact that Somraj is once again making a comeback inside of the scene. This was missed out all the way back a couple of years ago. Somraj was one of the best IGLs, and now once again it seems like he's probably going to be one of the best. He's on that curve, at least that's what it looks like. As we got the second page of the overall standings, and this is where things are going to be a little bit more important to see. Genex FM on the 13th spot. Team Together Esports dropped down all the way on the 11th, but look at Team iFlix. They're so high up on the 10th spot in the overall standings. Team iFlix, they've taken a massive leap. And then you move on to the third page, and you see a couple of more upsets. Big Brother Esports, once again, kicked out of that top 16.
Absolutely not what we anticipated to see, but again, they will have another climb to the ladder in week 4, because for this week, number 3, Big Brother's games are done. Global Esports is going to be jumping into the fray, along with the likes of Team Godlike, Hydra officials, in the upcoming games that are left for the day. But talking about the way things have played out, I mean, as we move ahead with the teams that are still yet to play this final, these 3 final games, they've got Team Zero after 27 matches, sitting on that 25th position. So Team Zero, again, they're trying to climb up that ladder, but it's just a hit and miss from their side. At the same time, all the other teams that are sitting from the 29th all the way down to the 32nd position, well, that is a big jump from 127 points on the 24th position. It is not an easy one to climb to 161 points. 127 to 161 in 3 games. Yeah, that again, I cannot really say much. I shouldn't even say much because, as you perfectly mentioned, Blind Esports, right? They got what, 42 points or something like that in one day? That was
more than 50 points.
More than 50 points is what they got when it comes to Blind. So yeah, 52 points, there we have it. So that clearly indicates that if you get that good a game on one particular day, then you can definitely propel yourself in the top 16, and that is what I hope to see from these teams that are done for the day.
Now, once again, I've been mentioning about this team quite a lot. I'm not going to lie. I understand I might be kind of annoying, but I'm still not able to understand the downfall of Team Prince because the lack of confidence is clearly visible. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with the team, but one thing is for sure, that Team Prince, they're eating themselves with all the overthinking that's coming in from their side, and you're also seeing a lot of overcommitments inside of the fight. I just feel like you should stop overthinking a lot of the scenarios and just do it. Instead of just waiting and thinking about everything that you want to do inside of the game, you might as well just try to take a step, because everything that you're doing is just not working out anyway, so you might as well try to do something, right? But for Team Prince, things are just collapsing down, and team play has to be the way to go. And Team Prince, they're choking quite a lot. I just hope that choke is not going to be seen tomorrow or the next week as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview lined up with someone, so let's move on forward and take a look at the interview.
हेलो सर, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो कैसे हो?
बस सांसें चल रही हैं हम सबकी, बट फिक्सेस आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
जेडी गेमिंग, क्या सीन चल रहा है? मतलब आप इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर कुछ अलग ही मुकाम पे पहुंच चुके हैं। प्रिटी श्योर आपके काफी फैंस बन चुके हैं। वो क्लचेस के बारे में बताइए। पहले तो वो एरेंगल का मैचअप जो 3 प्लेयर्स को आपने डीबीएस से गिराया था, उसके बारे में बताइए।
इतना कुछ नहीं, वो सिचुएशन ऐसी बन गई थी कि मार दिया। ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं था, इतना लगा नहीं था कि बड़ी टीम है, डर के खेलो।
उस टाइम पे टीम का क्या रिएक्शन था? आपकी टीम का क्या रिएक्शन था कि जेडी ये क्या कर रहे हो? ऐसा कुछ हुआ मतलब?
हाँ हुआ, जैसे करंट चिल्ला रहे थे कि बहुत अच्छा मारा करके।
यू नो, अभी तो आप टॉप 16 के अंदर अपनी जगह बनाए रखी है। उम्मीद करूंगा आने वाले मैचेस में भी अच्छा रहे। बट एक टाइम था जब आप स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, यू नो, बॉटम पेजेस पे थे। फिर ऐसा क्या चेंज किया कि अब चीजें थोड़ी बेहतर हो गई है?
हम 3 वीक से ये मतलब स्ट्रेटजीज बना रहे थे 3 वीक से कि भाई ये पहले 3 वीक थोड़ा स्ट्रेटजी बनाओ, खेल के देखो कैसे वर्क होता है। अभी वही कर रहे वर्क उसके ऊपर, और अगले वीक में आपको दिखाई देगा उसका रिजल्ट।
जी हाँ, रिजल्ट तो जरूर दिखाई देगा। बट व्हाट हैपेंड रॉन्ग इस एरेंगल में? आप लोग पोचिंकी में एंटर करने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, वहाँ पे विंड गॉड के प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी मौजूद थे, तो व्हाट हैपेंड रॉन्ग इन दैट पर्टिकुलर फाइट?
सरप्राइज था, पता नहीं था बाकी बंदों की पोजीशन, एक बंदे की ही पता थी हम लोग को। वो थोड़ा हम लोग के लिए सरप्राइज हुआ। तो वही है कि थोड़ा गलतियां की है, उसको सुधारेंगे और अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे आगे चल के।
आई थिंक आप अभी जिस पेस से बढ़ रहे हो जेडी गेमिंग, आई एम डेफिनेटली श्योर कि आप लोग लैन में दिखोगे। लैन में हम देख चुके अलग ऑर्ग से खेल रहे थे, बट इस बार क्या बदलने वाला है कि इस बार जीतना है या फिर वही टॉप 8 टॉप 6 वहाँ पे खेलना है?
नहीं, अगर जाना है तो जीतने का ही ये है कि जीतो या तो #2 वही।
जीतना और #2 में फर्क है।
ये जीत हार के बीच में मुझे फर्क लगता है।
इंसान प्रैक्टिकल होता है कि मुझे ये अचीव करना है, बट ट्रॉफी तो एक ही है। ट्रॉफी टारगेट है आपका?
ट्रॉफी, हाँ ट्रॉफी तो है। अगर नहीं तो डोमिनेट करके जाना है कि बंदों को, हाँ कि ये टीम थी जेनेक्सएफएम की आई मार के चली गई, बहुत अच्छा खेली टूर्नामेंट।
चलो
यही रखना है।
मैं अपना फाइनल क्वेश्चन फेंकूं या आपको कुछ पूछना है? तो
मैं एक्चुअली
अरे आपका है भावना जी, आप जैसा बोले वैसा करेंगे, आप बताइए।
सॉरी, मैं एक्चुअली जानना चाहती हूँ आपकी टीम में मेन असॉल्टर कौन है? क्योंकि अगर आपके स्टैट्स देखें, एवरी प्लेयर इज गेटिंग टू मेनी फ्रैग्स।
ऐसा कोई नहीं, सभी मारते हैं टीम में। कभी आईजेल मारते हैं, कभी सपोर्टर भी मारते हैं।
टीम असॉल्टर्स
सब मतलब, हाँ
नाम भी वैसे ही था पहले से।
बट अब आपका समय आपने हमें दिया, थैंक यू सो मच। बट जाने से पहले एक सवाल, कोई एक ऐसी टीम जिसने आपको बहुत ज्यादा इम्प्रेस कर दिया, लाइक आप उनको देखते हो एज नो समथिंग कि भाई ऐसा खेल सकते हैं, ये बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, क्या करते हैं ये, कुछ ऐसी कोई ऐसी टीम है अभी आपके पास?
मेरे लिए तो सब टीम सेम है, सब अच्छा ही खेल रही है।
इतना मॉडेस्ट मत बनो ना गुरुजी, बता दो ना एक नाम जो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है आपके हिसाब से।
अच्छा, केमिन खेल रही है मेरे हिसाब से, मेरे को केमिन लगती है।
बट आपका गेम प्ले तो बिल्कुल अपोजिट है। हाँ। केमिन थोड़ा पैसिव खेलती है, आप बिल्कुल शोर शराबे से खेलते हो।
हम वैसे ही है, वो दिमाग से खेलते हैं, हम थोड़ा गन गेम से खेलते हैं,
अपोजिट अट्रैक्ट। और चलो ये बात भी सही है। अब एक अगला सवाल, फाइनल सवाल ये है कि कोई ऐसी टीम जिससे आपको बहुत उम्मीदें हैं कि भाई इस टीम के पास वो सारे मसाले अच्छी डिश के, बट डिश खराब बन रही है, परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ रही।
नहीं ऐसी कोई टीम नहीं है।
फिर मॉडेस्ट। चलो थैंक यू सो मच।
ऐसी कोई टीम।
थैंक यू सो मच, आपने टाइम दिया, अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द फर्दर मैचेस।
थैंक यू।
अच्छा ठीक है, ध्यान रखिएगा।
ओके, थैंक यू,
ऑल द बेस्ट।
Well, there we have it. Gen X definitely bringing up decent answers to the questions, of course, and as he perfectly mentioned as well from JD's side, that we should be anticipating different play being showcased from him from the final week. As of now, they've done okay. They found themselves in the top 16, but not for long, of course. Necro, as we were just talking about it, they're sitting on the 13th position with 198 points. 5 points shy on the 16th position is Orangutan with 193. So most certainly, Gen X is going to be dropping down from the top 16 in the next 3 games. But hey ho, we definitely do want to see what they do in week number 4. Because today they're done.
Exactly. I mean, look, consistency is the key. Yeah, inside of this week, Gen X FM, they've definitely done quite nicely, but you never know what's going to be holding up for the upcoming weeks. Gen X FM, they do have a decent bit of cushion, but is that cushion really enough? My answer is going to be absolutely not. They needed to perform a little bit more better in order to solidify themselves inside of the top 16, because the upcoming week, it's just going to be a hell. Let's be honest. Everyone's going to be trying their best to either spoil someone else's game or either trying to squeeze themselves barely inside of the 16th spot. So even the teams at the bottom page, they would either try to spoil someone else's game or still they would have some hopes in making it inside of the top 16, which sounds a little bit too much, but still, you can always keep the hope up, and that's what keeps the world going. But ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the show and before we shuffle the groups as well, we need to give huge thanks to our sponsors too. And of course, starting off with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and then you've also got Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy Unleash the Beast. Now, Blotter, we know groups are going to be shuffled up, and also some new set of maps are going to be back inside of the fray. Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel, of course, especially Sanhok being one of my favorite maps, and it's a complete zone-oriented map. You really need to respect the zone.
Absolutely, and this is where, again, when it comes to the groups that are going to be dominating and jumping in now, we've got Blind Esports, we've got the likes of Chemin Esports, we've got Global Esports, with, of course, the likes of God's Reign, as well as Gujarat Tigers, WSB Gaming. So quite a lot of these teams that we want to be able to see bring up their gameplay and game plan as to how exactly is that going to be changing. We're going to find out in just a few minutes when the game starts off on the map of Sanhok itself. But in all of this, Carnival Gaming, I wonder if today they're going to get another chicken dinner or not, because I really want to be able to see that kind of a play from them. They like to play it safe. They like to keep it very, very low-key open. But today is going to be the final day of week 3. I just keep my fingers crossed they get another chicken in the bag.
I mean, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Sanhok is now starting on the screens, booting up on the screens as the plane flat pad starts all the way from one side of the map, and of course it's going to be ending to the opposite. Now, Sanhok being one of the maps where the plane flat path really barely makes any type of difference. I want to see where the upcoming circle is going to be starting from. Considering Team IQ Souls are not playing inside of these groups, one thing is for sure, even if the circle is going to be on Camp Alpha Island, you're not going to have that big of a threat, especially in the name of Team Soul just taking the game away. Instead, it can be 50-50 which team's going to be taking it home. Before now, as we do see off the bat, a couple of teams took an exit, including Hydra and the players of Skulls. There might be a little bit of a drop collision on the southern side, but I still want to see how the settlement is going to be looking like over there. Now, Team X-Spark and Global Esports dropping out towards Camp Alpha Island. Team X-Spark towards High 10. X-Spark being one of those teams that is desperately looking for the points. Global Esports, one of those teams that does not really have the cushion, but is looking forward to find the cushion inside of this game of Sanhok. Finding a cushion, especially when you do not really have the circle in the game of Sanhok, can be a little bit challenging, but it's not next to impossible. as we do have the circle too. It's going to be a standard circle, nothing out of the box, but we do see a couple of fights going off the bat. OG is going to be the one to get their hands dirty this time, and they've already managed to take down one of the players and get the advantage stacked up in their favor. OG up against the players of TWM. This is going to be an interesting fight. You also see GT in the fray too. I want to see how this one's going to be panning out. Orangutan, this is not looking too good. Even WSB's around the corner. This is going to be a hellhole. I want to see how OG can come out on top. OG, they've got the firepower to back themselves up, but especially when you're going to be going against some of the teams that are not doing too good inside of the game. 4Shot Esports and GT. This is going to be an interesting one, especially Gujarat Tigers is one of those teams that you cannot underestimate at all.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, Gujarat Tigers, the way they've just taken on that baton of aggression and pushed in ahead has been absolutely incredible. But it seems like right now in that feed, we've got the players of 4Shot taking on some sprays. But in all of this, a third party, can that be expected against Hydra and 4Shot? Because it is OG around in the vicinity. That is going to be closer and closer as well. Again. This is slow and steady progress right now. Both of these teams know that they're in...
Slaughter. 4 teams inside a boot camp. The GT, OG, you also see the players of WSB, and then even 4Shot Esports. But 4Shot Esports, they've already pulled out. The GT, they've lost out on one of their players a while ago. And that too, Shadow. He's supposed to be the IGL for the team, and now Shadow's not inside of the game. It's going to be a big issue for Gujarat Tigers. And Gujarat Tigers, even they've been doing quite okay in the overall standings, but they do not have the cushion at all. So this game's going to be important. For OG2 and even for Gujarat Tigers, both of them are barely hanging on the cliff. Utilities cooked up by Clutch God, looking to find the opening. This early inside of the game, you're not going to have a lot of resources as well. And even WSB, they're probably looking forward to pounce on top of the opportunity and make a third party happen. AKOP can be caught. His back's quite exposed.
Again, both of these teams, they're playing it really, really safe. And in all of this, WSB Gaming, they are waiting on for that opportunity to be able to bring in that third party against any of these teams that they create an opening against. But for now, it is all down to Gujarat Tigers against OG's Ash. Clutch God, he got so close, yet so far as he pushes back. Now again, this precarious situation that both these teams are stuck in, WSB, they're just being, they're not even moving, they're stuck with a snail pace attitude. They're just spreading themselves. We can see the team in magenta in the minimap. They're patiently waiting, and as that happens, who will get the first knock right here? Vizgod or GT?
OG. They can finally hear the footsteps approaching them. The GT, they've got a good stance inside of the fight. Clutch God is going to be the first man to hit the deck as well. But now OG, they're going to get the advantage stacked up inside of the fight. It finally breaks out. It's an absolute street brawl. And Gujarat Tigers, they're on the verge of losing this entire brawl as well. Gujarat Tigers in the man disadvantage while the opponents have got a massive advantage inside the fight itself, and Ash is just going for the pre-fires, and he catches that man. Nicely done. GT out of the contention, and OG, an easy conversion inside of the fight, but WSB Gaming with the third party is ready around the corner. The players are softened up as well. If they want, they can keep on pressing up too. OG, not in that good of a position, and WSB, they've got everything lined up for them. Even good vests. Look at this. Level 3 helmet onto Raiden. It's going to be tough to take down this man itself. WSB with some good resources to back themselves up. Everything's looking like they've got a date with destiny. And WSB, some free points for grabbing as well. OG with all the disadvantage stacked with them. And now Raiden as well, looking forward to making off. Fangle Ash has got nowhere to go. Wizard, he's only got a double barrel shotgun to back himself up. And he's also pinned in that corner, in that closet room. And he gets devoured. He gets dismantled.
And with that, 2 teams getting eliminated right here. OG being the second one. In all of this, WSB Gaming has capitalized on those points that were easily available for them. And bringing in that third party, they have had a wonderful start to this game. But in this stage 1 itself, quite a lot of fights that we've seen happening around in the area. Where right now it seems that Chemin Esports have trouble of their own brewing. against the players. Though again, when it comes to the zone itself, well, there we have it. Skulls and Chemin Esports. Skulls were the first ones to be able to create that opening and that first shot. But right now, that nade being cooked to perfection against Dope can very well be detrimental to the positioning of Skulls, as all three of them are so close. But the DBS in Dope's hand. Now, this is where all he needs is to find those skull-cracking shots against the three players. And look at that in the mini-map. Chemin Esports, they have themselves scattered. But in far from the back, Bilju, he just jumps in to the opportunity to create that flank and absolutely tries to bring in that cover fire for his teammate, but not for long, because as we were mentioning, when it comes to Chemin Esports and their flank that they've created, the fanned out approach, Skulls Esports, they're not going to be able to survive for too long. Phoenix is the final player who's trying to give in that revival to his teammates, to R2. Lucifer's going to be jumping into that play as well, but again, that nade is going to just be done and dusted, and that'll be the end and demise for the players of Skulls, as they do walk away with 4 finishes. Decent conversion right there. But sadly, that's all that they're going to be able to cook in this game. Because Chemin Esports, with all 4 players still surviving in stand, and they've been able to accumulate 4 finish points as they annihilate Skulls Esports. 12 teams remaining with 46 players, and we're still part of stage 1. So an aggressive start to the Sanhok.
WSP, they started off with 5 elimination points. Chemin Esports with 4. TWM and Team X-Park with 1 each. That's a really good start for a lot of the teams off the bat. 4 teams eliminated inside of the game instantly. Only 12 teams left over, and you're still inside of the stage 1. Oh man, what's just going on inside of this game? Sanhok, things started off in quite a menacing way. And now Metal Esports and CG, even they've taken a little bit of blows here and there in the guts. For Metal Esports, this is the only day. But I'm not going to lie, I've given up on Metal Esports at this point. I'm not seeing any type of improvement from this team. We're seeing the same performance being continued from them. They're not really trying to bring anything new to the table. Even if they are making some adjustments, I'm not able to see them clearly. That means they just need to work a little bit more harder. Gain some more intel on the opponent teams. Do a little bit more analysis when they're back at home. They just need to do a little bit more hard work, I guess, in general. Because there's a lot of teams just moving up miles ahead of you. And Venom is busy staring at the ground and thinking about his future.
Well, Kevin, we know the kind of playstyle that they bring to the table, which is going to be, of course, on a slow poke play. That is what Kevin loves to do. And that's what Venom seems to be waiting for. Right behind around the area is going to be TWM, looking forward to somewhat of a mid-strat strategy as well, it seems like. So the 3 teams that are outside, we've got Chemin Esports getting closer and closer to get into the entry of the zone from the south. TMW is still waiting in the blues. Global Esports from Camp Alpha have yet to make their entry into the zone. But in all of this chaos, Blind Esports on our screens as they find themselves very much in the center of the zone, surrounded by a lot of the teams. And it is none other than Medal, who've got a perfect compound right next to Paradise Resort. They've got the information against the position held by Blind Esports as well. Where Metal Esports, they thankfully have a compound working for them. But will that be enough? As Necro did just mention right now, when it comes to all the changes that Metal Esports have made, they've just come in a little too late. We saw the play style coming in from them yesterday that did change their position from the 32nd position. But as the other teams came in and played their rounds, Metal Esports was brought down to 30th. So a tough luck affair. Next time around, they'll have to be a bit more proactive from the start of the tournament itself, because getting active in week 2 or 3, or rather week 3 itself, because week 1 and 2 has just not been in their favor. Week 3 also is just a hit and miss for Metal Esports, sadly, till now.
Pretty much. Metal Esports, I mean, they've got a couple of threats lingering in the front lines, especially Top Dog. He can sense it. And Metal Esports, they're not looking too good when it comes to resources as well. A couple of players have gotten no first aids onto them. While look at Omega, this man is stacked up. He's like a thief. He's got 7 first aids, 4 nades, 2 smokes. He's got everything the world ever needs. And also a lot of ammunition. Carnival Gaming, I guess they're ready for a big defense. Even Neo's got 9 first aids. One thing is for sure. Carnival Gaming, they're going to be going for a med strat. because every single person from the side of Carnival Gaming are going to stack up those utilities, those meds onto that one man, and then he's probably going to stay outside of the blue and just keep on going for the patches. You've got WSB still holding the boot camp area. Then you've got the players of God's Ring inside of the entire Paradise Resort. Right outside is going to be the players of Metal Esports who've taken a bit of blow in their gut, but it's not going to be that difficult for them to recover from that blow. Godlike, a team that's been struggling for a long time. They're in the smack center, but let's see how well they're going to be utilized that position in the future fray. Even CG in a good spot with the high ground. They can get so much intel to play around with and work around with. Chemin Esports on the bottom side, even they're looking quite good. AUTOBOTZ on the top right. Everything's looking quite good at this point in time, considering there's not a lot of teams with the competition. Everyone's going to be feeling at home.
Absolutely, but that's only a matter of time before the zone makes a move, and as it does, the teams are going to be pushed out of their comfort zone. Talking about being outside the comfort zone, Global Esports, I mean, they made that rotation all the way from Camp Alpha Island. They're still in the blues, still making that rotation, still not yet entered the zone. From Camp Alpha all the way down south towards Ruins, they've made an entry from Kampong to get into the zone. And as the zone moves away, now Global Esports is going to find themselves behind the players of Chemin Esports. They will have to come back to that and see if Global Esports likes to overextend or not. Another late rotating team that's on our screens right now is going to be the players of TWM. They held their position out in the blues for quite a long time. And right now are slowly but surely getting closer and closer to the zone. With 200 meters that they wish to cover, they're making a long walk.
I just noticed one thing. Global Esports started off from the Camp Alpha Island, and now they're all the way towards Lakabi. That's a long rotation they've taken all the way from the southern side. Let's see how much well it's going to pan out. They still need to breach inside the safer lines. The Wall of Death is definitely going to be causing a lot of issues if you're not going to have enough meds to patch yourself up and tank it. Chemin Esports on the southern side inside of the circle are probably going to act like guardian angels. They're not going to let anyone breach in from that point. So even that's going to be another tougher approach. Right in the smack center, you've got 4Shot Esports, a team that has seen a lot of struggles inside of the competition. But let's see how well it's going to work out for them. The same thing can be said for Team X-Spark, a team that is supposed to be a star-studded lineup, but even Team X-Spark is struggling quite a lot. In general, the challenge season has been super weird. The teams that you expect to perform are not able to perform. The teams that you expect not to perform are actually able to perform. Things are happening vice versa. And AUTOBOTZ in the elimination feed, even they get themselves engaged in a fight against the players of God's Ring, that too. They've managed to invade the territory of the Gods, and Justin's taken down. And the Gods are not going to be quiet after this one. They're looking forward to get the confirmation flowing up too. But AUTOBOTZ, it doesn't seem like they're going to be shying away anytime soon. Confirmation found on a Justin God's Ring, now taken down to a 3-man squad. And for AUTOBOTZ, they're going to have some evil smirks on their faces.
This is real good conversational push, a very synergistic push coming in from the side of AUTOBOTZ, of course, against the players of Gods, as you perfectly mentioned. And God's Reign, they have none other than Delta PG jumping in with a very precarious flank angle right there that he was able to create. Same is the case for Shogun as well. But Shogun from GDR, he's far back. Now both of these players, Delta and Shogun, they need to somehow be able to utilize their plays and their positions to perfection against the players of AUTOBOTZ. Now AUTOBOTZ, they need to regroup. Survey has been dropped down. So has his teammate as well. So a 2-man split coming in from the right of AUTOBOTZ. And that is where God's Reign are going to be pushing on their luck to be able to create the perfect opening and utilize it in terms of points. But finish points are just not being diverted to the players of GDR as they keep going down. Spills with another DBS. This is ridiculous.
Trades happening back and forth, and bodies falling down like flies. Mr. Spray as well, now wanting to get his hands dirty inside of the fight itself. God's Reign, they've done a great job in taking down 3 of the players of AUTOBOTZ, even though they had the man disadvantage in the fight. Mr. Spray, he can sense the threat approaching in front of him. The DBS spams are going to be on the point as well, but still Mr. Spray's not able to find that crucial connection. Inside of the smoke lurks a dragon. He's looking to just fire around the corners as well. But AUTOBOTZ, that dragon is now starting to be quite annoying. That's why Mr. Spray is just going to back away and instead play for the resurrection. Good flash. Mr. Spray being blinded. The only thing he can see in front of his eyes is white. And Destro instantly goes for the patch-up as well. He's going to find the resurrection on the fallen goal. And here comes a push. It's going to be a two-pack. But Godsreen, they lose out in their IGL. A big key to the treasure is now gone. And now Delta PG is gone for the patch-up. The only first aid he had available is used inside the match. And Delta PG goes for the fight, and he comes out on top as well. Godsreen, they somehow managed to clutch this one at the skin of their teeth. And they're going to keep on moving forward inside of the game. But look at the amount of damage they've taken. 3 players have been taken down, and now it's all down to Delta. He probably needs to go for the Met strat.
Well, this was a very difficult fight right there for God's Drain. Delta's not going to be able to do much, but right now we move ahead from one fight to another where WSB Gaming against the players of TWM are in a bit of a kerfuffle as WSB have got the momentum with 5 finishes already converted. And now Raiden with a DBS in his hand. It's a 1v1 situation, but it seems like his teammate's going to not be able to provide that cover, sadly. It's going to be Kyolma who's going to be able to bring down his opponent, and this is not what we expected from WSB. Right in front of them is the opponent, but their numbers have dwindled down. It all falls down to the final player ban, and it's a 2v1 situation where we can clearly see Ninze, he is pushed on against the final player of WSB. The Blues have caught up to them as well. Who's going to get the last laugh right here? Is it going to be TMW or WSB? WSB do go down. This was a lackluster fight coming in from WSB. Sad turn of events right there. They had the momentum. They had 5 finishes, but it was TWM getting the final finish right there. And the final knock converted. Thus, WSB get eliminated. 19th with 30 players is what we're left with in this lobby. And on our screens, it's going to be Global Esports against the players of Godlike.
9 teams still left alive inside of the fray. And Global Esports is one of them. They lost out in Slug, a man who packs a lot of punch. But now Global Esports looking forward to take a fight against the players of Godlike. This is going to be an interesting affair. Especially Mavi's still alive inside of the game. Let's see how well he's going to be able to direct his team. Beast, Ninja Boy, these 2 godly players inside of the fight can definitely turn a situation. But let's see how well the situation's going to be panning out. That's the main question. Carnival Gaming as well, a team that believes that best defense is the best offense. But this time, I believe Carnival Gaming, they need to go on a little bit of an offensive foot. They cannot play defensive anymore. They need to go for the offensive stance, and that's what they're looking for to do. Chemin Esports as well, just pouring out a lot of pain and hurt against the opponents. And the amount of damage they're inflicting inside of the fray as well is too much. Backs against the wall, Chemin Esports, they need to make it inside of the circle. And that's what they're starting to do. Godlike 2 around the corner, they can be a massive threat. Chemin Esports out in the open, going for a Mayday push, going for a Mayday rotation, and they actually pull it off too. Chemin Esports, they find themselves a temporary spot. It's not that great, but you gotta make something out of nothing.
Absolutely, for Team Godlike, again, they need to make an entry into the zone from the western side of this entire area. And up above them is going to be Global Esports. Right below them, it's going to be Carnival Gaming. So Godlike, they're going to have to fight it out if they want to be able to make their presence felt inside this zone. And inside the zone, Chemin have made an entry from down south where right across their compound, it's going to be 4-Shot Esports. Chemin Esports, they've lost out on one of their player. There is going to be Honey getting so very close up and personal from the side of 4-Shot. But Dope again, Chan. It seems that Honey's going to be falling back. Altu with that perfectly cooked nade can maybe bring in a lot of damage right here, but he also has to take the brunt from the Blues. He's just barely surviving right there. And 4-Shot has no idea.
Honey!
What?
He saw his death approaching him. And he could just do nothing. And now Altu, he finds a clear line of sight. What is the players of 4-Shot Esports doing?
Where are they?
There's no way. They have no clue where Altu was. 4-Shot Esports, the presence of mind just seems lacking, Blotter.
That's just an absurd play right there that Kevin has been able to do. But right here, absurdness continues on the map of Sanhok as it's going to be Metal one by one. They peek out and Beast just does what he does best, absolutely annihilating and spraying down the heads of his opponents. As now Metal Esports are left with just the one final player, Top Dog. But Top Dog is going to have to hold his horse all for himself because it is a 2v1 situation against him. Ninja Boy, along with his teammate Beast. In fact, it's a 3v1 where Global Esports, they are going to be looking really good in terms of the way that they can dominate. But from the other side of the zone, it is going to be Godlike. From one side, it is the team in purple. That's going to be Global Esports. On the other, it is going to be Godlike. Who gets the better laugh in this entire final fight? We are going to find out.
The Globes now looking to spin around the block. As gods, they've finally started to rise up from the ashes, but they might just be put back in the coffin. And that's what happens. Blind Esports, they put the gods back in the coffin, and now it's time for Blind Esports to prevail. They've managed to conquer over the gods. They've taken down some of the best teams inside of the lobby, and Blind Esports, finally, it's time to break the patience. Finally, it's time to play a little bit more assertive inside of the lobby. Globe, the spin is not going to pan out that well. Ninja Boy spot out. What a great spot that was. Team X Spark, Sarunk's going to be the man to find the opening. But Global Esports, they've got their eyes locked on the players of Team X Spark. Even X Spark is quite desperate to get these points. Sarunk's taken down too low. Global Esports can be a big thorn in the way for this chicken dinner. And Team X Spark, they're starting to close a little bit of close and personal. Global Esports from the back line starting to deal a lot of damage. Team X Spark nowhere to go. They're in a big pickly situation. They're in a big sandwich situation. Blind Esports, they need to make it inside the circle themselves, but Ninja Boy catches a man lacking by, and Blind Esports, within a flash, the entirety of that team just comes collapsing down. Team X Spark, they control the entire pace of this final circumstance. They are going to be your dictators for this final circle. And Global Esports, they are now trying to get things back in their own hands. They want to take the control of this entire game in their own hands. It's all down to Mavi, the legend who's been around the corner for a long time, who's been in the esports scene for a long time. He packs a lot of experience. He shuts down 2 players and 2 more to go on the front lines. The DBS is doing a lot of damage, and Mavi, he catches the 3rd man too. With only 2 bullets in the DBS, he's looking to put a full stop to the story of Team X Spark. This Cinderella run of Team X Spark might just not come true, because Mavi himself is still alive behind that rock. If Mavi wants, he can go for the res, but I'm not exactly sure can he make this happen or not. Team X Spark, they go for the resurrection onto the fallen player. Ninja Boy will be back upon his feet too, maybe. I'm not exactly sure, but Team X Spark, they're going to play for the man advantage.
Oh, this is not looking good for Mavi. He should have utilized that opportunity to be able to get that res, and now he finally goes for it, where the revival has already taken place from his opponent side. X-Spark push on ahead, and just like that, a 2v1 situation going against Mavi's side. It is going to be X-Spark dominating in this fight. An incredible conversion right there for X-Spark. It seemed that Mavi might have that chicken dinner all by himself. It was a 1v3 situation that he had a control of. He definitely stood true and tall. The experience definitely showcased quite a lot right there, shining through Mavi's playstyle. But it was X-Spark who were able to get the chicken dinner in the bag for themselves. A much needed, a much awaited chicken dinner coming in favor of X-Spark, of course, but nothing taken away from Global Esports' dominating play right there in the final moments of the game, where Mavi, he was so very close. Had he just gotten that res on time, it could have gone either ways. It could have definitely gone either ways.
It was too good to be true, Blotter. Mavi, in a 1v4, almost on the verge of making the comeback as well in that fight. Wow. But unfortunately, Team X Spark, they play a little bit more wisely. They go for the man number. They prioritize the man advantage over the ego, and that's why Team X Spark, they pretty much come out on top. Patience has to be the key in these type of situations, and that's where I guess Team X Spark pretty much came out on top. But look at the brighter side over here. Team X Spark needed those points. They got the chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points, and now Team X Spark is not going to be on the last page of the overall standings.
True. That is definitely going to be a commendable approach right there, coming in favor of Team Xpark. Of course, for Global Esports, I mean, they have everything working for them. The way that they've been able to play out their first 3 weeks, I mean, this being the third week's final day, Global Esports has been looking very comfortable in terms of the position that they've been able to sustain and create for themselves. But for Xpark, it was much awaited. The fans are going to be definitely elated in terms of the performance that they've been able to bring to the table. And I just hope that the other 2 games, the remaining 2 games for Xpark, also go similarly stylishly well for them, because they also need those points. That is the only way you can qualify for that LAN finale, being in the top 16.
I mean, let's be honest. We had a lot of expectations from this Xpark lineup. I've mentioned this over and over again in the past as well. This entire lineup that Xpark has, it's completely oriented on firepower. And finally, we're able to see that firepower in action as well. God's Dream, this clutch from Delta PG was, of course, one in a century. And it was quite an exhilarating clutch as well. But then later on, we saw a fight between the players of WSB and TWM, where TWM somehow managed to come out on top in that fight. WSB being one of those teams, recently their form was on point as well, but still TWM somehow, they shut down the likes of WSB to come out on top in return. Godlike as well, they unfortunately clash against some of the best teams inside the lobby, including Blind Esports. And unfortunately, Godlike, they just did not have the man advantage, and they just came crashing down.
Oh, that moment right there, the way the cheeky play was showcased on the side of Blind Esports, that was unexpected for GL, of course. But in that final moment, it was those 2 final teams. And in turn, it was Xpark who got the final chicken dinner. But Mavi, what an incredible player right there for Global Esports. And of course, the experience that he's been able to accumulate over the years was clearly showcased so perfectly in that final moment. And again, we want to be able to see how many points did Xpark walk away with from this game. And then, of course, we're going to find out how big a leap in the overall ranking was this team able to create for themselves. But another wonderful thing to bring up, as I was mentioning, was Blind Esports and their play. The cheeky play that they held on strong in that final corner moment right there against Godlike was perfect, because Blind Esports also walked away with a decent number of points and thus solidifying their position in the top 16.
For a moment, I thought that Team Xpark is probably going to be the one to be in the sandwich situation between Blind Esports and Global Esports. But no, instead, Global Esports apparently had a clear line of sight against the players of Blind Esports, and that's where Team Xpark got a lifeline. Technically, Global Esports was the one to give the lifeline to Team Xpark, and that's the only reason why Team Xpark sort of prevailed and came out on top in the end, because man advantage is something that really matters. If Mavi wanted, he could have went for the resurrection onto the fallen player, but instead... Yes. Mavi, for a moment, thought that maybe there's going to be a push-up coming in the future, but instead that was not the case. Xpark just played with a little bit more brains, played with a little bit more calm, cool nature, and that's why they came out on top. But it's complete fine, though. Global Esports is still in the top 16. They're looking pretty okay in the overall standings. Team Xpark is the one that needs the points desperately, so it's understandable why Team Xpark wanted this chicken dinner much more than Global Esports.
Absolutely, and of course that is what the fans wanted to see as well. The sign of relief from the side of Xpark Showcase, thanks to that chicken dinner that was presented from them to their entirety of the fan lineup itself. Now again, when it comes to who's going to be the MVP and how this game fared out, it was a chaotic mess through and through when it came down to the Sanhok map, because there was just so many fights taking place left, right, and center that it could have gone either ways from that MVP list to the stars of the players. But that's what I am waiting eagerly to be able to see as to which direction are we going to be moving with the MVP. As we wait on for the MVP, another team to bring up is going to be TMW and WSB. Now TMW, they were looking very comfortable right there, but never mind that. We are going to come back to that conversation, because it is Altu from Chemin Esports getting the MVP with 5 finishes and 55% finish contribution.
Exactly. I mean, Altu with, as you mentioned, 55% finish contribution, and I guess majority of those elimination points as well came in against the players of 4Shot Esports. You saw clearly the presence of mind from the side of 4Shot Esports was not exactly there in that fight. I'm not exactly sure what they were trying to do over there, but 4Shot Esports, things could have been played much more in a better manner, but unfortunately they were not really able to do so, and that's why 4Shot Esports just were not able to win that game too. With 55% finish contribution, Chemin Esports once again keeping that consistency rolling up inside of the game. That's desperately needed for them, because once again, if you are a team that is looking forward to take the first spot in the overall standings, then you might as well try to keep the consistency flowing up, just like how Entity Gaming is doing. Now, as we do see the stars of the match, the best companions is going to be Dreams, the IGL of Team X-Spark. And then the finisher is going to be Ninja Jot, as usual. He's supposed to be the man to pack a lot of punch in that team.
Absolutely, and that is what is going to make a big difference right there, and that is what he did do as well. Right at the right time itself. And X-Spark, like we've been talking about it, this was the kind of play style that the fans were waiting for to be able to see, and that is what the team has delivered so perfectly in just the right time as well. The stars of the match being favored by Chemin Esports and X-Spark players. Now it all boils down to the match ranking and the amount of points that were distributed on the Sanhok map. We still have to figure out how big a leap has Team X-Spark made. With 7 finishes and a chicken dinner, 22 points in total is what they've been able to accumulate. But will that be enough is what we need to find out, because for Global Esports, well, it's just another day in the office as they get 19 points, and for Chemin Esports as well, because they're going to be looking comfortable in the top 16 position.
I mean, look at Carnival Gaming. You wanted to see Carnival Gaming as well, and I guess Blotter, somewhere down the line, you maybe cursed them, because this is the only game that I've seen Carnival Gaming not do that great. Only 1 point accumulated inside of that previous game. Gujarat Tigers and Hydra officials got none, so of course that's going to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow for them. 4Shot Esports with 3 Skulls Esports, another team that needed desperate points, but unfortunately no conversion from their side too. AUTOBOTZ Esports, same thing can be said. Pretty much the latter half of the board that you see inside of these match rankings, most of them are on the last page of the overall standings too, and that's not looking good at all.
It is not. Again, you know what? When it comes down to good as well as another team to bring up right here, that is going to be in the name of Gujarat Tigers. Now, Gujarat Tigers is going to be another team that we wanted to be able to see bring in a really good play from all of these teams, but you know what? It's just not happened. Like you were mentioning as well, you know, it is looking like I seem to have cursed these teams, Carnival Gaming, Gujarat Tigers, even OG for that matter. It has gone against them. But hey, you know what? The best part is we're still left with 2 more games remaining. So there's still another 2 hours of action where anything and everything can change.
I mean, as you mentioned, you've still got 2 more games to go. And anything can happen in those 2 games, especially even if the team that is currently at the bottom of the overall standings, if they do get even 2 chicken dinners, they will be back up in the overall standings. Once again, maybe somewhere in the second page, but let's be honest, getting 2 chicken dinners back to back, especially if you're a team at the bottom, and especially if the stats are not looking that great, do you expect such a drastic improvement? Answer is no, absolutely. It's not going to be happening unless there's going to be God specially with you, given some godly powers. Then it's only possible. But with a realistic point of view, it's not going to be possible at all. So the teams at the bottom, the woes are going to keep on continuing. The same thing can be said for TWM Gaming as well. They did wipe out some of the big mammoths inside of the lobby, including WSB. But WSB, they still managed to stay consistent with 8 points. So even if they did get eliminated from the game quite early, it's not going to be hurting them at all.
Absolutely. There's nothing, it's not going to be troubling them whatsoever at all, like you perfectly mentioned. And that is something that they need to be, I mean, I'm sure they're going to be happy with. It's just that as we progress on, and you keep on mentioning as well, you don't want to be from the 12th into the 16th position. You want to be able to solidify yourself at the end of the day. And that is something that, of course, I want to be able to see as well these teams do. Like Blind Esports does pretty much every single time that they play, they are able to get decent amount of points consistently for themselves that get themselves around the top 16 or confirmed in the top 16. Same for CG as well. Now it all brings to the conversation that these teams that were underperforming, especially on week 3's final day, they've started picking up the slack. But is it a little too late is what I wonder.
I mean, I just want to look at the overall standings and find out where exactly Global Esports is. Because the last time when we saw the overall standings in the previous 2 groups, Global Esports was barely hanging on the ledge. And now this game of Sanhok, Global Esports did phenomenally well, especially when you saw that rotation all the way from down south, starting from the Camp Alpha Island, moving it all the way from the southern side, and still managing to get yourself in the top 2. It's quite a massive statement, I'm not going to lie. It was a brilliant rotation made from Mavi himself. And for a moment, I thought it would not work out, but still somehow it worked out for the side of Global Esports. They got a solid compound hold inside of that fight, and they were doing quite a great job. Even a top 2 is more than good enough.
Even Chemin Esports for that matter. I mean, Chemin Esports, the way that they made that rotation and entered the zone right in front of them was a compound that was held on by 4Shot, if I'm not wrong. And 4Shot player, Honey, he would have, I'm sure, noticed where the players of Chemin Esports have entered from right behind their compound. And still, being none the wiser, he was not even taking a look at that angle. So, a tough luck situation that was presented, but definitely a fair one that was converted from the side of Global Esports, from the side of Chemin Esports. But right now, as you were mentioning, it is all going to boil down to what is happening in the overall ranking. And the overall ranking clearly dictating the players of Blind Esports find themselves in the first page finally. Along with that, WSB Gaming, Chemin Esports, I mean, these teams, they are looking real good in terms of the climb of the ladder.
I mean, WSB in the top 4. What do you think, Blotter?
Yeah,
looking
that's
quite nice in that position.
It's perfect.
I feel like it's quite deserving too. WSB is a group of new players, and now they're able to make it inside of the top 4. It's definitely quite a massive, stark statement these guys have pulled off. But once again, usually WSB do tend to choke when it matters the most, and it's probably going to be the finals as well. That's going to be the real test for WSB in the LAN finale.
True.
As we've got the second page of the overall board, Carnival Gaming being pushed down on the 9th spot. It's still okay. They still do have a bit of a cushion to work with, but not that much. Global Esports on the 11th spot. Global Esports now, all they need is consistency, and once they do propel themselves somewhere in the top 8, they should be good.
Absolutely. Right now, as we move on ahead from that 16th position to the 3rd page, now this is where Team Forever, they're still holding on by a fine line. Well, again, not really a fine line, because Gujarat Tigers, with the first game of the day that they've played, they're sitting exactly on the same number of points, 195, as Team Forever on the 17th. Following them down close is going to be Hydra Officials. That is going to be playing the upcoming game. With 182 points, they sit securely on the 22nd position. So the climb up from Hydra Officials as well is not too difficult. It's only 13 points that they need to make in order to come into the 17th position, or maybe in the top 16. But is not that easy, because the upcoming game is going to be played on the map of Vikendi. And the conversion on Vikendi, it is a hit and miss.
Exactly. And then you look at Big Brother Esports, Gujarat Tigers on the 18th spot. Even Gujarat Tigers, they're probably going to be on that climb as well, slowly and steadily clawing their way up in the top 16. You look at the latter half of the board, Team Xpark still on the last page, which they probably will climb out of soon enough in the upcoming game if Xpark's going to have that consistency rolling up. If that consistency is not going to be there, one thing is for sure, Xpark's going to fall off even more in the overall standings, and which they do not really want to happen. Look at Skulls Esports too. Not really looking that great in that spot, with 38th spot with only 131 points accumulated. Same thing can be said for TWM Gaming as well, 133 points accumulated. AUTOBOTZ Esports, my personal expectations from this team were quite a lot, but unfortunately they were just not able to perform.
Indeed, for AUTOBOTZ again, there were signs of revival being showcased from the side of AUTOBOTZ. Same perhaps can be said for Team Zero as well, but for Team Zero, the day's journey has come to an end, as their group is not playing. But AUTOBOTZ, again, is going to be a tough luck situation, because they've got 2 more games remaining for the day. The number of points they need to accumulate within those 2 games itself is just a big dire number. That's just not possible. And looking at how close the competition itself is on the top 16, the ladder climbing, it is turning arduous, because every single game you are looking at 2 to 3 teams that are pretty much sitting at the same number of points, and either they're on the 2nd page of the leaderboard or they're on the 3rd. That's the only thing that's changing. So yeah, it's going to be a tough luck affair for these teams as we close in towards the next game of the day.
Vikendi is going to be the upcoming map, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Group A and B is going to be the one to start things off inside Vikendi as well. We know Vikendi and Sanhok, it's a complete big shift in the pace, especially Sanhok being one of the most aggressive map that the competitive pool has to offer, while you see Vikendi, a map that is completely known for sloth and laziness. So I want to see how this transition is going to be looking like from Group A and B on the map of Vikendi. The only thing you can actually carry on forward from Sanhok to Vikendi are the Met strats. So let's see who's going to be the one to do the Met strat as well. Maybe Xpark, considering they need to be consistent. Maybe Global Esports, the same thing can be said for them as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Global Esports, they find themselves on the 11th position with 210 points. Same is the case for the team that's above them, Team 8-Bit, with 210 points. So Global Esports, they definitely need whatever strat that they possibly can on the map of Vikendi to be able to capitalize on the situation. But as you perfectly mentioned, is that all that they're going to be able to utilize, or will there be some finishes? Will there be some, aggressive, hungry plays that we want to be able to see on Vikendi? Now, all of that is going to boil down to where the zone is going to be drawn, where these teams are going to be forced to take on those fights, and eventuality will be, again, do you have a good start to the game? Because talking about the previous game, Sanhok, we had what? In the first stage itself, 3 to 4 teams getting eliminated. But never mind that, as we move on ahead with the second last game of the day on the map of Vikendi, where we move on from the northern side of this entire fiasco down south, and that is where we have the majority of the map being, or rather the flight path being focused towards the western side of this play. Now, does that mean that Cosmodrome is out of the area, out of the fly path? Definitely not. There are teams who are still going to be making their way all the way towards Cosmodrome. As we move on down south towards from Cosmodrome, we've still got late teams that are going to be making their way towards Hot Spring and Cantra as well. Though again, it all is a-okay for the initial moments of the game. But as we progress on slowly and steadily, where are we expecting the first blood to be? Where exactly is the chaos going to start ensuing? Do we have some early drop contestations that we can anticipate from these teams? Or is it going to be a slow poke affair? Majority of the times on the map of Vikendi, we haven't really seen a slow poke affair. And talking about contestations, well, we've got Cosmodrome being taken over by the players of Godlike. No other team in the vicinity that they need to worry about. As we move on towards another 2-3 teams that are going to be in close contestation, are going to be towards down south of Hot Spring, where we've got OG, and right next to them is going to be Hydra flying down as well. So a very tricky position that these teams are going to be in, but let's see, how is this going to be converted? The first zone is going to be keeping Castle in the center. WSB, a team that is on the 4th spot, a team that invited themselves as they qualified from the Open Finals, have been looking absolutely miraculous find in SPS, are doing pretty good for themselves as they've got a very fanned out approach in the center of the zone. But at the same time, will that be a-okay? Will that be enough for WSB to be able to capitalize and convert it into a good game? We're going to find out soon enough, because as of now, no team seem to be wanting to take on some initial fights. We've got 4 shot on our screens, and right across them is going to be Chemin Esports. Cheyenne, he's got the information, but he does not want to spray. He does not want to let any of that trigger discipline fade away in this game right now.
Pretty much. Keeping your position anonymous, making sure that the enemies are not going to be able to find out where you are. And 4Shot Esports, they've got their own storyline. For some moment, you think that 4Shot Esports is not going to be able to make that comeback, then you see them just pull off an incredible game. And for a moment, you think that, okay, maybe 4Shot Esports can pull off a comeback. And then later on, once again, the same story repeats itself. Inconsistency has been an issue for a lot of teams, especially in the latter half of the board. And it needs to be found a solution to. And we don't exactly know what goes on behind the scenes inside of these teams, so we can't really make any type of comments. Now, we need to speak about Skulls Esports. One thing is for sure, they're going to have a bone to pick from a lot of these teams. But unfortunately, this recent shift in the pace that we've seen from the side of Skulls Esports, it's really not working out for them.
No, it has done nothing whatsoever at all for the side of Skulls Esports, because when it comes to the climb of the ladder that we anticipate from the side of Skulls Esports, well, that has not really been seen, and that is something that we anticipated, because again, I've spoken about this earlier. The team of Skulls Esports, the way that they qualified from the Open Finals, they had 5 chicken dinners, I believe. On the final day itself, they had 2 chicken dinners of the Open Finals, and the momentum that they started off in week 1 itself of the challenge season, they were looking miraculous. But over the weeks, their performance has dwindled down drastically. And that is the same case for quite a lot of these teams that came in from the Open Finals. So I guess they haven't really been able to understand the lobby of these invited teams. Or, like you perfectly mentioned, that it could very well be them just not being certain of themselves, being assertive of themselves, like Team Prince. Before now, all of those plays and all of those thoughts come crashing down, because what matters the most is how you play. With every single game, you want to be able to reset your brain, not compare it to how the previous game was. And right now, that is the question that WSB is going to have to answer to the trouble brewing in front of them. Their Berserk and Barn are the only two players in the vicinity that we can see, at least on our screens. And right across them, it is going to be the players of GDR.
Godsreen. And Godsreen, for them, they know what they're capable of. Once you find yourself inside the game, once you know what you're capable of, you're never going to be taking that extra bit of pressure upon yourself. And that's what Godsreen has done. Godsreen know what they're capable of. They know no matter what type of situation they get in, they will always get out of that situation. And it's actually working out for them quite well. And right now, WSB, they've sort of surrounded the players of Godsreen, but how well the surround's going to work out, that's what I want to find out. I highly doubt this entire surround that they've brought up, it's not going to pan out to anything. And even somewhere down line, WSB is just burning through a lot of the time. The same thing can be said for the side of Godsreen too. Godsreen, they know they're surrounded by a lot of foes, but they just do not exactly know where the foes are positioned. That's taken on the Rico. Out in the open, Rico was, and he's going to find a clear line of sight as well, but Slug's not able to get the confirmation, which is completely fine, but at least some chip damage was there. So trying to burn through enemy meds.
For now, though, WSB's Berserk seems to have a nade in his hand. He wants to be able to cook against the players of 4Shot. And 4Shot, on the other hand, as we can clearly see, Honey, he's got some smoke walls being created as he falls back to his teammates. And perhaps this could be a decision that 4Shot want to perhaps not over-aggress. Finally, in the minimap, we can see WSB's teammates, Berserk's teammates, are around in the vicinity, but they're far out. Berserk is pretty much stuck in the center of this all. But yep, there we have it. 4Shot have decided to fall back from this entire fight. GDR have been very, very quiet in the compound right next door. GDR are patiently waiting, but this could go either way. GDR, all of them are single compound, whereas for the players of WSB, they are none the wiser of the positioning of GDR, and they have themselves focused on to the players of rotating team of 4Shot.
The blue zone started to move. But it's not going to be that big of a concern. It's the map of Vikendi. The first two zones barely move. And stage 4 is when you can see those drastic shifts. But even then, it's not that drastic. So it's all good in the hood. I want to see a castled circle. I'm counting on it. It's been a while I've casted that circle, and it's really fun. So I just want to see a castled circle. Global Esports adjustment can definitely be quite good as well if you see a castled circle.
Right.
So I'm counting on a lot of things. I want to see how the new teams, they adjust as well. I want to see what WSB can do in such a bad situation. Because once again, if you do manage to pull yourself out of a pickle, that means you pretty much know the escape route to any situation inside of the game. And for now, in the pickle are the players of Godsreen. And I like the patience that Godsreen has shown as well. They're not just being too desperate. Right next to him, even Blind Esports is taking a rotation. But once again, no one's going to have any type of issues against the players of Blind Esports. Maybe you've got some confirmed line of sight against those players. But Blind Esports, they've got nothing to do inside of the scenario.
Again, a bit of a stalemate in this fight. On the other side, we've got Foreshot having found their opponents in the name of Skulls Esports, where we were just talking about Skulls Esports in the pre-game segment, where Skulls Esports' play has definitely fallen short of what's required in this lobby, as they're down to 2 players surviving. R2 from one side, leaving out his teammate Bilju on the other. Shan with a perfectly cooked nade has dropped down to 50% of the health of Bilju. But R2, again, these 2 lads, they're taking on their own individual fights against the entire lineup of Foreshot itself, which is definitely not the kind of synergistic play that we anticipate to be able to see. R2's nade has been played to perfection. A DBS in his hand should be able to do the trick, but no, it is going to be the sneaky peek that comes in from Cheyenne. No. And it's a 1v1 affair between these 2 teams.
It's a one and done angle. And visually now, he does not have a lot of HP to back himself up. He's still trying to play around and bob and weave, but it's not going to matter. Cheyenne, nicely done. Good pre-fire around the corner. Somewhere else on the map, you see another fight brewing up between the players of Carnival Gaming and their opponents. Chemin Esports, a team that has got the momentum flowing up for them, but a big mistake being made, and Hector, he gets taken down by the wall of death too. The nade did enough damage, and it was only needed 1 tick for Hector to get taken down, and that 1 tick was done by the zone. Carnival Gaming, trades happen on both the sides, but Chemin Esports, they're going to be able to get the fallen man back up instantly. Instead, Carnival Gaming, they lose out on that fallen man. Even Omega's knocked out. Getting Omega back up on his feet is next to impossible too. Goblin's positions compromised, utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but Chemin Esports, they've got a big advantage inside of this fight.
They definitely do, and this nade could be doing their cards right against the players of CG, where Goblin, yep, he is going to get a little bit of damage, not enough. He's still going to be able to survive, but hey, a follow-up nade from Dope is just going to do the trick. Goblin down to a sliver of HP. Tricky position that Goblin and his teammates find themselves in. Carnival Gaming did not anticipate this, but so did not the players of Chemin Esports. Right up on top is going to be Neo with this perfect Molotov. He's got a control as to where Chemin Esports' players are going to go. Altu, he was trying to get into the vehicle, but that's where the nade and the Molotov have been played out from the side of Neo. And the nade parade is still not yet done as Altu does go down. CG, the 2 players are doing all the brunt. It's Goblin with Neo and Chemin Esports. They're none the wiser in this entire fight. Venom is going to try and push on ahead with the DBS in his hand. Goblin against Chemin, but Neo with the flank angle should be able to bring down each and every final player that remains from the side of Chemin Esports. Chemin Esports, they thought they had the entire fight in control, but this is not looking good. Carnival Gaming's final player, Goblin, along with Neo, they have done the deed. But the Blues catching up to them is also a trouble brewing right around the corner for both of these players. Again, though, Chemin Esports, they don't have the numbers. Goblin along with Neo, they just bring it all down to the final nail in the coffin. The vehicle should probably blow up in this moment. Oh, come on. Goblin was doing so good. Goblin was doing so good. But it is Venom. It is Venom, the final player from Chemin. Gets the last laugh in that fight.
Oh, WSB Gaming now it's their turn to engage inside a fight. And Raiden is not willing to get this angle away too. God's reign, finally this entire silence broken out. And WSB Gaming, what? Raiden single-handedly shuts down 3 players. What a monstrous play that was. Raiden, an absolute beast. Single-handedly manhandles a team like God's reign, and he shuts down 3 players all by himself. This is what we like to see, an absolute heroic entry, and taking down some of the best teams inside of the region.
That is what we expect to see coming in from the side of WSB. A new find in this tournament. Though what is not a new find is, of course, the players of Team Godlike. With the entire lineup just holding on steady. They know where Gujarat Tigers players are, but they're holding on steady. They've got the information. They do not want to over-aggress, though. Or maybe they do. Mac! He should not have taken those shots. Now he's given away his position as well as his teammates. what was expected to last out a bit longer now has drawn an attention from other teams as well. As we can see in the minimap, there's a team in blue right above the positioning of GL, and that's going to be Metal Esports.
Oh, Team X Spark, good find. Ninja Jawed, one of the big names from the side of Team X Spark's been taken down. I guess the consistency once again starting to flow out. This is not a good start at all for Team X Spark. But for Metal Esports, it's the exact opening they wanted to have. Metal Esports is not looking too hot in the overall standings, so this game of Vikendi is going to be something they will be counting up on. Hopes and dreams are alive for now for Metal Esports. If they're able to get some chicken dinners, then it's going to be even more better. What just happened? Raiden! What a big blunder that was! Steps in unknown territory and gets greeted with open arms. Autobots for them, it was a free points in the taking, and they're not going to let go off of that. Raiden, after pulling off such an incredible clutch, he makes a rookie mistake of stepping inside an unknown territory.
Oh, WSB, what have they done right there? Raiden. With only a few select places remaining, it seems like we've got a castle zone probably brewing around the corner, Necro, as you were mentioning.
I'd love to see
But in all of this, Global Esports, the late rotation that has been showcased from their side, they are going to make their presence felt at the castle right now. As we're left with 13 teams. AUTOBOTZ had a really good play against the rotating team of WSB. Raiden dropped down. WSB are still going to be surviving with a few of their players. 3 of their players, I believe. And oh wow, Chemin Esports, they just do not die. Venom, the final player, has been able to make it out of the blues.
Oh, Gujarat Tigers, you do not collide against the Tigers like that. They're hungry for the flesh and blood, and they will make you bleed. One single paw, and you will be gone. Gujarat Tigers, once again, they've got a lot of information to dwindle around with. Godlike, the gods, looking forward to rise up from the ashes once again. The gods have been silenced for a long time, but they need to wake up. Can that happen, though? So far, not. The consistency is not there from the side of Godlike, and that's why they just keep on entering the top 16 and getting kicked out. They need to find that consistency. They need to find that middle ground. But so far, Godlike, they're sort of lacking in those regards.
That definitely is true. For the players of Godlike, they find their limelight and then they fall short. Though again, for now, when it comes to this game, the positioning that Godlike were in, it was looking A-okay. They now seem to have moved. And Gujarat Tigers, they were very shaky in figuring out where exactly are the players of GL going to be rotating to. So again, a bit of a stalemate that we find but never mind that, because Gujarat Tigers have been able to make out the rotating team of Hydra. And the compound, the garage that Hydra just jumped into, has been spotted on down from the players of Gujarat Tigers. And look at the way Gujarat Tigers have spread themselves. This is a really good positioning coming in from Gujarat Tigers. They've got a lot of information, but they are also coming in with a 2-man split. So tricky conversion.
Gujarat Tigers, all the players from Hydra spotted out. Good return, though. It's a haircut that Shadow got. Learning from your mistake and getting slapped as well for making that mistake. And now you've got 4Shot Esports. They lost out on Honey a while ago. A 3-man squad with a lot of dreams, which are probably going to be left unfulfilled. But let's see, you never know. You never underestimate a human being. And that's what I'm going to do with 4Shot Esports too. WSB, right around the block. They lost out on Raiden a while ago. A man who could feel the blood boiling, pumping, but unfortunately overextends in an enemy territory and will face the brunt for it. Gujarat Tigers, they're controlling a lot of the chunk of the circle as well, and they're also camping out the bridges, so that means Global Esports cannot have a clear pathway to make it outside of that castle.
Let's see, though. I mean, Global Esports, they have a 3-1 split. Beast has made an entry. The flank could be created from Beast for an opening for Global Esports if GT become too much of a trouble. And the two-man split coming in from GT has definitely worked out, which in turn will force MJ and Vixie to move away from that position. So they had absolutely no idea where Global Esports were. Now they get into the zone, and this could be the opening for Global Esports to slowly make their way into the zone or towards their teammate Beast. So again, on our screens, we're looking at a team that is 4Shot Esports. That's on a completely opposite direction. Northeastern side is where they are at. The team in yellow, right next to the positioning of WSB. And in all of this, we've got a late rotating team of X-Park. Dreams along with Sarah.
A blunder from the side of Metal Esports. And they're almost about to pay the price for that blunder as well. They can't do anything. The mat's pretty much gone. Encore out of contention. Meanwhile, WSP, a good punish from them. And now Metal Esports down to a 3-man squad. I'm not exactly sure. Why does Metal Esports keep on making mistakes like that? There's no way Metal Esports had no clue that there's a team named WSP right around the block. And they still make that mistake.
An open rush. An open push to get into the zone.
These are rookie mistakes that you do not really expect a pro team to make, but still somehow they're making them. If you make it once, it's completely fine. But if you keep on making it over and over again, then it's a big problem. And fingers needs to be raised, including the concerns. And looking for 4Shot Esports. Man, he's probably taking a nap, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's the map of Vikendi. It's supposed to be lazy, so I'm not really gonna be blaming him.
He's been in that tanker for quite a long time, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But never mind that
for a really long time. But meanwhile, Godlike as well are trying to cook up something. Max taken down, and the confirmation's instantly going to follow up. But what a good return mate that was. Adi gets knocked out in return. Team Godlike looking forward to turn the favor in their own court. But it sounds a little bit too much. Team Godlike, definitely the utilities are now starting to hurt, but even Godlike, they're losing out on the man number, Dark Lord, in the outskirts doing a great job. Godlike, 2 players in front of Dark Lord, but Jonathan is going to put a full stop to that fairy tale.
The fairy tale stops right there as Blind Esports do get eliminated. For Gorel, they survive to fight another fight, as right now we've got WSB pushing on against the rotating team of Metal Esports, where Berserk, he is just bringing in those nade parades. One of those has connected perfectly as Metal now going to try and get that revival. The nade is not going to be allowing that to happen that easily. From up top, Metal Esports have lost out on all of the players. Just one final player trying. Sayem, I believe it is, who is trying to give that revival. Yep, there he is. Sayem all by his lonesome. But again, Berserk, he does not want to stop through the smoke. The nade parade keep bringing himself in. A few Molotovs perhaps could be cooked as well. He does not want to allow Sayem, the final player from Metal, to be able to give that revival, to be able to get out of this smoke wall that has been created. And look at the Berserk play from Berserk right here from WSB. That is just chaos. That is just absolute annihilation that he's looking at through that smoke.
Zareth just tossing in those utilities, and look at this nade that he was cooking up. Anuj, nicely done. Another nade sails in, and it's going to seal the deal. WSP, this is a team that can just feel themselves at this point. You know, when you just get a lot of eliminations on the board, you just feel like you can do anything and rip apart anyone. That's what WSP is feeling right now. They've taken down God's Reign. They've taken down another team. WSP, no matter what situation you put them in right now, the confidence is never going to falter. AUTOBOTZ on the opposite side. For them, the confidence is all-time low, but they're still taking the fights. They're still trying to man up. And AUTOBOTZ, they've lost out on Skrills a while ago, but a 3-man squad is more than enough inside a game of Vikendi. Trigger could be caught, but he's still doing the same thing. OG, you cannot keep on repeating the same mistakes. You got to learn it from once. 4Shot Esports too on the opposite side now, looking forward to breach into the territory of AUTOBOTZ Esports, but that position the players of 4Shot Esports are trying to accumulate, I'm not sure if that's going to be that good. Asserting dominance should be the way to go in the last moment, but asserting dominance with a brain shut off is not the way to go, and that's why King KO gets caught as well. 4Shot Esports, they had no other option than to take that move. but they need to pay the price for that as well. They do make it inside of the circle, but they do not have the manpower to sustain that.
Absolutely, and as of now, it is going to be the players that were rotating right there from 4-shot who are going to be finding themselves to the zone, but more so is going to be the players of Gujarat Tigers who have a really good positioning when it comes to the zone. We saw them earlier as well. The spread out approach that Gujarat Tigers had, they had a lot of information, they had a lot of communication going on between all the 4 players, and now it all boils down to the conversion that they're going to be able to create. But before GT come into action, AUTOBOTZ are the ones who want to be able to remunerate their name in the face of Cheyenne right there. But all the nade that Survivors bring in has not really done a lot of damage to Cheyenne. With the 4 teams remaining, 4 players from Gujarat Tigers in very good control of the zone, a very good control of that hill as well. But who will get the better half?
Godlike, they're screwed. The circle's not favoring them.
At all.
Now this is what's going to happen. Look at it. It's a complete mowdown. The players of Godlike, they're panicking. And it's understandable too. They're so far away from the circle. GT, they're going to be your dictators for this last zone. They've got the high ground. They've also got a lot of better position inside of the circle in general. And now Gujarat Tigers from the top probably going to rain down hellfire. Cheyenne gets blown to smithereens with the card explosion. Sirvi needs to be taken back as well. Smoke's tossed out in the front lines. AUTOBOTZ, they want to desperately make it inside of the circle. They do not have a lot of cover to work with, but Gujarat Tigers, they've got everything they want. Godlike can be a big thorn in the way as well, but they need to traverse through the open grounds, and that's where Gujarat Tigers are probably going to get the advantage. They find Jelly. MJ, nicely done. A big lifeline cut off from Godlike.
Well, Godlike, they utilized that smoke that was in favor for GT to be able to create a cover in terms of creating a push, but right now it is again the perfect hill advantage that Gujarat Tigers are going to be utilizing in their favor, as that Molotov and that nade is going to be doing damage to Jonathan. Godlike are going to lose out on their numbers. It is all down to the final 2 teams remaining. AUTOBOTZ, 2 players, Survey, Mr. Spray against the 3-man army of GT. So the smoke as well as this rock is going to be able to create a few moments of quiet between these 2 teams.
Gujarat Tigers, the ex-Newman Gaming lineup. As soon as they switched up the banners, they're looking even more promising. Clutch caught Shadow and MJ, the last 3 players inside of this entire scenario. MJ is the only man you see a little bit switch up coming in. MJ in the past used to play for Chemin Esports, but MJ is gelling up quite well with this team. And now Gujarat Tigers, they know they've got the chicken dinner. They've also got the man advantage. It's better to spread yourself out, and that's what they're doing. Look at Shadow. He's moved up a little bit to the right side. The entirety of Gujarat Tigers now, they want to take the advantage of the smokes that are laid out in the front of them. And AUTOBOTZ, at the same time, just can't do anything. They are inside of the circle, but they do not have the high ground to play with. And look at Shadow OG, looking forward to making off angle. Mr. Spray's got no clue that from the sidelines, it's going to be Shadow hitting them quite hard. AUTOBOTZ still going for the blind shots inside of the smoke, but while doing so, they're just giving their position away, and Shadow spots out the man in the front, and that's it! A nade to seal the deal, and Gujarat Tigers, an easy pickings for them. Easy chicken dinner taken away from the side of Gujarat Tigers.
A beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner, magnificent one at that, because as you perfectly mentioned, I mean, from the Shadow came in through the flank and created a perfect nade opportunity, which in turn was the demise of AUTOBOTZ and a chicken dinner winner holder. The team has done miraculously well, Gujarat Tigers. Again, when it comes to the positioning itself, this was so very critical for the side of GT to be able to get a chicken dinner for themselves. As far as their positioning itself was concerned, they were on the 18th position with 195 points. Same as the case that we had mentioned with the 17th team forever, but now with a perfect chicken dinner in the bag for Gujarat Tigers, they're going to be moving up. They're going to be moving up the ranks. They're going to be moving up through into the top 16 for sure. A really good play right there. Nothing taken away from their performance. At the same point in time, WSB, they held on strong for as long as they possibly could. Blind Esports, tricky position that they were in, where Godlike, they played to perfection. They brought those nades and brought down the players of Blind. Just annihilation is what it was for Blind Esports. But again, for Gujarat Tigers, this was a dream game for them. And now they ought to be looking very comfortable with this game and finding themselves in the top 16.
I mean, the cushion we speak of, Gujarat Tigers should have that cushion after this game. So let's see in the overall standings in the future where Gujarat Tigers is going to be positioned as well. But WSB, that team was just going crazy in the previous game.
They were going
no matter what team you put against them, WSB was just easily mowing down the teams that were in front of them. If you call that a demonic possession, that's what WSB was doing in the previous game. I mean, Raiden all by himself, pushing up with a DDS against a team like Godstream that is supposed to be the best team, and he just 1v3s them. That is something you do not really see that often, and Raiden does not even hesitate before making any moves.
Absolutely chaotic mess is what it was. But right here in this moment, I mean, Carnival against Chemin as well. Carnival, they held on strong for quite a long time, and they did so gracefully as well, because the final two players, it seemed like it could be either or, but it was Venom who was trying to bring in a lot of maniac play right there. Again, I mean, Carnival Gaming, like I said, they held on strong, but Venom, he stood all for a long time and pushed on ahead with, if nothing else, placement points for Chemin Esports, like they always do.
I mean, especially Godlike, you saw them as well being sort of trapped inside of this scenario, but they still somehow come out on top. For a moment, you thought that maybe Blind Esports can be the one to come out on top inside of this fight, but unfortunately, Godlike, they just had much more of a better man number in the final few moments, and Dark Lord was the only man left over to deal with the situation.
True, and then this moment right here for WSB. I mean, WSB, Zerk, the way he was just pushing on ahead against Metal Esports, the nade parade being brought on ahead. It was beautiful to be able to witness that kind of aggression being showcased from a team that invited themselves, that came in from the open finals altogether. But in this final moment, this was Gujarat Tigers, and that nade just sealing the deal for them. Chicken dinner, that is what they were working towards, and that's what they, of course, were able to accumulate. So GG play for GT right there.
I mean, for GT, we knew what they were capable of as well from the start. They've got a lot of experience. MJ coming in from the ex-Revenant lineup. Then you've got the ex-Newman lineup as well over there. Shadow was supposed to be one of the best IGLs. Unfortunately, for a moment, you saw a drop-off from the Shadow's performance, which is quite understandable. You cannot be at the top of your performance all the time. But Shadow later on, once again, now inside of this GT lineup, he's doing a great job guiding the team. And as long as you're going to be able to see the results, that's all that matters. Now, as we've got the MVP in front of us from the previous game, it's going to be Venom from Chemin Esports with 5 finishes and 71% finish contribution. He's done a great job. Don't get me wrong. Chemin Esports, as usual, they like to stay consistent. They like to have a consistent flow of numbers. And once again, they're going to have that.
Oh, they've done that perfectly when it comes to this game. And the fights that they were part of, even though things kind of went up and down against CG, Venom did hold on strong for as long as he possibly could. If nothing else, walked away with an MVP for his team. So definitely went all out for his team. As we move on towards the stars of the match, we do have Sayam from Metal Esports being the best companion with 2 rescues and 1 assist. And for the finisher, of course, it was Shadow OG and his nade.
I mean, especially when you see best companion as Sayam from the side of Metal Esports. For Metal Esports, they made a lot of rookie mistakes, let's be honest. But then you see the finisher from the side of Shadow OG too. I'm not going to lie, that wrap-up from the side of Gujarat Tigers was quite nice. Shadow pushing in from the left lines, pulling out that nade, just getting the deal sealed up. Considering GT, they knew they've got the man advantage. They knew exactly what to do in that circumstance. And they pulled off that final few moments quite nicely too. Let's move on and look at the match rankings. It's going to be clearing a couple of more things. GT, they managed to get 10 finish points. And of course, with the chicken dinner, they got 15 placement points. It's going to put them 25 points on the board. AUTOBOTZ Esports with 18 points. This is a performance AUTOBOTZ needed underneath their court, and they finally got that.
Absolutely. For if we start all the way from the 16th position, though, this is where we've got Team X-Park with 0 points, sadly, from this game. For God's Reign as well, not the best of outings as we had anticipated. A decent day for them today. It hasn't been the case thus far. Skulls Esports, Global Esports, tough luck situation that they find themselves actually in the map of Vikendi. But they've still got 1 more game remaining. Talking about consistent plays, we do have WSB Gaming being really phenomenal in terms of their playstyle. Even for that matter, Godlike, the way that they've been able to utilize the opportunities for themselves and get their position kind of secure in the top 16 with the number of points that they're able to accumulate in the 2 games is looking pretty A-okay for now. They were on the 15th position after the previous game. Now, after this game, they are going to be jumping up and racking up those points and numbers in terms of the positions.
I mean, especially for TWM Gaming and Team Xspark. Now, in the previous game, you saw a big up in the performance. And now for Team Xspark, once again, you're seeing that consistency completely dwindle down. And as I mentioned too, as soon as Team Xspark lost out on Ninja Jot, I mentioned this as well, there's a chance we might not see the consistency carry on forward. And that's the exact thing happened once again. For Godsreen, even that team was at the bottom of the board, but once again, in the overall standings, Godsreen is looking quite comfortable, so it's really not going to matter. But for teams like Gujarat Esports, for teams like Hydra Officials, they're still barely hanging on the edge. Not even Gujarat Esports, Hydra Official, they still have a chance to make it inside of the top 16. But if they're not really having any type of good performance, that chance is going to fade away. And I'm pretty sure Hydra Official in the upcoming last game, they need to make something happen. They need to at least get a chicken dinner.
Oh, they most certainly do. But will that be allowed or not is going to be another question altogether. Because again, when it comes to the zones and when it comes to these teams and their rotations, it is quite a hot mess is what we're looking at on this final day of week number 3. And again, as you perfectly mentioned, the upcoming game being the final one for the day, that will be played out on the map of Erangel itself. Is going to be an OG map. Is going to be a comfortable pick for all of the teams. So it's no chaos. Yet it is going to get chaotic for sure. It's no chaos like Sanhok or Vikendi, but it is going to get chaotic because, well, we are going to be expecting the best, and the best will be perhaps from the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about the best, and I highly doubt a lot of these teams are able to deliver their best, other than teams like Entity Gaming and Chemin Esports. Even so, yes, it is one of the best teams, but once again, they just do not really want to deliver the best. There's a difference between wanting to deliver the best and delivering the best. And right now, the teams that are delivering the best, in my opinion, are Chemin Esports and Entity Gaming. They're just aiming for the consistency in every single game. They're making sure that they're going to get more than 10 points in every single game. And they're actually able to pull that off as well. You saw the same thing from Entity Gaming. You're seeing the same thing from Chemin Esports. And it's not just this week. They've been doing the same thing even in the previous weeks as well. They're not exactly aiming for the chicken dinners. They're aiming for the consistent points, and they know getting the consistent points, it's quite easy to get the placement points consistently, and that's why they've been focusing on the placement points much more compared to the elimination points.
Absolutely. So perfectly mentioned by you, mate. I mean, that is what keeps them in the top of the notch, the top echelon when it comes to the entirety of the lobby. And that indeed is something where we can now add on the name of WSB Gaming as well, because they've taken a really tricky route when it comes to the entirety of this tournament, but they've still made their name and their presence felt in the entirety of the play, which is definitely doing wonders for them. And now when it comes to the final game itself, I hope that they're able to get a chicken dinner for themselves, because that's what WSB Gaming needs to be able to just completely rock and shake the entire lobby and tell everybody that we came in from the open finals, but we are here to prove something, and we won't do it till we find ourselves all the way at the pole position. That, though, can very well falter down against them as well, because you don't want to bring in all the strats during this challenger season itself. You want to have a few of them kept very securely for the LAN final, and that is something that, of course, only time will answer. Will that be the case with WSB or not?
The two stories that everyone likes to see are the comeback stories and the underdog story. And right now, WSB is showcasing that underdog story. That is the 100%. Only most dominant underdog team inside of the competition, and it's understandable why so many people are also rooting for WSB as well, because all the players have been trying inside of the competitive scene for a long time. I've seen this team perform all the way back in the BGMS Season 2, and now I've also seen this team perform inside of the official tournaments, and now I'm watching this team perform in the Snapdragon Pro Series too. And we have seen slow and steady improvements in the performance, but as I mentioned, WSB, they've got a little bit of tag onto themselves of choking inside of the grand finals when it matters the most. And I hope that's not going to be the same thing happening as well. And I hope the studies and the research are going to keep on moving on forward. Let's move on and look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, because the upcoming game of Erangel will be the last game of today. And as we know, this was the 3rd week of the challenge season as well. The upcoming week is going to be the final week, which is going to be the week 4. But for now, this is going to be the last game of week 3.
Let's see what to expect right here on the map of Erangel. This is going to be the final game of the day. And of course, what we expect is the best play from these teams. And that is not going to be an easy reign coming in from all of them. Because after all, the final game of this third week, we will love to be able to say a 30-pointer being accumulated for the Chicken Dinner Winner team. Will that be possible or not? It is a tough climb for all of these teams. But hey, that is what is going to make the best of the storylines, the best of the masala when it comes to the final game. At the same point in time, now this being Erangel, another question that comes to and pops up in my head is that, Nikro, we've seen on the map of Erangel how these teams have actually tried to always slow down their play. And do you think that perhaps that will still be the case, this being the final game?
Honestly, nothing can be said. For a lot of teams, Erangel can be a big sigh of relief. For some teams, Erangel can cause a lot of issues. For the other teams, Erangel's pretty much like a basic ground. Every single team is going to be really consistent and comfortable on the map of Erangel. So let's find out how this one's going to be looking like for Group A and B, as we've got the plane fly path starting all the way from shooting range towards Fairy Pier. This plane fly path is heavily tilted to the left side. If the teams do want to extend all the way towards the extremities, which is going to be Milta Power, Nova Repnoy, or even Lipovka or Yasna Polyana, it's going to be a great extent.
Absolutely, and for now, as we get started off, this is what these teams and fans and players have been waiting for. The final game of the day. The final countdown has begun. Global Esports are going to be very elated with this flight path, of course, because right off the bat, they're going to be getting close to their drop, which is Severny, of course. A very comfortable drop is what Global Esports' Severny is. And so that's a good start for them. But at the same point of time, let's see what the other teams are going to be faring like. As we progress on ahead, we are yet to see a military-based zone. It seems that that has probably been eliminated. The possibility of that has been eliminated from SPS BGMI. Because military-based zone in week number 3 has just not happened. Nevertheless, that's okay. As we get started off towards Georgia itself, we've got 3 teams. We've got Blind, we've got TWM, and we've got actually 4, my apologies. Down south, or Georgia, we're looking at 3 teams, Blind, TWM, as well as Gujarat Tigers. Up north is going to be AB, AUTOBOTZ. Do we expect a good, quick, clean finish from any of these teams? Yes, we shall, as TWM have already taken on shots against them, and one of their players has been dropped down.
Oh, you love to see it.
Yep.
As I mentioned, going towards the extremities is going to be too tough. And inside of the pit stops, we're probably going to be seeing a couple of collisions, because you do not see that type of a plane fly path that often. So teams do not exactly know how to deal with it without any type of collision. And once again, these collisions are really starting to happen and cause a lot of issues for these teams. And majority of these teams are also facing the brunt of it. Blind Esports, they do not like to go in that spot. Before now, they have dropped in that spot as well, because they just had no other option. So I want to see how the future adjustments are going to look like. TWM's in the front lines, and even there's another fight going on the board. Chemin Esports, they found themselves in the facing side of things. Chemin Esports with the advantage.
Oh,
what a good jump shot that was from Dope. That's why that's what separates from a good team to a pro team. And I would say Chemin Esports right now is one of those teams that has definitely showcased that big bar in the skill.
Well, this is tricky turn of affair, because after all, when it comes down to Godel, the fans expected a lot coming in from them, but they have had a massive split where Jonathan is the only player surviving right here. He was able to take on shots against the players of X-Spark, if I'm not wrong. Yep, Dreams has been the man who's been dropped down right here, but not for long, it seems like, because Chemin Esports are going to be jumping onto the play. The 3 players that were eliminated from the side of Godel, Jonathan, well, his teammates are lost, and now it's all down to him. Is he going to be able to get that revenge or not? It's a 3v1 situation, Jonathan.
Oh my god.
This is not looking good for him.
No way. Venom's actually trying to go for Jonathan with just a pistol in his hands.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got guts.
And look at that minimap.
Yeah. Jonathan's gone. There's no way. Dope's all the way in the backline surrounding him. He barely survives, but he still takes down Jonathan. That's it, Team Godlike. They've been eliminated off the bat instantly. And all the Godlike fans, they're going to be really disappointed because Godlike, they did not have any type of cushion in the top 16. There's a chance in the last week Godlike can be kicked out of the top 16 as well, Plotter.
Absolutely not what we anticipated or expected for the players and fans of Godlike right here. Where annihilation is what they've seen in the first minute or two of the game itself. Week 4 is going to be troublesome one for the players of Godlike, that's for sure. But Chemin Esports, they are just skimming through. Chemin Esports is one of those teams, they just don't like any flashy plays. But if you force them in a corner, yeah, they are going to be forcing you out. And that's what they've done. Time and time again. Even if they've got only a single player remaining out of the entire skirmish, they will always get the better half of the fight. And that's what they've done this time around miraculously well, because they've got all 4 players along with 4 finishers confirmed and an entire squad wipe. So kudos play coming in from Chemin Esports right now. As the game has just started, Chemin find themselves all by their lonesome at Yasnaya. But apart from that, where else should we be anticipating fights? I thought towards South Georgia there might be a bit of a skirmish, as we had Gujarat Tigers right close in contention against TWM, but that has not been the case. AUTOBOTZ are a little too far out from that South Georgia, because AUTOBOTZ find themselves in North Georgia Pole. Apart from that, all the other teams, they are very comfortably scattered across the entirety of the board of Erangel. So again, a slow poke start for all of these teams as they find their comfortable drops. And for now, they get busy with their comfortable loots.
I'm pretty sure when all the teams, they saw one team being eliminated from the game, they would have been quite surprised off the bat. A big name getting taken down like that, especially for Godlike as well, has to be a big shocker. And Chemin Esports, some good display of skills, I'm not gonna lie. Knowing exactly what angle to hold at what time, it's not something that comes out that easily. You need a lot of time and dedication and effort inside of the game. And one thing is for sure, the players have done a lot of hard work.
Also the communication. Sorry.
Exactly. The communication is also an essential key, and Chemin Esports, for them, team play is something that they've been working on for a long time. I've seen this team play in the past as well inside BGMS. Yes, there are a couple of tweaks inside the lineup as well. But now this lineup that Chemin Esports has, they know exactly what to do in what circumstance. And majority of the times, Chemin Esports, they do not really play with a lot of ego in their head. Instead, if they know that some situation's not going to pan out in their way, they instantly just back away. They're completely finding running away, showing their back to a situation.
Absolutely don't let it bother them. And that definitely is the consistency key right there for Chemin Esports, to let a fight get to your head. Every single time. Not talking about resets, it seems like Blind Esports right here, because it's going to be TWM Gaming from far away. 2 of the players sitting together, trying to take on some long shots right there against the players of Blind, where their buggy was definitely taking a little bit of damage, but that's all that TWM is going to be able to do. In fact, not only just that, TWM also given away their position. Not 1, but 2-3 of the players' position has been caught off from the side of Blind now. And Blind's player is going to be dropped down as well. The long shots and sprays being brought on from the side of Lindsay has dropped down one of the players from Blind Esports.
Good find. That's all I can say for now.
Yep.
Blind Esports lose out on one of their crucial men. He should be back up on his feet, though. He can be resurrected. If the players of Blind Esports do want to go for that resurrection, considering he's still got the smoke that's helping him for a while. But for how long, that's the real question. Kilamau, he finds that connection through the smoke. And that's going to be it. Unfortunately for Blind Esports, they're going to start things off with a handicap.
Absolutely not what is anticipated for Blind Esports right there. But again, 3 of the players have made a rotation, so that's A-okay. But now we'll need to see how much of an overextension are TWM's players going to be taking when it comes to this fight. Because they know the Blues is going to be catching up to them real soon. Blind Esports need to get out of that compound. Same is the case for the positioning held on by the players of TWM as well. But as of now, none's the wiser. Or maybe Blind Esports is actually. But again, this is just stage number 1. So the damage coming in from the Blues is still bearable between the two. Now this is what I was talking about, this being the final game of the day. TWM being one of those teams that no matter what they do, it is going to be a tricky conversion for them. The top 16 LAN finale dream. So what they can do, what they are doing is bringing in a world of trouble for the teams that are looking comfortable. And Blind Esports definitely is one of those.
TWM Gaming, for them, they're going to be tanking a lot of damage from the blue. Because they know there's a team stuck in the back lines in the name of Blind Esports. And they know exactly as well it is Blind Esports. Because a while ago, they got the confirmation on one of the players.
Yep.
And TWM Gaming, still the sights are locked. I guess they want to be the guardian angels of the edge lines and not let the players of Blind Esports pass on over. Finally on a move. Gonna let the players of Blind Esports have their own time to breathe up and chill out a little bit. Still the stage 1 though, it's not really going to be dealing a lot of damage. You've got a decent amount of meds as well. Even bandages can do the job. So everything's going to be good in the hood.
For now, indeed it is. Though again, for TWM, the way they've utilized that opportunity was commendable, of course. And they're still wanting to get a few more finish points for themselves. So we'll see if that'll be the case, that'll be allowed from the side of Blind Esports or not. But as we move on away from those two teams, Gujarat Esports, a team that, like I've mentioned earlier, came in with a wonderful start, but over the weeks now has dwindled down in terms of their performance. They haven't had the best run. And now, with only a week away before we jump into the LAN finale itself, Skull's dream for the LAN finale is probably going to be a hard conversion.
Oh, it's already faded away, Blotter.
They're on the 28th or something like that, I believe.
Yeah, it's gone. The ticket is gone. You're not going to be able to get the golden ticket at all. It's better to accept the fate and move on. That's what you learn from life sometimes. And to grab the second opportunity, you learn from your mistakes. Team X-Spark against the players of Chemin Esports. It's going to be quite a long spray that you need to find a knockout on. But Chemin Esports, they're going to have some easy traversing around the corners. No issues over there. Still quite far away, so I highly doubt even Team X-Spark is going to be looking forward to press up against the players of Chemin Esports. But now Chemin Esports looking forward to pull out a 2-2 split. 2 players inside of the apartments, if I'm not wrong. And yes, they have.
Oh my god, he had such a perfect technical spray set up right there, but that small little wall came into play. And that in turn has provided a sigh of relief for Chemin Esports' players, as they're going to be definitely moving away from that line of sight that X-Spark had. Now when it comes to the zone itself, pretty much in the center, we've got so many teams, so many colors being spread across down south of Rozhok. And I believe it's only a matter of seconds before we look at the next zone shift. I would love for it to go north of Rozhok, where all the teams are going to have to cross the water body, and just that much more of a hurdle for the teams to bear. Then again, for now it's easy setups for all of these teams. They've got their loots set up, and they're just patiently waiting to retain information and then knock on down. As we can see, X-Spark's Spray God, he's got information against 4-shot players. But no
Oh my
aggression.
god. OG. Oh, they managed to scratch up the players of Hydra. They're quite bruised up as well, and now from the front, it's going to be the players of Chemin Esports as well, wanting to partake inside of the fight. But Hydra, they've got nowhere to go, and they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily. Orangutan on the verge of demolishing the entire lineup of Hydra. But Hydra, they've lost out on 2 players, and I guess they've learned from their mistake to just back away this time. It's a tough pill to swallow, but they have to.
Absolutely need to. Now again, we were talking about Hydra and their positioning in the overall ranking, and how crucial it would be for them to get the upcoming game completed with a decent amount of points. But again, it's just clearing up the air. There are certain teams that are going to be able to make it, even if they're sitting on the 3rd page by the end of this game. OG could be one of those. And then there are certain teams that are just not looking good. As the teams realize the importance of the game, they've really slowed it down.
They indeed have. OG, a powerhouse. So far, not able to get a lot done inside of the battlegrounds. Let's see, maybe in the future, they can establish something. Blind Esports, right underneath the players of TWM. The same thing can be said for the side of God's Reign. As usual, they like to breach inside of the circle late, and once again, that's what they're going to do. They like to play in the outskirts, on the edges. And once again, the players of God's Reign are going to do the same thing as well. OG, they do spot out a team in the front, making a big rotation. It's next to impossible to find a knock that far away. Unless if you're lucky enough to land a couple of shots, then you definitely can. But OG, maybe just a bit of a suppressing fire to give away.
Onto the players of Skulls, absolutely. And Skulls on the other side were able to make that rotation, and now going to be in close proximity to the players of WSB's compound as well. Now Skulls, every single time they've been part of the fight, they have never backed down, that's for sure. And this time around, that perhaps is going to be the exact same play that they want to be able to make. But WSB, the momentum has been in WSB's favor. All through the 3 weeks, WSB have had a real good run. Let's see though, this being the final game of the day, if that fight does break out, will WSB still get another few points on the block?
But the time on the clock's ticking away. And soon enough, Stage 3 as well is going to end. And these teams will be forced into close proximities. And that's when the real storm is going to start to brew. Metal Esports, a team for them. Hopes and dreams of qualifying inside of the finals have already faded away. Now it's time to learn stuff inside of the lobby. Venom gets caught. Beautiful tracing with the spray. King KO catches Venom. Did not really have a lot of HP to back himself up, and that's why the chances of him getting taken down were quite a lot. For 4-Shot Esports, they're going to have some evil smirks on their faces taking down that individual man who was rotating forward from Chemin Esports. But for Chemin Esports, they've already got 4 elimination points secured. So losing out on that one single man, I would say it's a compensation.
It is. I mean, for now, it doesn't really do much trouble for the players and the positioning of Chemin Esports in the overall ranking. But I mean, these are the kind of plays that really do stand out, kind of, for the players of 4-Shot, for the players of Skulls, for the players of Middle, perhaps, as well. Where, you know, every single game, they've had 1 or 2 of these sort of individual plays that have really worked out well for them. But then, in the end, it's the consistency as well as a team effort that's required, which has been slacking a tad bit. from these teams aforementioned. And therefore the result itself has not really been in their favor past 3 weeks. Those individual brilliant plays work out in a game, but if that's all that they're going to be dictating throughout the entirety of the tournament, then it's a tough luck situation. And what exactly is happening over here with the DWM Sam getting so close in proximity to middle top dog?
Tough luck. Even top dog now. Tossing in some utilities in the front lines. For TWM, these can't be some easy pickings. Metal Esports, they're already having a tough time inside of the game. But at the same time, you can look at it this way. Metal Esports, they've got nothing to lose. They've already lost everything they had. But this is such an awkward engagement. TWM Gaming, they get out of harm's free inside of this situation. And Top Dog, he's left wondering what exactly is going on around him. Metal Esports, just making the situation really awkward while they could have had the opening as well for this entire situation, but they still hold back. And Sam is now just driving around, gathering the information on what exactly Metal Esports is trying to bring on the board. But instead, Metal Esports, they themselves are confused. What is going on, Blotter?
Absolutely no idea. Sam from the side of TWM, he was in a very interesting Grand Tour moment. Whereas for Metal Esports, I mean, we saw Top Dog. He was all over the place trying to find a buggy that he could smash, a player that he could hit. The entirety of it resulted to absolutely nothingness. Metal without a medal are going to be absolutely fine running away. Or not even running away, just hiding away rather behind this hill. Top Dog was the only hungry lad over there, but never mind that hunger, because right now it's going to be Blind Esports' hunger that is going to be on our screens, where he brings in a perfect spray as he brings down Beast. And just a minute ago, Blind Esports were taking on the players of CG as well.
Oh, but the return knock hits him. And Blind Esports, they lose out on the man who was in the front line, so Adi's fallen down. And he's also the IGL, so Adi needs to be rescued in that position. Look at Global Esports instantly making some adjustments on the board, and they're also looking forward to making off angle against the players of Blind Esports. There's a desperate move being made on the board by Global Esports. One man stopped in the back lines, and hopefully the players of Blind Esports, they've got a bit of a read on what exactly is going on around them, but no, it's going to be the answer. The man in the back, Mavi, he finds a two-piece. And Mavi, he shuts both of those players down as well. Now they're trying to crawl back to safety, but Mavi's already got the advantage in that fight. And now the rest of the players of Global Esports, the Ramon's going to be there soon enough. It's all down to Dark Lord once again. A man in the back looking for to hold down everything. And he can feel the pressure as well. Dark Lord spotted in the front, pulls out the M4. Beast gets knocked out in return. But Global Esports, they're still going to make this happen.
Wonderful synergistic play coming in right there from the side of Global Esports, and that's the reason why Mavi stands out so tall and true for his team. The experience, the way he's able to communicate and take control and charge of those fights is just absolutely brilliant to witness. And that's what Mavi has done time and time again for his team. And with that, they're going to be eliminating another competition out of this lobby. That's going to be Blind Esports eliminated on the 14th position. Chemin Esports, with the two players that do remain, are still part of this fight against the players of AB. Now again, straight to the face right there as they both try and bring in those nades. Not going to be able to connect, but it was AB's player who was so much more quicker, Mr. Spray. But at the cost of himself losing out on the opportunity. Thankfully, his teammates around the corner. Rico's going to be providing that cover. And chaos ensues.
Oh, he still gets it! Drigger!
Wait, what?
How does he even manage to get that knockout, even though he was walking through a burning floor? And he still shuts down on Uch. At least now OG, they've done their job, but unfortunately, they're still in a big man disadvantage. It's a 3v2 scenario. OG, they need to get the fallen comrade back upon his feet. WSP a little hesitant in making this push happen. But look at Ash. He's inside of the shack. Nate tossed in, and beautifully done. Ash taken down as well. WSP somewhere down line. Their presence of mind inside any single fight has been quite nice. It's been incredible. And now even Autobots, they want a little bit of piece of this pie. They want to be engaged inside of this fight.
Oh, they're not going to be able to do much because it was none other than Global Esports who completely dominated against Autobots right there. And tried to utilize themselves as a third party against the fight that Autobots were in against Blind, but anyhow, now as we move on ahead, the WSB against the two final players remaining from the side of OG, aka OP up on top against the two players, Ban and Zerf from WSB. Down south in the same compound at snail space is Anuj. But he's being very, very quiet right now. He's trying to create a smoke wall as he wants to be able to get away from this compound. And while that goes on, chaos in the name of X-Pac.
Chaos ensuing all across the board, even Team X-Sparks in a big fight. But this fight between the players of WSB and OG has now started to extend a bit too much. WSB, another team looking around inside of the compound in the name of TWM, and for TWM, they're quite desperate to get these points. Even CG is now going to be in the same compound. What's going on, Plotter? One single compound, so many teams looking to contest it, because that's the only cover available in the final few moments. And the circle shifts out in no man's land, out in the open. No cover available inside of the circle. These teams need to move out in the open. Even Skulls now can be facing the brunt. OG doing a good job still keeping themselves alive and playing the defensive stature in quite a great way. Godstream can be the next upcoming team that can collapse if the approach is not going to be good inside of the circle. But TWM for now, they're on the verge of getting wiped out. They're on the verge of being eliminated.
This is absolutely unexpected right there, where TWM, the way they made the entry, it seemed like they would have an X factor against WSB's positioning, but that's not been the case, as WSB annihilate TWM, and with that, now they push on their luck against the players of CG as well. For the players of OG, they've got their crosses, it seems like, pushed on against the players of GDR itself. They are out of bounds of the zone. They need to run out in the open to be able to get into the zone, which is going to be tricky. For GDR, a tough conversion right there. But for Global Esports, they seem to be leading. Mavi, he is in a league of his own with 6 finishes.
Slug catching a lot of bullets upon himself. And Clutch got his ball, now is on his way, driving through, out in the open. He's got no other option. Gujarat Tigers with the man advantage inside of the fight. Or maybe it's a 2v2. But Gujarat Tiger, they have got the circle advantage. One man's inside of the zone, and that's really good news. He's like an insurance policy inside of the zone as well. Shadow OG out in the open at this point, getting Shadow back upon his feet. It's next to impossible, but Clutch Gotti still makes that rotation happen. But unfortunately, he gets caught lacking. And at this point in time, for Gujarat Tiger to survive, it's next to impossible, and they get eliminated from the game. Global Esports, they're just dominating through all across the board. And Mavi is the man who's got the demonic plans in his head.
Wow, 7 finishes is what Mavi's roaming around this entire lobby with. On the other front, WSB with the 3 players that are surviving. It seems like Bon is the one who's going to be defeating the lad himself. That's going to be Global Esports' Mavi. And Mavi's position has been compromised, but at the same time, Beast with the flank angle has not yet been spotted down from the players of WSB. So Beast can very well be the one putting in the nail in the final coffin against the players of WSB, pushing on ahead. But will that be enough? The final 2 teams, the final 3v2 situation being brewed against these lads. But Mavi's domination, it just trickles on.
11 finishes wrapped up.
Wow.
And Global Esports, as I mentioned, behind all the demonic plans is one single mastermind, and that's in the name of Mavi. Mavi so far, he's being a man to demolish anyone that stands against him. He wants to assert dominance inside of this fight as well, but then realizes the fact that patience is the key to success. And Mavi just waiting for the right moment to strike. The next circle shift as well, it's going to be hidden in 4 seconds. So we all just got to wait patiently to see what exactly the circle is going to be bringing up as well. Mavi gives up that high ground. WSB is going to be the one to take it over. Being proactive as well can pan out quite well. But then WSB, they've got a 2-1 split inside of the game. While Mavi has got a good presence of mind. That was a really good nade as well. Deals a lot of damage onto Zerf, but not enough to get the knockout. And now Global Esports looking forward to make their move inside of the zone. Mavi catches a lot of hurt. Zerf as well is out in the open. And this is where WSB, they call for a mayday. Global Esports, they've got the smoke, but soon enough, the smokes are going to start to fade away. Where to go? Even Global Esports is confused. And unfortunately, the circle's out in the open. The only ridge the players of WSB have, soon enough, even they will need to leave that ridge. And Global Esports, they've got the circle advantage, Blotter. They can work across it. The patience finally starting to pay off for Global Esports.
Now what needs to be drawn attention towards is probably going to be the utilities themselves. Who's got the best of utilities? How many utilities? Because the numbers advantage is definitely going in favor of WSB. And Zerf, the way he's created that flank, Mavi knows exactly where he's at. But does Mavi have the utilities to be able to play around this entire region area? And as you were perfectly mentioned, the ridge itself is slowly going to be moving away from the players of WSB. So they're going to be popping up their heads. And as soon as they do, Beast from one angle, on the other Mavi, it is going to be a destructive force, both of them. But will that be enough? It seems like Beast is going to be creating a smoke wall right now. That is all that Beast could be able to do, because Mavi has been spotted and Zerf is going to be able to bring on the mayhem. A 3v1 situation against Beast from Global Esports. A complete abysmal affair for Beast to be able to convert this into a chicken dinner. But a very close call. That is what he's working towards. But Zeraf will do the deed. And in the end, the DBS will sing out loud to get that chicken dinner in favor of WSB. A wonderful turn of events for WSB right here. An incredible play being showcased from the players of GE as well, where of course we saw Mavi. He is the true reigning champion right there when it came to that fight, when it came to that entire game for Global Esports, with what, 7, 8 finishes is what he was able to accumulate. Bonkers play, and that's the reason why Global Esports is the position that they are at.
Mavi's had a phenomenal day today, but WSB, they've had even a better one. Consistency has been there on the board from the side of WSB every single time. You've got great players like Armson, Anuj, Raiden, and Zeraf. And the duo between Raiden and Zeraf has been known for a really long time, and once again it prevails quite well. Raiden being the man in the front line, Zeraf being the man who sort of is the second fragger as well. WSB, they've got a stacked lineup. But once again, Global Esports, the showcase that they've shown when it comes to the skills of every single player, including Ninja Boy, is able to perform so nice. Mavi as well. For a moment, we thought that Mavi is not going to be able to play that well with this team, but now he's started to take matters in his own hands, and we're loving to see it. Global Esports, we're seeing this instant switch of affairs, and I'm just a big fan of GE now.
Absolutely, no questions asked about that. But moving on ahead towards the highlights of the game itself, recapping it all through. This is where it all started off. In fact, he had Gorel getting eliminated before all of this even began. But moving away from that, we've got this chaos that was ensued as 4 Shots King was able to spray down a rotating team of Chemin Esports.
I mean, especially for Blind Esports as well. Then later on, we saw how things are looking like for them. Global Esports with a perfect flank from the back. They just shut down the players of Blind Esports. It was a big stab in the back too. Chemin Esports, unfortunately, they were just surrounded out in the open. They did not really have a lot of manpower as well to back themselves up, and they got taken down as well. OG, a good defensive stature inside of the house. They did a fantastic job in playing quite defensive in the entire circumstance.
Absolutely, and WSB, the way they held their ground right here, just the 3-man army. First it was against OG, then it was against TWM itself, and then eventually in the end they pushed on to take on the chicken dinner by themselves. But I mean, by the time Blind was finished from the side of Global Esports is where Mavi had already started taking on that lead and charge with the finish going in his favor, and that is where we saw just complete annihilation coming in from Mavi. But eventually it was the 3 players from WSB who reigned in supreme, and in the final moments, of course, the DBS from Zerf did what was required to get that chicken dinner. So an incredible conversion, nothing taken away from Global Esports as well as WSB, as both of them are definitely deserving of the positions that they are in the overall ranking.
Without a doubt. I mean, especially for Global Esports, as I mentioned, they've created this unique place in my heart. They've got a good mixture of playing defensive and showcasing patience. At the same time, they've got a good aggression as well. And I would say Global Esports is one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby. With the amount of firepower all of the players are showcasing, especially Ninja Boy. He's currently topping the charts when it comes to the elimination leaders. And now even Mavi's starting to be a heavy hitter inside of the game. It's just making a massive stark statement in the BGMI community. And now you've also got Mavi being the MVP of the previous game with 7 finishes wrapped up with 63% of finish contribution. Mavi was definitely having a hell of a day.
Wow, what a play right there in the final game of week 3 itself. Global Esports, they have taken in a big lead right here. Of course, WSB got the chicken dinner, but look at that number right there. 7 finishes. Are you joking around in the lobby, mate? I mean, Mavi, he is just a true champion right here from this game. Along with 7 finishes, he accumulates to only 63% of the finished contribution. So Global Esports' players, they were just dominating through and through. And that is all that they could sing when it comes to week number 3. But moving ahead from the MVP towards the stars of the match itself, who all apart from Mavi are going to be showcased.
Global Esports in total had 11 elimination points, so that's why Global Esports in general, once again, they're going to keep the consistent aura up in the overall standings. Slug is going to be the best companion from Global Esports with 2 rescues and 2 assists and the health restored of 93. Then you find Zeref as well being the best finisher from that squad with 4 finishes and 1 assist wrapped up with a survival time of 28-24. Of course, Zeref is a man who has been around inside of this team for a long time. And WSB, I'm just loving the fact that as the days keep on progressing on, WSB, they're also showcasing a lot of signs of improvement.
Oh, absolutely. No question about it. I mean, WSB, the way that they've been able to rack up those points and numbers in their favor and slowly but surely climb up to the ladder has been absolutely phenomenal to be a part of and witness the rise of this new found team that is going to be in front of our screens, of course, as we go across from one week to the other. But right now, it is time to jump on to the match ranking itself and find out with the kind of play that Mavi and his teammates were able to make, are they going to be up on top? No. 3 points shy. They were looking exactly similar till WSB got the chicken dinner. The 3-point difference right there that can be clearly seen. But apart from that, nothing separating these two. Apart from these two teams as well, look at Xpark. Xpark with 11 when it comes to the total points that they accumulated from this game is definitely a GG play.
I mean, talk about the GG play, especially when we saw a couple of teams like Team Xpark doing not that great in the previous game of Vikendi. I thought that maybe Xpark's not going to be able to do that well in the game of Erangel as well. But now, definitely, once again, you see that bit of a rise in the performance. The graph is going up and down, and that's an issue. Team Xpark, they need to find a middle ground. They need to find the consistency, and that's what I've been saying over and over again. Now, Carnival Gaming as well doing quite good inside of this previous game. Once again, they're going to keep themselves somewhere in the top 10 in the overall standings, and that's all that matters. OG2 with 10 points, looking quite good. AUTOBOTZ Esports with only 5 points. It's not enough to propel themselves from the last page.
Absolutely not. I mean, that is something that AUTOBOTZ are going to be very, very... what can I say actually? Because they've had they've showcased those signs of revival coming in from the side of AUTOBOTZ playstyle. But overall, when it comes to the synergistic play that's required throughout the entirety of the tournament itself, is something that's been completely missing from the side of AUTOBOTZ. Gujarat Tigers, they've had a decent run today, where ups and downs definitely can be showcased in terms of the overall play they've had to make in the 3 games. But in terms of the overall ranking, I'm sure they're going to be pretty happy.
I mean, talk about being happy. Right now, the only team that's going to be really happy is Global Esports. I mean, let's be honest. For Global Esports, they were able to get a lot of elimination points even in the past, but that time it was Ninja Boy. But this time, it's the IGL himself, Mavi, stepping things up. Today, Ninja Boy wasn't really able to play that well, but then Mavi was like, it's okay, my man. I'm going to be the one to step things up a little bit today, and I'm probably going to be the one to take the charge and control as well. And Global Esports, especially with the recent changes that we saw in the lineup as well, a lot of people speculated that maybe this lineup's not going to work that well. But no, instead, Global Esports, they're doing quite phenomenal. Everyone's going to be really astonished. Even in a couple of interviews, people have said that Global Esports' new lineup is performing quite nicely. None of them expected this.
Again, I mean, it's all about owning that machine and doing it consistently, and that is where Mavi stands out true and tall for his team, along with, of course, like you perfectly mentioned, Ninja Boy time and time again. And that kind of play and hungry power that you see within your teammates, you definitely are going to be trickling down with that in your gameplay as well. And that is where I see Global Esports' lineup just completely come together with the synergy that is required from them in this tournament.
Exactly. Let's move on and look at the overall standings to break the ice and find out which are going to be the top 16 teams at the end of week 3. We've got the overall standings. At the top, you're going to find Entity Gaming leading the charts, which is completely okay. The top 3 is really not going to matter. WSP, they managed to breach inside of the top 4 quite a long time ago. Godsreen still in that top 5, but Global Esports, they've showcased some massive improvements all the way inside of the 6th spot in the overall standings. Now, that's a big catapult.
That definitely is, and that is going to be the second team on this first page with just a single chicken dinner. We've got Entity Gaming, who are sitting all the way on the pole position with a single chicken dinner, and then on the 6th position is going to be Global Esports with 27 games, a single chicken dinner, 101 placement points compared to 133 finish points. That is the second highest after IQ Seoul. So definitely they're playing it to perfection right now for the side of Global Esports, but would love to say what the next page is going to be bringing us to. Where exactly are the teams on the 16th position at? What points are they at? What is the cutoff for week 3, post week 3 attitude looking like? Because just the 8th position taken over by Carnival Gaming, you're almost close to 230 because you're 224, 225.
Oh my God.
This is ridiculous.
Now we've got the latter half of the board blotter. Team 8-Bit, Team iFlix, Team Together Esports, and Team Godlike in a big red zone. They're barely inside of the top 16, and there's a chance they can be easily kicked out as well. The week 4 is going to be such a crucial one, especially for 8-Bit and Godlike, because these are the two big teams in the community.
True.
And if they get kicked out of the top 16, it's going to be all over social media.
Ouch. Let's not get there because we've still got week 4 to be a part of, which is going to be the next weekend that we are going to be back with Snapdragon Pro Series. But right now, when it comes to week 3, this is the final result after all the games played in week 3 itself. We've got on the 3rd page, 10XFM on the 17th position with 198 points, following them up close. 3-point shy is going to be Team Forever. 2-point shy is going to be Big Brother Esports. Another 3-point shy is going to be OR Esports. So you can clearly see how close this entire chaos ensuing week 4 is going to be, because you're talking about 3 points, 4 points. I mean, from FS Esports sitting on the 24th position to all the way up to 20th or 17th position, there isn't a lot of difference between the points itself.
Exactly. As you mentioned, there's not a lot of points differentiating these teams from each other. So anything can happen at the last moment. Nothing can be said. As I mentioned, for the 2nd page and the 3rd page, it's still a big question mark in the process of being inside of the top 16, because you've got some of the capable teams like Team X-Spark, Reckoning Esports, OR Esports, Big Brothers, even Team Forever, and anything can happen till the last moment. Nothing can be said. Yeah, you do have the top 16 for now, but I'm pretty sure the last week is going to be an absolute mayhem, because the teams at the top, they will try to spoil a couple of games. Maybe the teams at the bottom as well, they'll try to spoil a couple of games. And then you look at the middle pack, and that's where these guys are going to be in a big sandwich.
Wowzers. I mean, I just noticed, right, for X-Spark, how can you say they've done something wrong, mate? I mean, they've got 3 chicken dinners and they're sitting on the 3rd page. That's how crazy aggressive this lobby has been. That's how crazy close the points and games have been post week 3 affair. So week 4, like you perfectly mentioned, it is going to be chaotic, hot mess that we can anticipate every game, every single day. 3 days, 3 games separating these teams, and we're going to find out which are the ones that will reign in supreme, keep their positions, keep in that consistent play, and be in the top 16 to qualify for that LAN finale.
Team Prince, AUTOBOTZ Esports, these capable teams, they haven't really been able to make it up in the top 16, neither close to that. Team Prince, after the week 1, the performance has just kept on dwindling down. They've lost their form, they've lost their touch, and this downfall has definitely been stinging these players for a really long time. But they've still got 1 more week to go. 9 more games to go to try and make sure that they're going to make a comeback in the top 16. Still, that spot is redeemable. If Team Prince is able to dominate just the way they did in week 1, they can easily make it inside of the top 16, but the stats say something else.
Exactly, mate, exactly. Because again, you know, one thing is that they've been able to do it, so they should be able to do it again. Another point to bring up is going to be the fact that the mental pressure that you jump on with in week 4 for these teams and these lads, again, we cannot even bring up as an argument that these players, they are making their, they're making their space. They've proven their point. They have jumped in from the open finals into such a big opportunity. That itself is a huge undertaking. And you're at such a critical level where you've got 3 days to be able to prove it all over again before your decision is made if you're going to be part of the LAN finale or not. So, yeah, a lot at stake, but high pressure situation that these teams are in, for sure.
For the teams at the 2nd and the 3rd page, their mental fortitude is going to be tested on the last week. If they're going to crack under that pressure, unfortunately, you're not going to be making it inside of the top 16. Mindset's going to matter quite a lot. It's a new week. You better play it as a new mindset as well. If you're not able to reset that mindset, well, then everything's going to be screwed up as well quite massively. So you just got to make sure that things are going to be falling in the right places. You just got to find the piece of the puzzles. And so far, a lot of these teams haven't really been able to do so. Communication has been a big problem. The firepower's there. Every single team inside of the tournament, they've got the firepower. It all just boils down to making those little micro calls in some tricky situations and in some big situations that they just fumble down. And when those micro calls are not exactly made on the point, team synergy as well seems like it's lacking.
It is, yeah, it lacks quite a lot. But right now, what has not been lacking is the Finnish leaders themselves. Because today, I believe the way Mavi has played, he has been definitely a big contribution to the way the Finnish leaders list seemed. Oh, well, not really. I mean, it hasn't really changed a lot, actually. But his numbers should have definitely improved. As of now, we're still leading the charge with Ninja Boy from Global Esports with 48 finishes in the 27 games that he's been a part of. For along is going to be Troy from Entity Gaming with 39 finishes. So Troy, he is catching up. But every single time, I mean, Punk, he's just been 2 points shy.
And then you look at Punk. I mean, a man from Reckoning Esports, a solo man on a mission, and he's trying his best to carry his team on the back. But unfortunately, the teammate support is not really that well. Then you've also got Ronnie from the side of Seoul with 37 eliminations wrapped up. In general, Ninja Boy, once again, he's just miles away. He's just miles ahead from any other player in the top leaders. And that's something that's really that's fueling the fire that Ninja Boy has in him. And I'm pretty sure, especially when even the prize pool is going to be announced and all that stuff, Ninja Boy is going to be really happy if he's still going to be the Finnish leader in general, because his team's doing a great job when it comes to the elimination aspect of the game. Now it's just now we're just able to find out, or we're just waiting to find out which of those top 16 teams going to be moving in forward inside of the LAN finale. And as I mentioned, for page 2 and page 3, nothing can be said. It's way too close.
It is way too close. I mean, we were just bringing it down in terms of the difference that was showcased on that overall leaderboard, where 3 points, 2 points, 4 points, 6 points, 2 points. That's the only difference that we were looking at throughout the entirety of 17th to the 24th, and then 24th to the 32nd as well. So one really good game, and you're going to be jumping up the ladders like 10 folds perhaps. But for that, you need to have a really good game. Chicken dinner definitely needed, along with a really good game. That means quite a high number of finish points that are going to be racked up for you to be able to climb up. Otherwise, we're already looking at how the top 16 teams, or in fact how the top 12 teams are playing. WSB Gaming, along with, of course, Entity Gaming, Global Esports, CG, Chemin, they're all in a league of their own right now. So very tough competition to climb up against.
I mean, not just that, even Godlike could have had a better chance to keep themselves in the top 16. Yes. I mean, yes, they still are in the top 16, but unfortunately, in the last game, they just got eliminated off the bat by Chemin Esports. So that was, of course, a big, unfortunate moment, but let's see, maybe Godlike in the upcoming week can keep the momentum flowing up. They still do have the momentum, don't get me wrong. The only reason why Godlike got eliminated like that was because of the plain fly path. It was completely tilted on one side of the map, and Godlike, I think so, they wanted to go towards Georgia Pole, or if they wanted to go towards Jasna Poliana, my bad. So that's why Godlike, they knew that it's going to be a tough extent. They wanted to take a pit stop, but the same pit stop was also being shared by the players of Chemin Esports, and that's where Godlike just got screwed up. So maybe, hopefully, in the upcoming weekend, Godlike fans can, of course, pray for the players of Godlike and just hope that maybe they're still going to be continuing and maintaining that spot inside of the top 16. Because the group that's going to be playing first, they will have to set a target for the upcoming groups that will be playing in the later 3 games.
Absolutely, mate. But with that, our day number 3 of week 3 of SPS right here does come to an end. An incredible journey it has been for all of these teams, but a tough luck affair for so many of them who wanted to be able to rack up those points and numbers. Sadly, just not been the day for them. At the same point of time, we've still got one more week number 4 that still remains, where we can anticipate a big comeback story coming in from these teams. Will that be the case or not? We are going to have to wait to find out. But with that, Necro, final thoughts from you, mate, for the day.
I mean, my final thoughts are pretty much just going to be the same. Top 16, it's just really making me anxious, I'm not going to lie. Imagine if us as commentators were getting anxious. Imagine the players. They know for them the qualification's on the line for the finals. That too, for some players, it's going to be their first time stepping inside a LAN finale. So this means a lot for the teams. This means a lot for the players as well. Imagine when their parents are going to be sitting amongst the crowd watching their own kids play. It's a whole different moment to be proud of. And I'm pretty sure these teams do want to see that moment as well, at least once in their lifetime. But they just need to work a little bit more harder if they're somewhere outside of the top 16.
100%. Absolutely, mate. Nothing taken away from that, and that opportunity that they are trying to grind it out for. And they've got 3 more days with the upcoming week number 4 to be able to bring in their best level of play that they possibly can to be a part of that LAN finale. With that, as we were mentioning, our day number 3 for week 3 does come to an end. Do not forget to follow along on the social media posts, because all the action and all the storyline is going to be that much more clear right down there. Of course, along with that, don't forget to follow us as well if you like the work. Right here, Necro sitting right next to me. And a big thanks to our sponsors, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, along with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most, and none other than Monster Energy that unleashes the beast within you. The beast has definitely been unleashed. Now it all boils down to what these teams are going to be doing to climb up towards that beast in the top 16 to be a part of that LAN finale. Until that fourth week, take care, stay awesome. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. My word. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose a game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over